Sign it, you ungrateful bitch. Your father would be ashamed of you. That was the first thing my stepmother said to me across the courthouse table, just 11 days after we buried him. She had already changed the locks on the house I grew up in, thrown my mother's photos in the trash, and told my father's roofers that the real family was taking over. Now she wanted my signature, giving her the house on the hill, the company he built for 31 years, and every last penny. My lawyer grabbed my arm and whispered urgently, "Hazel, if you sign, you lose everything." I looked Sandra dead in the eyes, picked up the pen, and signed. She laughed. A sharp, victorious laugh that echoed through the room. What she didn't know was that I had been waiting for this exact moment. Because 20 minutes later, her own lawyer stood up, face pale, and said the words that would destroy her. "Your Honor, there's a problem." And that was only the beginning. My name is Hazel Kramer, and I am 35 years old. If you've ever been treated like a stranger in your own family, stay with me, because this story ends in a way nobody in that courtroom saw coming. But to understand why my hands didn't shake that morning, you have to go back to a house on a hill in Franklin, Tennessee, before Sandra ever knew it existed. My father, Dennis Kramer, started Kramer Roofing and Exteriors in 1994 with one truck, one ladder, and a stubbornness the whole county eventually learned to respect. By the time I was old enough to hand him nails, he had 35 men working under him and a reputation that did his advertising for him. People used to say Dennis Kramer roofed half of Franklin, and it wasn't much of an exaggeration. When a storm came through, our phone rang before the rain stopped. He was not a soft man. He didn't hug easily, and he didn't say much, but he had a code, and everybody knew it. He answered his phone on the second ring for 40 years because the first ring is for people with nothing to do. He walked every finished roof himself before he'd send an invoice. I once watched him tell a farmer who couldn't cover a bill, "Pay me when the crops come in. Roofs don't wait for banks." The farmer paid him 14 months later, in full, with a handshake that lasted longer than most conversations my father ever had. And he carried a leather time book everywhere, a battered ledger where he tracked his crew's hours, who owed what, and things only he understood. He wrote in it every single evening at the kitchen table, in blue ink, with the same pen that signed every paycheck he ever issued. 31 years of a working man's life fit inside that book. Remember it. It's going to come back into this story later, on the very last page, where my father wrote down a debt he never once said out loud. If my father built the roofs, my mother built everything underneath them. Her name was Laura, and the house on the hill was hers in every way that mattered. She kept the company's books at that kitchen table for years before they could afford an accountant. She knew every roofer's wife by name and every roofer's kid by birthday. Friday nights, she cooked for the whole crew, 35 men crowding our backyard with paper plates, and my mother moving through them like she'd hired every one of them herself. Our staircase was lined with photographs, one for every year, and at the top hung her favorite, their wedding picture. My father looking terrified in a rented suit, my mother laughing at something outside the frame. I asked her once what was so funny. She said, "Your grandfather bet him $20 he'd faint. Your dad doesn't lose bets." She used to tell me, "Your dad builds the roofs, Hazel. I build what's under them." She died in 2011. Breast cancer. I was 21, in nursing school, and I finished my degree because on one of her last good days, she bragged to the oncology nurses that I would. She introduced me to them, one by one, as my daughter, the future nurse, and I stood there in that hospital room and understood that I had just been handed something I was not allowed to drop. My father didn't cry where anyone could see him. Instead, that November, he tore the roof off our own house and replaced it alone. It didn't need replacing. It was 4 years old. He stripped it to the deck and rebuilt it in the cold, one course at a time. and nobody in Franklin said a word about it, because everybody understood. That was the only language he had for grief. After that, it was the two of us, living parallel lives 35 minutes apart. I became an ICU nurse in Nashville. He kept climbing ladders in Franklin, well past the age his knees approved. Every week, the same three-word text: Sunday, eggs, bring nothing. And every Sunday for 8 years, I sat at my mother's kitchen table while he burned the bacon and pretended he hadn't. And we talked about roofs and patience and nothing at all, which is how men like my father say everything. Then, in the spring of 2019, the Sunday text didn't come. What came instead was a phone call at 11 at night, and my father's voice sounded like a roof about to give. He didn't say the words at first. Dennis Kramer didn't ask for help. It wasn't in his vocabulary. But I'm an ICU nurse. My whole job is reading the signs people are trying to hide, the vitals behind the small talk. A warranty lawsuit had gone bad, badly enough that the insurance fought him on it. A storm season everyone counted on had fizzled, freezing 3 big jobs at once. The bank was circling the shop and the equipment, and he had told no one, not his foreman, not his pastor, not me. On the phone, he just said, "I'm not asking you for anything. I just needed to hear a voice that isn't a bank." Behind him, I could hear the Weather Channel playing. He'd watched it every night for 31 years, the way other men watch the news, because weather was his economy. I didn't sleep that night. I sat at my kitchen counter in Nashville and did what my mother used to do at hers. I ran the numbers. My savings. 8 years of ICU shifts. Every holiday differential. Every extra weekend I'd picked up because a quiet apartment doesn't argue with overtime. Then I called my bank about a loan against my condo, and I listened carefully. And I asked the questions that make loan officers sit up straighter. By morning, I had a figure that would clear the lawsuit settlement and carry payroll until the frozen jobs thawed. $210,000. I drove to Franklin with a folder. I put it on my mother's kitchen table, next to her ridiculous rooster-shaped salt shaker, and I slid it across to him. He opened it, read the first page, and pushed it back like it was on fire. His face went red. He said absolutely not. He said no daughter of his was going to empty her life into his mess. He stood up, sat back down, and told me I didn't understand what I was offering. I understood exactly what I was offering. That was the point. So I used his own language against him. "You told the whole town roofs don't wait for banks," I said. "Well, fathers don't wait for pride." He stared at that folder for a long time. Long enough that the coffee went cold between us. And then he did the most Dennis Kramer thing imaginable. He set a condition. He would not take my money as charity. Nobody rescued Dennis Kramer for free, not even his own daughter. If I was going to save the company, it would be a real transaction, done properly, on paper, at fair value. So in August of 2019, we drove to the county office together, and my father signed over the deed to the house on the hill and 2 of his 3 parcels of land. To me. Legally, permanently, recorded with the county, witnessed by a clerk who chewed her pen and had no idea she was watching the most important 20 minutes of my life. I remember the stamp coming down, a small, dry sound that changed everything and announced nothing. He kept living in the house, exactly as before. That was the arrangement. On paper, I owned the ground he stood on. In life, nothing changed at all. He mowed the lawn. He grumbled about the gutters. He sat in his chair by the window like a king who had quietly handed off the kingdom and kept the view. On the drive home, he gave me one instruction, and it became law between us for 6 years. "This stays between us and the county clerk," he said, eyes on the road. "And the clerk doesn't gossip." He couldn't bear for Franklin to know that Dennis Kramer had been saved by his daughter. His pride was the load-bearing wall of the man. You don't take that out and expect the structure to stand. So I carried the secret the way I carry a patient's chart, completely, accurately, and without comment. Every October, the property tax bill arrived at my condo in Nashville, addressed to Hazel Kramer, and every October I paid it, filed the receipt in a manila folder, and said nothing to anyone. 6 Octobers, 6 folders. You'd be amazed what a habit of keeping records will one day be worth. There's one more thing from that year I need to tell you about. The Sunday after the company came back from the edge, I walked into the kitchen and caught my father writing in the time book. He closed it too fast. There was blue ink still wet on the edge of the last page. I asked, "New hire?" "Old debt," he said, and changed the subject to eggs. I didn't open that book for 6 years. When I finally did, my father had been gone for 3 weeks. And I needed a reason not to fall apart. We'll get there. The secret only needed one thing to survive. For no one knew to move into that house. And in the summer of 2021, a woman walked into the florist shop where my father was buying flowers for my mother's grave. Her name was Sandra Boyd. She managed the upscale nail salon 2 doors down from the florist, and her approach was flawless. She asked about the flowers first. Then she asked about Laura, gently, respectfully, with her head tilted at the exact angle of sympathy. Before she asked a single thing about him. My father had been alone for 10 years, and loneliness makes even careful men careless. Within a month, she was leaving casseroles on the porch. Within 3, she was in my mother's kitchen, learning where everything was kept. I met her at dinner that fall. She was warm. She was funny. She complimented my scrubs and asked intelligent questions about the ICU. And the entire evening, she looked at everything in my parents' house the way an appraiser walks an estate. The crown molding, the hardwood, the view off the back porch. At one point, she ran her hand along the staircase banister, slow like she was checking for dust that wasn't there, and said, "This house has such good bones. It deserves a woman's touch again." Her eyes went up the staircase wall, photo by photo, and stopped on my parents' wedding picture at the top. 2 seconds too long. I noticed it the way you notice a shadow on an X-ray. Nothing you can prove yet. Just something that shouldn't be there. 10 months later, that photograph was the first thing to disappear. They married in October 2022, faster than I expected and faster than I liked. But my father was smiling again in a way I hadn't seen since 2011, and I decided his happiness outranked my instincts. I have gone back and forth 100 times about whether that was love or cowardice on my part. I've settled on love. Mostly. At the reception, Sandra stood up with a glass of champagne and gave a toast. "They say a house isn't a home without a woman in it," she said, and the room chuckled warmly. "Well, Dennis? Welcome home?" Finally. Finally. One word, and my mother's 30 years in that kitchen were erased. One word, and so was I. I looked around the room to see if anyone else had heard it, and everyone was smiling, and I understood for the first time how good she was. A blade wrapped in a toast. I was seated at table 8, by the way, at my own father's wedding, between a nail technician and a man who sold Sandra her car. I told myself it was a seating chart accident. People always tell themselves that, right up until the accidents start taking pictures down off walls. The takeover that followed was soft, patient, and absolutely deliberate. Nothing you could object to without sounding petty. And she knew it. That was the architecture of the whole thing. The photos of my mother came down just to lighten things up and migrated into plastic tubs in the shed for safekeeping. The kitchen, my mother's kitchen, the beating heart of that company for 3 decades, was gutted and remodeled into something from a design catalog, beautiful and cold, with a coffee station where the crew's Friday casserole dishes used to live. The Friday dinners themselves died the first winter. "Those men track tar everywhere," I heard her tell my father. And my father, who had tracked tar through that house for 30 years, said nothing. In 2023, Sandra's daughter Brooke moved into my old bedroom. Brooke was 27, between jobs the way some people are between breaths, and she filmed the whole renovation for her followers. I found the video myself. Late one night, 3,000 views. Her voice over upbeat music. Cleaning out the sad old stuff. New era, y'all. The sad old stuff was my childhood. Even the introductions changed. When I visited, Sandra presented me to her friends as Dennis's daughter, the nurse. She lives in the city. In a tone that made Nashville sound like the far side of the moon and nursing sound like a phase I'd grow out of. My Sunday breakfasts were rescheduled, then postponed, then quietly extinct, smothered under the family's calendar. I got holidays now, portions of holidays, assigned seats at my own family's table, and my father saw all of it, and he said nothing. I spent 2 years angry at that silence, genuinely, corrosively angry, the kind you have to manage like a chronic condition. It took me until the very end to understand what that silence was for, and I'll be honest with you, understanding it and forgiving it are two different projects, and only one of them is finished. Christmas of 2024 was the last one before everything. I came home to a kitchen I didn't recognize, and a small, polite skirmish over a casserole dish that had been my mother's. White ceramic, chipped handle, older than me. Sandra ended the discussion without ever raising her voice. She took the dish out of my hands the way you'd take scissors from a child, set it in her cabinet, smiled her hostess smile, sugar over steel, and said, "Sweetheart, let's not make this awkward. Everything in this house is mine now." I didn't argue. I stood there with my purse on my shoulder, and inside that purse, folded in my wallet, was that October's property tax receipt with my name on it. She was half right, and she would never know which half. Everything in the house, maybe. The house itself. No. But before that truth could mean anything, September of 2025 arrived, and my father started losing weight. I noticed before he said a word. The belt cinched a notch tighter, the collar gone loose, the way he pushed food around a plate like a man negotiating with it. I'm trained to see it. I wish to God I weren't. By mid-September we had a diagnosis, and I understood it before the doctor finished his sentence, because I've stood on the other side of that exact conversation more times than I can count. Pancreatic cancer. Advanced. The kind of sentence where the second word makes the first one merciful. My father listened the way he read an estimate, arms crossed, jaw set, and then asked the only question he cared about. How long? Don't round up. I've never once rounded up on an estimate. The answer was months, not years. Sandra cried beautifully in the hallway, one hand braced against the wall, positioned where the waiting room could see her. Then she dried her eyes, took out her phone, and I assumed she was calling family. I was wrong. I wouldn't understand how wrong for months, and when I did, it would be in front of a judge. What followed was a masterclass in performance. Sandra turned my father's dying into content. "Our warrior's journey," she posted, over a photo of her hand on his. There were prayer live streams from his bedside, candles arranged for the camera, soft music. Sandra's eyes closed at the perfect angle. Hundreds of comments about what a devoted wife she was. And while the online Sandra held vigil, the real one built walls. Through October and November, while he was in and out of the hospital, my visits started shrinking. Front desk instructions I could never trace to a person. Schedule conflicts that only ever conflicted with me. I'd drive 35 minutes and get 20 at the bedside. In December, they brought him home for hospice care. Home, to the house on the hill. My house, the one with my name recorded on the deed since August 2019. And Sandra met me at the door of it with a kitchen timer's worth of mercy. "He needs calm, honey," she said, sweet as syrup, one hand on the doorframe like a gate arm. "Seeing you stirs things up. 20 minutes. Doctor's orders." There were no doctor's orders. I've worked beside hospice teams for 11 years. No one on this earth prescribes a daughter in 20-minute doses. Hospice teams beg families for the opposite. But I stood on the porch of my own house, holding a key ring that carried a key to that exact door, and I rang the bell anyway. Every visit. Because a scene at the threshold would cost my father peace he could not spare, and because my anger was not more important than his quiet. So I learned to say important things fast, 20 minutes at a time, with Sandra hovering in the doorway like a proctor at an exam, and an actual kitchen timer ticking on the hall table. She thought the timer humiliated me. It did. I memorized it anyway. The sound, the shape, the minutes. Nurses count everything. It's how we stay sane. During one of those December visits, my father grabbed my wrist. His grip was still a roofer's grip, even then, even with the IV bruises. He pulled me down close and whispered, fast and low. The time book. When it's over. The last page. Promise me you'll read it angry, not sad. I thought it was the medication talking. The door opened. Sandra's perfume entered the room before her footsteps did, and I never got to ask what he meant. Here's what she didn't know. Late that month, his pain outran the home setup, and he went back into the hospital. And nurses, no nurses. The night shift on his floor included a woman named Renee Caldwell, who trained beside me when we were both 23 and terrified, who once talked me through my first code and then bought me pancakes at 5 in the morning. Renee watched Sandra leave every evening at 9 sharp, regular as a factory whistle. She watched my father lie awake asking for his daughter. And Renee did the quiet math that good nurses do, and back in the fall, she had already sent me a text I will keep until I die. Visiting hours are policy, night shift is family, come through the side door. So while Sandra's daytime kingdom ran on rules and timers, I sat with my father from 11 at night until 4 in the morning, in hours that officially didn't exist. I'd work my shift in Nashville, drive south, park in the staff lot, and walk in through the side door with my badge lanyard and my scrubs, looking exactly like what I was. A nurse, at night, where she belonged. We talked more in those weeks than we had in 20 years. About my mother, about the business, about the farmer who paid 14 months late, about nothing at all, which, with my father, was everything. And it was in those invisible hours, in early November, that my father did the last big thing of his life. One night he was strangely clear. Patients get that sometimes, like weather breaking, a last stretch of blue sky. He apologized to me, not for Sandra, for himself. I let you be invisible too long to protect my pride, he said, each word placed like a course of shingles. And then, your mother built what's under the roofs. You held up the whole damn sky. It's time somebody wrote that down properly. I didn't understand until the next afternoon, when Renee brought a visitor during Sandra's standing hair appointment. A woman with a leather briefcase, flat shoes, and a handshake like a level. Patricia Boone, attorney at law. Patricia did everything by the book, because my father demanded it, and because she's the kind of lawyer who irons her files. On November 4th, 2025, in front of witnesses, she asked him the standard questions. Do you know what day it is, Mr. Kramer? November 4th. A Tuesday, he said. And I know exactly what I'm doing, for once in my life, before it's too late. He signed a new will, the company, and the third parcel of land, the only parcel still in his name, to me. Renee and a second nurse, Kathy Lawson, signed as witnesses, badge numbers and all. He insisted on his own pen, the blue one, the one that had signed 31 years of paychecks and one wedding license too many. And then he did something that made even Patricia pause. Now point that phone at me, he told Renee. I want to say a few things, and I want proof my mind was all the way home when I said them. Renee recorded 7 minutes of video. In it, my father read the will aloud in a steady voice. He named the date. He named the president. He did arithmetic out loud, bidding one last imaginary roof for the record. Squares, pitch, materials, labor, and landed the estimate to the dollar. And then he said, "If anyone in a courtroom ever says Dennis Kramer didn't know his own mind, play them this." And Hazel. I'm sorry, it took a hospital bed to say the rest. I watched that video that same night, standing alone in a hospital hallway with fluorescent light glaring off the screen, crying in the silent, practiced way nurses cry at work. Face still, shoulders still, everything happening behind the eyes. You'll hear the rest of those 7 minutes later. I'm not going to give them to you here. They belong where they were played the second time, in front of a judge. The last week of November, he faded fast. On his final clear night, he gave me his strategy, and I finally understood what his silence had been all those years. Not weakness. Winter. He told me not to show my papers, not to argue, not to correct a single lie, no matter how it burned. Say nothing, he said, even when she pushes you, especially when she pushes you. A bad roof always shows itself in the first hard rain. Me. His hand settled over mine, 40 years of calluses over 11 years of latex glove hands. Let it rain, kiddo. My father died in the early morning of January 5th, 2026. A Monday. I was beside him, because Renee's schedule put her on nights, and her conscience put me in that room. Sandra was at home, asleep, in my house. I did what nurses do when the monitor goes quiet. I stood up straight. I signed the forms. I made the calls. I thanked the staff by name. And then I sat in my car in the staff lot until the sun came up, because there was no one left to drive home to. 12 hours later, Brooke posted a story to her followers. Cheerful music. Her voice. Big changes coming to the Hill, y'all. Stay tuned. She was filming inside my father's home office. In the corner of the frame, his desk drawer hung open. The drawer where he kept the time book. I hadn't even buried my father, and they were already digging. The funeral was that Friday, January 9th. Sandra produced it like an event. Programs on heavy cardstock, a photographer, white roses she'd never once brought him alive, and a seating chart. When I arrived, she intercepted me at the chapel door, her voice pitched perfectly for the people nearby. Family seating is arranged, sweetheart. We saved you a lovely spot. 3rd row, by the aisle. 3rd row. At my own father's funeral. Behind Brooke. Behind Boyd Cousins my father had met exactly twice. I looked at her for one long second, and then I walked to the 3rd row and sat down, because he had asked me for rain, not thunder. And then something happened that Sandra's seating chart hadn't planned for. Gus Harden, my father's foreman for 20 years, a man built like a chimney, stood at the back with the crew, looked at the front rows, looked at me, and made a decision. He led all 35 of them, in their stiff church clothes and their sunburned necks, up the side aisle and into the pews around me, filling row 3 and row 4 and row 5, until the 3rd row became the center of that chapel and the front row became a display case. Renee sat down next to me without a word and put her hand over mine. I didn't cry that day, not because I wasn't shattered, because my father had told me to read everything angry, not sad, and my anger, that morning, started taking notes. The next week moved like a demolition schedule. I want you to see it the way I lived it, one day at a time. Monday, January 12th. I drove to the house to collect a few of my mother's things, as Sandra and I had agreed by text. I still have the text. My keys slid into the lock and stopped. New lock, still smelling faintly of machine oil. Brooke opened the door 8 inches and stood in the gap like a hired guard in pajama pants. Mom says anything of yours can be mailed. It's her house now. Don't make it weird. Over her shoulder, at the top of the stairs, in the exact spot where my parents' wedding photo had hung my entire life, there was a new photograph. Sandra and my father. Their wedding. Same wall. Same nail, probably. I looked down at the useless key in my hand. Except it wasn't the key that was wrong. It was the door. I put it back in my pocket, and for the first time in weeks, I smiled. A small, private, terrible smile that Brooke mistook for defeat. That same Monday, Sandra's lawyer filed papers with the probate court. The old will from 2016, the one she'd helped arrange when she was new, and my father was lonely and nobody was paying attention. And attached to her petition, sworn under oath and notarized, an inventory of my father's estate. Exhibit A. Everything she claimed he owned, line by line. The house on the hill, Lot 1, Lot 2, Lot 3, the company, the accounts, the truck. 3 of those lines had belonged to me since August 2019. She had just sworn in a court document to a list she had never once checked. And she wanted speed, an expedited hearing, a family settlement agreement to close the estate fast, all the waiting periods waived by consent. Courts can move quickly when every heir agrees to hurry. She had her reasons for rushing. I'd learn the biggest one soon enough. I had mine. So I agreed to everything. 2 women racing toward the same courtroom for opposite reasons. One to collect, one to be sworn in. Tuesday, January 13th. A for sale sign went up on Lot 2. By afternoon, Dave Merrick, a builder who had wanted that parcel for a decade, shook Sandra's hand in the driveway and put down a $25,000 deposit. Closing set for January 30th. Because Sandra wanted it fast. Half the town saw the handshake. The other half heard about it by supper. That's how Franklin works. Wednesday, January 14th. She gathered all 35 men at the shop, stood on the loading dock in a coat that cost a month of their wages, and announced that the real family was taking over and that there would be efficiencies. Gus told me a man named Walt, 22 years on the cruise, took off his cap and just held it. And that same evening, on the other side of town, a small, quiet thing happened that nobody in Sandra's family would have noticed or understood. Merrick's title company logged a routine order, a standard title search on Lot 2, required before any closing in America. The most boring step in any land sale ever conducted. 3 to 5 business days. Remember it. Thursday, January 15th, was the worst day, and it had nothing to do with money. Sandra sold my father's tools, not the company equipment, his personal tools, 40 years of them, the hammers with his initials burned into the handles, to a picker, by weight. Gus called me that night, and I have never heard a 58-year-old roofer closer to tears. She sold his tools, Hazel, to a picker, by the pound. 30 years of a man's hands, by the pound. And past 10 that same night, my phone lit up again. Gus. A photo this time. The plastic tubs from the shed. My mother's photographs, her letters, her recipe cards, the wedding picture in its frame, stacked on the curb at the end of the driveway with the garbage cans. Trash day was Friday. I drove 35 minutes in the dark and parked on the road below the house I legally owned, and I loaded my mother into my car by streetlight, tub by tub, like a thief at my own address. My breath fogging, my hands shaking. That night, they shook. The wedding photo lay face down on top of the pile. Glass cracked, frame intact, my mother still laughing underneath at something outside the frame. I sat in the driver's seat and held it against the steering wheel for a long time, and I said out loud to the empty car, "Almost, Mom, almost." That's when my phone buzzed. Sandra. A PDF attached. And a deadline. The settlement agreement. Final version. To be signed at Tuesday's hearing. Her message read, Sign it and we stay family. Fight it and I will bury you in legal bills until you're begging to settle. Your choice, sweetheart. Family. From the woman whose curb I had just cleaned my mother off of. Friday, Gus came by my condo with a cardboard box. He'd driven to the picker's yard at dawn and bought back what he could with his own money. A hand plane, a chalk line, a framing hammer with burned initials. On top, wrapped in a clean shop rag, was the leather time book. He set the box on my counter and looked at his boots. "Figured this belonged with you," he said, and left before either of us could embarrass ourselves. Saturday night, January 17th, was the night I almost broke, and I'm going to tell you about it because you deserve the truth and not a highlight reel. I'd worked a 12-hour shift. We lost a patient at hour 9, a grandfather, 71, and I came home to a kitchen table covered in deeds and receipts, and that PDF glowing on my laptop. And for one long hour, I wanted to burn the entire strategy down. Call Merrick and warn him about his deposit, because he was an honest man walking into her mess. Call a reporter. Call Sandra and scream until something tore. The plan my father left me required me to stand still while she auctioned his life, and standing still was costing me more than anyone could see. Instead, I opened the time book to the last page, my father's handwriting, strong and square, in blue ink, dated 2019. Ode to Hazel, 210,000, and everything else. And below it, in a shakier hand, the letters leaning like fence posts in soft ground, dated this past October. Hands don't work right anymore. For the record, one last entry. She never asked. Not once. That's why it all has to be hers. He'd known I'd need this page on exactly this kind of night. "Read it angry," he said. I did. And the anger settled into something better and colder and far more useful. Certainty. I closed the book. I did not waver again. Sunday, I met Patricia Boone at her office, and we had the fight I knew we'd have. Patricia had the November will in her safe and Renee's video on a drive, and every sane instinct she owned said to file both immediately before the hearing. Lead with strength, kill the settlement, fight in the open. It was good advice. I refused it, and I owed her the reason. If I show our cards now, she withdraws the settlement and attacks the will instead. I said, "He was on painkillers. That's her entire case. And she'll run it for 2 years and poison this town while she does it. Juries can't unhear drugged old man. I don't want a long war, Patricia. I want one room. But I need her under oath first. All the way under." What I didn't tell Patricia, what I hadn't told a living soul, because a 6-year promise doesn't dissolve in a week, was what the county recorded in August 2019. So to Patricia, my plan was a high-wire act over a canyon. If I signed away my claims and the November will somehow failed, I would walk out of that courthouse with nothing at all. She wasn't wrong. That was the real price of the bet, and I want you to sit with it the way I had to. If the will fell, the company fell with it, and my signature would have burned every bridge back. My father's plan protected the house. Nothing protected the company except 2 nurses, 7 minutes of video, and a dead man's arithmetic. Monday, the courts were closed for the holiday. I spent it at my kitchen table, rereading Exhibit A until I could recite it like a med list. The house on the hill. Lot 1. Lot 2. 3 lines at the top of a sworn document. 3 lines that were mine. Tuesday morning, January 20th, 11 days after the funeral. In the courthouse hallway, under lights the color of weak tea, Patricia stopped me with a hand on my arm and said it plainly, as my lawyer and as someone who had liked my father. "Hazel, listen to me. If you sign, you lose everything." "Then let's hope she swears to every word of that inventory," I said, and pushed open the door. The hearing room was small and beige. A long table, a raised bench, a row of stiff chairs along the wall, a wall clock with a red second hand. Sandra was already seated dead center like a queen at a coronation, in new black clothes that read as money, a widow styled by a catalog. Brooke sat behind her, thumbs working her phone. To Sandra's right, her attorney, Gerald Fenwick, squared his files into surveyor-straight stacks. 3 copies of the settlement agreement lay on the table in a row, 3 pens beside them like surgical instruments. The judge hadn't entered yet, which is why Sandra felt free to lean across that table, drop the funeral voice, and greet me the way you heard at the very beginning. "Sign it, you ungrateful bitch. Your father would be ashamed of you." The room went still, and I watched Gerald Fenwick flinch. Just slightly, a man adjusting his glasses so he wouldn't have to look at his own client. "File that flinch away. It matters later." The bailiff called us to rise. Judge Pruitt came in. Gray, methodical, reading glasses, the air of a man who had heard every lie ever told in Williamson County and graded them all. Gerald presented the settlement in his best procedural monotone. "A full and final settlement, Your Honor. Ms. Kramer signs, the estate closes, everyone goes home." Patricia did her duty and put her objection on the record. Her client was signing against counsel's explicit advice. She said it slowly, so the record would remember. The judge looked at me over his glasses for a long, appraising moment. "Ms. Kramer, you understand that by signing, you waive all claims to the assets listed in Exhibit A?" "I understand exactly what's listed in Exhibit A, Your Honor." Nobody in that room heard the second meaning. Not yet. It sat there in plain sight, the way the truth had sat in a county filing cabinet for 6 years. I took out my own pen, my father's pen, the blue one, 31 years of paychecks and one last will, and I signed all 3 copies. Slowly, legibly. My hand did not shake, and I owe you honesty about why. It wasn't courage, it was arithmetic. I had checked this math 100 times against 6 years of receipts, and I trusted a county clerk's stamp more than I feared anyone at that table. The room did what rooms do after a signature. That settling quiet. Papers finding their stacks. Then Sandra took her own pen and signed so fast she tore the edge of the last page, and she laughed. That sharp, victorious laugh. The one from the beginning of this story. The one that echoed. She leaned toward me, because winning silently was never going to be enough for her. "Your father would be proud. You finally learned your place." She was more right than she knew. My place was on file at the county recorder's office. Owner of record. Since August 2019. The clerk gathered the signed documents. Gerald began assembling the rest of his paperwork, including, as it happened, the file for the Lot 2 closing on the 30th, because his office was handling the seller's side of Sandra's land deal. Efficiency. Everything under one roof. Sandra leaned back and whispered to Brooke, loud enough for me to catch, because discretion was for people with something to hide. "Closings on the 30th. We list the house right after. Florida by summer, baby." And there it was. The engine under all the speed. A condo deposit waiting in Florida with a deadline on it. Greed had built her calendar, and her calendar had built my trap. She had rushed the filing, rushed the sale, rushed the hearing, and rushed, at last, directly into the one boring, mandatory 3 to 5 business day step that no amount of confidence can skip. I sat still and watched the wall clock, counting minutes the way I'd learned to count them in a hallway with a kitchen timer running. Gerald Fenwick's phone buzzed against the table. He glanced at it. Then he didn't put it down. I watched him read the screen once, then again, then take off his glasses and hold the phone closer, as if the words might rearrange themselves for the naked eye. Whatever was on that screen, he needed it to be wrong, and it was declining to cooperate. "Your Honor," he said, and his voice had changed registers. "Might we take a brief recess? A filing matter." 15 minutes. Sandra spent them irritated, checking her lipstick in her phone camera, a queen annoyed that her coronation had an intermission. Brooke wandered to the vending machines. I spent the 15 minutes leaning toward Patricia, and I whispered, "In about 15 minutes, you're going to forgive me for not telling you something." Patricia looked at me the way you look at a calm patient reporting chest pain. The door opened. Gerald Fenwick walked back in carrying a single sheet of paper, still warm from a printer down the hall. He did not look at his client. He did not sit. He faced the bench, buttoned his jacket, and stood up straight, the way men do when they've decided which thing they're going to save. "Your Honor, there's a problem." Judge Pruitt removed his reading glasses. "Counselor, an hour ago, the title company handling my client's pending land sale completed its standard title search on the parcel known as Lot 2. A breath. "The results came back this morning, Your Honor. Lot 2, the parcel currently under contract, is not owned by this estate." He set the page down in front of the judge like a man laying down a losing hand. "Neither is Lot 1. Neither is the house." The air pressure in the room changed. I felt Patricia go rigid beside me. Judge Pruitt leaned forward. "If those assets are not in the estate, Mr. Fenwick, who is the owner of record?" Gerald looked at the paper one more time, as if it might have updated itself out of mercy. "Hazel Kramer, Your Honor, since August of 2019. Sandra laughed. "I want you to fully understand this." She actually laughed. The bright, social laugh of a woman certain the world had made a typo, and she looked around the room for someone to share it with. Then she looked at me, and I watched, in real time, frame by frame, the exact moment that laugh died in her throat. "That's impossible," she said. I live there. I paid," and she stopped, mid-word, because standing there, under oath, in front of a judge, she had just run the search in her own memory that her lawyer should have run in the county records. And it came back empty. 4 years in that house. She had never paid one bill attached to it. Not the property taxes, not the insurance on the structure. Dennis handled it, she'd always assumed. Dennis handled everything. Dennis had handled it, all right, every October, through a mailbox in Nashville. Patricia was on her feet, and to her eternal credit, she traveled from blindsided to lethal in about 4 seconds. She asked me a single question with her eyes. I answered by opening my bag. 6 manila folders, tabbed by year. 6 years of property tax receipts, each addressed to Hazel Kramer, each paid, each filed by a woman whose profession had drilled into her that the truth lives in the records whether or not anyone ever reads them. Sandra found her voice and it came back shrill. "Then it's fake. She forged it. She tricked him when he was sick." Judge Pruitt didn't raise his voice. He simply read the date off the title report, the way you'd read a thermometer. "The deed was recorded in August of 2019, Mrs. Kramer." He let the arithmetic hang in the air. 2 years before, by the dates in your own petition, you met the decedent. You cannot trick a dying man out of his house 2 years before you have met him. The accusation died even faster than the laugh. And then the judge turned to the settlement I had just signed. And this is the part I need you to hear clearly, because my father's whole quiet plan came down to it. That agreement waived my claims to the assets listed in Exhibit A, the inventory Sandra herself had sworn and notarized 8 days earlier, racing her Florida deadline. But you cannot inherit, you cannot demand, and you cannot make someone waive what the dead man never owned. 3 of the largest items on her sworn list had belonged to me since before Sandra Kramer existed in our lives. My signature, the one that made her laugh, had surrendered my claim to a used truck, a bank account holding about $18,000, and 1 parcel of land called Lot 3. And Lot 3, along with the company, was spoken for by something she hadn't seen yet. "Mrs. Kramer," Judge Pruitt said, slow and flat, "you swore to this inventory. Explain to me how you inventoried and sold land you have never owned. Sold. The word hit the room like a dropped tool off a two-story roof, because that was Gerald's second problem, so much worse than his first. His client had taken $25,000 of Dave Merrick's money as a deposit on my land, with a closing his own office was papering. The clerk made a call. It turned out Dave Merrick, a man with fresh questions of his own, was already in the building and could confirm every detail from the hallway, including a handshake that half of Franklin had witnessed from their trucks. Sandra opened her mouth to answer the judge, and that was the moment Patricia Boone rose, unhurried, and said, "Your Honor, before she does, the court should be aware that a more recent will exists. Executed November 4th, 2025. Properly witnessed by 2 registered nurses, and the decedent left a recorded statement." Fenwick sat down. He had stopped pretending to object to anything. Patricia handed up the will, with the sworn statements of Renee Caldwell and Kathy Lawson. And then she asked permission to play a video. 7 minutes. The bailiff dimmed nothing. There was nothing to dim. It was a beige room with a screen on a cart. And still, when my father's face appeared, the room went church quiet. His voice, the voice that had ordered me eggs every Sunday for 8 years, filled that little room to the corners. He named the date, a Tuesday. He named the president. He bid one last roof out loud for the record: squares, pitch, materials, labor, and landed it to the dollar, the way he'd landed 1,000 of them. He read the will in a steady voice. The company and lot 3 to his daughter, Hazel. And then he set the paper down, looked straight into the camera, and said the part I had been carrying alone since November. 6 years ago, my daughter emptied her savings to save 35 jobs, and I made her keep it a secret to protect my pride. $210,000, her whole cushion, and a loan against her own home. And she never told a soul, because I asked her not to. A pause. His jaw working, the way it did when the words cost him. I'm done being proud. Hazel. The roofs were mine. Everything under them was always yours. I cried then. For the first time in that entire war, in front of all of them, silently, in the way I know how, face still, everything behind the eyes. Not because I was winning, because my father was saying it out loud, on the record, in front of witnesses. The sentence I had stopped hoping for somewhere around table 8 at his wedding. Brooke had lowered her phone. I noticed. Even she had stopped filming her own life long enough to watch the end of someone else's. Sandra had one move left, and she made it, because people like her always play every card, even the ones already face up. She came out of her chair, voice cracking at the seams. He was drugged. He was pumped full of painkillers. I was there every single day. I took care of him. Every day until 9 p.m., Patricia said, without heat, which made it land harder. And then she asked to publish one more exhibit. A single frame, enlarged, from a video that was already public, because Sandra had broadcast it herself in December to her followers. The prayer live stream. Sandra at the bedside, hands folded, eyes closed, candles arranged just so, devotion at the perfect angle. And in the corner of the frame, on the table behind her, my father's document folder lay open. Propped against the water pitcher, angled down at the papers, stood a second phone. Recording. Photographing his private documents, page by page, while she prayed for the camera in the foreground. Your Honor, Patricia said, this is from Mrs. Kramer's own public broadcast. We didn't film it. She did. The timestamp on that live stream fell inside the same week Sandra had cut my visits to 20 minutes. And that was the number that finished the room. Not 210,000, not 25,000. 20. Judge Pruitt looked at her over his glasses, and in the flattest voice I have ever heard come off a bench, he asked, You restricted his daughter to 20 minutes a visit. While you were doing this, nobody answered. There was no answer. The red second hand on the wall clock went all the way around once in the silence. The judge asked whether I wished to add anything. I stood. I had promised myself 2 sentences, and I kept the promise. Because my father taught me that a good estimate doesn't need a speech after it. You listed my house as his, and I let you swear to it. My voice held level. 11 years of ICU nights will do that for you. I didn't need to fight you, Sandra. I just needed you under oath. And then I made the last choice, the one I'd settled during the long night of January 17th. Through Patricia, I informed the court that I would not pursue the money Sandra had spent from the joint accounts while my father was alive. Whatever she had already burned, she could keep the ashes. I hadn't come to dig through her purse. I came to take back the truth. And the truth was now in the record. Sworn, stamped, and irreversible. Sandra turned to her right, toward Gerald Fenwick, the reflex of a woman who had always had someone to clean up after her. And Gerald Fenwick was packing his briefcase. He addressed the bench first, formally, requesting leave to withdraw from the representation. Granted. Then he looked at his client, and he did not quite bother to lower his voice enough. You told me there was nothing to check. I am not losing my license for your Florida condo. The latches on his briefcase snapped shut. One, then the other. And those 2 small clicks were the loudest sounds in the room. There was no gavel bang ending, no verdict shouted from the bench. Real courts don't work that way. And this one didn't either. Judge Pruitt continued the remaining matters to a later date, admitted the November will for review, and referred the sworn inventory to what he called, with lethal blandness, the appropriate channels. Procedure, procedure, procedure. But when I walked out of that hearing room, Sandra was still sitting in the center chair, her throne, completely alone. Brooke had drifted out minutes earlier without a word to her mother. And in the hallway, Dave Merrick stood waiting with his arms crossed. Not for me. I pushed through the doors into the cold January sunlight on the courthouse steps, and I made the call I'd owed for 6 weeks. Gus answered on the first ring, because he'd learned from the best. Tell the boys, I said. Monday, work as usual. Roofs don't wait for anybody. Before I tell you how it all settled, I want to ask you something, because I have wondered about it every day since. Have you ever been treated as invisible by your own family, right up until the moment they needed something you had? If that's ever been you, tell me your story in the comments. I read them. All of them. Here is what the following weeks actually looked like, because justice on paper still has to be carried out by hand, box by box. Sandra hired a new lawyer with what she had left and mounted the only attack remaining, that the November will was the product of a medicated mind. It survived exactly 1 short hearing in February. 2 registered nurses testified, calm and specific, to my father's lucidity. Then the court watched a dying roofer do mental arithmetic on camera, name the date, name the president, and bid a roof to the dollar. The challenge didn't just fail. It embarrassed the man who had agreed to file it. She repaid Dave Merrick his $25,000, plus damages, because Merrick was not a forgiving man and had been given no reason to become one. I heard what he told her outside that February hearing, because he said it loudly and on purpose. You shook my hand on land you never owned. In this county, that follows a person. The Florida condo evaporated along with the deposit she forfeited on it. She tried one final counterattack in the only courtroom she had ever truly mastered. She posted a long, tearful piece online, the grieving widow robbed by a scheming stepdaughter. A year earlier, it might have worked. She was good. But 35 roofers, and their wives, and their churches, and their diners had watched a dead man's tools sold by the pound and a dead woman's photographs stacked on a curb. This time, the town told the story back, in comments and casseroles and canceled appointments. Within a month, the salon quietly took her name off the schedule. Franklin never raised its voice at her. It just stopped ringing her bell. In March, the November will was formally admitted. Sandra received exactly what the law guarantees a surviving spouse out of the actual estate: a portion of a modest bank account and the proceeds of a used truck. And not one shingle more, because nothing more had ever been his to promise her. I sent the notice about the house through Patricia, with a longer deadline than she had earned. On the 30th of April, a moving truck came down the hill for the last time. I didn't go watch. I was at the shop, where there was real work. Gus had kept the crews running through all of it. Payroll met, jobs finished on schedule, not one of the 35 men let go, not even in the ugly stretch when suppliers called asking wary questions. My first act as owner was to make his title finally match what he had already been for 20 years. My second was to keep my ICU shifts, fewer of them, but mine, because the company needed a keeper, not a performer, and because being a nurse was never a backup plan. It is who my mother watched me become, out loud in front of witnesses. The door to my father's office had stayed locked since December. Gus met me there with the key and stopped at the threshold, cap in hand like it was church. "He never let anyone touch that desk," he said. "I figure that rule died with him. For everybody except you." Inside, everything sat exactly as my father had left it. His hard hat on the hook behind the door, brim worn soft. A calendar frozen on the previous year. His chair, angled toward the window that looked out over the yard where his trucks parked. And on the desk, a rectangle of unfaded wood where the time book had lived for 31 years. I set the book back into its outline. It fit the way a key fits a lock it was cut for. One Saturday in April, I did something I had been saving up. I bought 2 identical bouquets and drove to the cemetery, and for the first time in 14 years, my mother and my father got flowers on the same afternoon, from the same hands. I stood between the 2 stones for a while and didn't say much. They never needed many words from me either. On the way out, I stopped at the gate and looked back, and the 2 bouquets were the only color on the whole hillside, and that felt right in a way I can't fully explain to you. I wrote to Renee, too. 1 line, because anything longer and she'd have rolled her eyes into next week. "You opened a side door. It turned out to be the front door of the rest of my life." May came to Tennessee the way it always does. Cut grass, long evenings, nail guns echoing somewhere on a far hill like woodpeckers with a deadline. I drove up to the house with a locksmith and one small request that made him grin. Not a new lock. The old one. He still had it in a labeled bin at his shop. Small towns keep things. He set it back into the door, tightened the last screw, and stepped aside. I took out the key I had carried on my ring since I was 18, the key that had stalled against Sandra's lock in January while her daughter guarded an 8-inch gap, and I slid it in. It turned like it had never been away. The house was emptier than I remembered, and quieter than it had ever been, but it was the house. I spent that first weekend undoing 4 years, tub by tub. My mother's photographs came up out of the plastic and back onto the staircase wall, year by year, in order. Her recipe cards went back into the drawer by the stove in the cold catalog kitchen, which is going to become a warm, ugly kitchen again, just as soon as I find a contractor brave enough to unrenovate. And at the top of the stairs, in the spot where it had watched me grow up, I rehung the wedding picture. New glass, same frame, my mother still laughing at something outside of it. My father, terrified in his rented suit, not fainting, not losing the bet. I stood there holding the hammer and I said quietly, to no one and to her, "Okay, Mom, bones are still good. Let's put the home back in." The Friday dinners came back in May too. 35 roofers in the backyard with paper plates, Gus running the grill with a foreman's tyranny, Renee showing up with a store-bought pie and daring a single man there to comment on it. Walt brought his grandkids, Somebody's dog stole a hamburger and was forgiven immediately. It isn't the same. I want to be honest with you about that. Because this is the part the movies lie about. My father isn't leaning against the porch rail counting his men the way a hen counts chicks. No deed and no verdict buys back a single Sunday breakfast, and there are still mornings I reach for my phone at 7 a.m., expecting 3 words about eggs before I remember. Some things stay broken. You just stop letting the broken places decide who you are. The time book lives in the desk drawer at the shop now, where it belongs. But before I put it away, I did one last thing. Under his square 2019 entry, under the shaky October line about the daughter who never asked, I added one of my own. Blue ink, his pen, a steady hand. Paid in full. H. My father taught me that a good roof doesn't announce itself. It just holds, quietly, for years, until the storm finds out. So that's what I'll leave you with, from the far side of all of it. Be the roof. Keep your receipts. And never confuse the people who sit in the front row with the people who hold up the house. If this story meant something to you, hit like and subscribe, and share it with somebody who's still waiting for their storm to pass. There are more stories where this one came from. And I'll see you in the next one.
There's just something special about vintage pearls, don't you think, Abigail? I glanced up from the gleaming display case to find Madison studying me with unusual intensity. In the 8 weeks she'd been dating my son Christopher, this was the first time she'd suggested we spend time together, just the two of us, a girls' day out to Morrison & Sons, the most exclusive jewelry store in the city. They're timeless, I agreed, my fingers hovering above an elegant pearl bracelet that reminded me of one my grandmother had worn, though I'm surprised you're interested in vintage pieces. Madison's laugh was practiced, melodic. I appreciate beauty in all forms. Christopher mentioned you have quite the eye for jewelry. The mention of my son's name didn't feel accidental. Nothing about Madison ever did. At 29, she was beautiful, ambitious, and laser-focused on securing her future. Specifically, a future with my 32-year-old son who still occupied the guest suite in my home while figuring out his next career move. "Mr. Morrison!" Madison suddenly called, waving over the silver-haired proprietor who had been discreetly observing us from behind the main counter. "We'd love to see your engagement collection when you have a moment." And there it was, the real purpose of our outing. This wasn't about bonding with her boyfriend's mother. This was strategic manipulation, using me as an unwitting accomplice in her campaign to rush Christopher to the altar. "Of course, Ms." the proprietor replied, approaching with professional courtesy. "Parker. Madison Parker." She extended her hand with the confidence of someone accustomed to being recognized and accommodated. "And this is Christopher's mother, Abigail." Something shifted in Morrison's expression as he turned toward me. Recognition, followed by a warm smile that transformed his professional demeanor into genuine pleasure. "Mrs. Cooper? Abigail Cooper?" I nodded, surprised. "Yes, though I'm not sure we've met. We haven't had the pleasure, but your reputation precedes you. Your charitable work with the Children's Symphony Fund is legendary." He clasped my hand between both of his. "My wife serves on the hospital board with Marianne Hollister, who speaks so highly of you." Madison's perfectly maintained smile faltered slightly. "How kind," I murmured, touched by the unexpected connection. "Please give my best to your wife." "I absolutely will." Morrison glanced between us, then made a decision. "Ladies, I'd be honored if you'd join me in our private viewing room. We've just received a remarkable collection I believe you'll appreciate, Mrs. Cooper." Before I could respond, he gestured to an assistant who appeared with practiced efficiency. "Rebecca, please prepare the Sapphire Room and bring refreshments for Mrs. Cooper and her guest." "The Sapphire Room," Madison interjected, her voice rising slightly. "Isn't that usually reserved for our most distinguished clients?" Morrison completed smoothly. "Right this way, please." As we followed him through the main showroom, I caught Madison's reflection in one of the mirrors, her expression a complicated mixture of confusion and annoyance. This wasn't proceeding according to her script. In her scenario, she was the sophisticated one guiding her boyfriend's dowdy mother through the intimidating world of high-end jewelry, not watching that same mother receive VIP treatment. The Sapphire Room was a revelation, Intimate lighting, illuminating walls of midnight blue velvet, a small settee positioned before a curved display counter, and a discreet champagne bar in the corner. Rebecca appeared with a silver tray, bearing flutes of champagne and delicate pastries. "Mrs. Cooper, please make yourself comfortable," Morrison invited, as another associate entered with several velvet-lined trays. "These pieces just arrived from our European auction acquisition. Given your appreciation for historical craftsmanship, I thought you might enjoy them." Madison's eyes narrowed as she watched me being seated in the position of honor on the settee. This was clearly not her first visit to Morrison & Sons, yet she had never been granted access to this inner sanctuary. "Actually," she interjected with forced brightness, "we were primarily interested in engagement settings. Christopher mentioned he might be ready to take that step soon, and I thought his mother might help with selecting something appropriate for the family." I carefully kept my expression neutral, though inwardly I was startled by her brazen fabrication. Just last week, Christopher had explicitly told me he was nowhere near ready to consider marriage, especially with someone he'd known less than 2 months. "Of course," Morrison nodded diplomatically. "We can certainly view those collections as well. But first," he unveiled the first tray with a flourish, revealing a stunning array of vintage pieces. "I thought Mrs. Cooper might appreciate these, given her expertise." Madison stiffened beside me. "Expertise?" Morrison smiled. "Your mother-in-law, forgive me, your boyfriend's mother, has quite the reputation among certain circles for her discerning eye. The Children's Symphony Gala auction last year featured several pieces she selected that broke all previous fundraising records." I felt a flush of modest pleasure at the recognition of my volunteer work. After my divorce 15 years ago, I'd redirected my energies toward charitable causes, discovering an unexpected talent for curating jewelry collections donated for fundraising events. "How interesting." Madison's voice had taken on a brittle quality. "Christopher never mentioned his mother was a jewelry enthusiast." "It's just a hobby," I demurred, reaching for one of the trays. A delicate pearl and sapphire bracelet caught my eye, its craftsmanship extraordinary. "Oh, this is exquisite." As Morrison helped me fasten it around my wrist, I noticed Madison's expression darkening, her champagne untouched beside her. The careful facade of interested future daughter-in-law was cracking visibly with each moment I remained the center of attention rather than a prop in her marriage campaign. "Perhaps we could see those engagement rings now," she suggested, her patience clearly waning, "since that's what we actually came for." Morrison's professional smile never wavered. "Of course, Rebecca will assist with that momentarily. But first, Mrs. Cooper, do try on the matching earrings. They're quite—" "Enough!" Madison's voice sliced through the refined atmosphere like a discordant note. "This is ridiculous. We've been here 30 minutes and you're fawning over her like she's royalty. She's nobody. Just a divorced housewife living off alimony." The room froze in shocked silence. Even Madison seemed surprised by her own outburst, though not enough to retreat. In one swift motion, she grabbed my wrist and yanked, unfastening the bracelet with such force that I gasped in pain. "You're making a fool of yourself," she hissed, dangling the bracelet contemptuously. "Pretending to be some kind of jewelry expert. What a pathetic joke. You're nothing but a clown. A sad, desperate clown trying to seem important." As the bracelet slipped from her fingers to the plush carpet, the door to the sapphire room opened. A commanding figure filled the doorway, tall, broad-shouldered, impeccably dressed in a bespoke suit that spoke of wealth worn with comfortable familiarity. His deep voice cut through the room with the quiet authority of someone accustomed to immediate respect. "Touch my wife again," he stated with deadly calm, his steel-gray eyes fixed on Madison, "and see what happens." For one suspended moment, nobody moved. Madison's face drained of color as she registered the man framed in the doorway, his imposing height, the unmistakable authority in his bearing, and most significantly, the cold fury in his eyes. I recognized him instantly, though we'd never met. Joseph Walker, founder and CEO of Walker Grand Hotels, whose face regularly graced business magazines and society pages. The kind of wealth that didn't need to announce itself because everyone already knew. I'm sorry," Madison stammered, recognition dawning in her wide eyes. "There's been a misunderstanding. I didn't realize that she's my wife." Joseph stepped fully into the room, his gaze shifting briefly to me with such perfect simulation of concerned affection that I felt my breath catch. Or you didn't realize someone would object to your manhandling her. Without conscious thought, I slipped into the role he'd created. Survival instinct, perhaps, or simple appreciation for his unexpected intervention. "Darling," I said, my voice carrying just the right note of relieved gratitude. "I wasn't expecting you for another hour." Joseph moved to my side with smooth confidence, helping me to my feet with a gentleness that contrasted sharply with his intimidating presence. His hand at the small of my back felt steadying, almost familiar. "Meeting ended early," he replied, his eyes conveying a silent message. "Play along." Lucky timing, it seems. Madison had gone from pale to ashen. "Mr. Walker, I had no idea. Mrs. Cooper never mentioned. I would never have—" "And yet you did," he cut her off, voice deceptively soft. "Called my wife a clown, I believe? Questioned her worth? In my experience, Ms. Parker," she whispered. "Madison Parker. Ms. Parker. In my experience, people reveal their true character not when things are going their way, but precisely in moments like these." He bent to retrieve the bracelet from the floor, examining it before placing it carefully in my palm, closing my fingers around it with a gesture both protective and possessive. The performance was masterful. I found myself wondering if he'd had theatrical training or if commanding a room came naturally to men of his stature. "It won't happen again," Madison promised, desperation evident in every syllable. "Please, this is all a terrible misunderstanding. Christopher, Abigail's son, and I are practically engaged. We're practically family." "Practically," Joseph echoed, the single word somehow devastating in its skepticism. Morrison, who had observed this unexpected drama with professional discretion, finally spoke. "Perhaps Miss Parker would like to view our engagement collection in the main showroom while Mrs. Cooper recovers from this unfortunate incident." The graceful exit opportunity wasn't lost on Madison, who nodded frantically. "Yes, that would be perfect. Abigail, I'm truly sorry. Mr. Walker, it was an honor to meet you, despite the circumstances." Neither of us acknowledged her apology as Rebecca escorted her from the Sapphire Room, the door closing with a decisive click behind them. In the sudden quiet, Joseph Walker stepped back, a respectful distance opening between us now that our audience had departed. "I apologize for the presumption, Mrs. Cooper," he said, his voice warmer but still formal. It seemed the most expedient way to address the situation. "No apology necessary, Mr. Walker." I found myself smiling despite the lingering shock of Madison's behavior. That was quite the gallant rescue. "Joseph, please." He returned my smile, the severity of his expression transforming into something unexpectedly charming. "And it was my pleasure. Though I must admit, I've never acquired a wife quite so suddenly before." A surprised laugh escaped me. "Nor have I found myself married without my knowledge. Abigail Cooper." I extended my hand, which he took with a courtly inclination of his head. "I know." At my raised eyebrow he clarified, "Morrison mentioned your name when I arrived for my appointment. I was waiting in the adjacent room when I overheard the disturbance." Morrison cleared his throat discreetly. "I'll give you both a moment of privacy. Mrs. Cooper, please take all the time you need. The bracelet, of course, remains available for your consideration whenever you're ready." After he departed, Joseph gestured to the settee. "May I join you? I believe we have a rather unusual introduction to process." As we sat, I studied him more carefully. Distinguished was the word that came to mind. Silver hair that enhanced rather than aged him, lines around his eyes that spoke of laughter rather than hardship, and an ease within himself that suggested a man comfortable with his place in the world. "Thank you," I said simply. She caught me completely off guard. "Family can do that," he observed, his perceptiveness surprising me. "Though I gather she's not actually family yet?" "My son's girlfriend of 8 weeks, I confirmed. Though according to her, they're practically engaged. Joseph's laugh was unexpectedly warm. "Something tells me your son might have a different perspective on that timeline." "Indeed he would." I hesitated, then added, "I should probably warn him about what happened here today." "Over dinner, perhaps?" Joseph suggested, then immediately held up a hand. "Forgive me. That was presumptuous after an already presumptuous introduction." I found myself considering his suggestion with more seriousness than I would have expected. There was something refreshingly direct about him, a clarity of purpose without games or manipulation, the precise opposite of what I'd just experienced with Madison. "Actually," I heard myself saying, Dinner would be lovely, as a proper thank you for your timely intervention. And perhaps to discuss how I should break the news to my son that I've apparently married a hotel magnate without his knowledge. Joseph's smile deepened, genuine pleasure lighting his eyes. I know just the place, assuming you're comfortable being seen with your new husband, of course. For the first time since Madison's outburst, I felt the tension fully leave my body, replaced by an unexpected flutter of anticipation. Well, I replied with newfound lightness, we might as well enjoy our honeymoon period while it lasts. Joseph's chosen restaurant was discreetly elegant, a hidden gem tucked away from the city's more ostentatious dining establishments. No sign announced its presence, just a simple brass plate beside a heavy oak door that read, Oliveira's, one of the city's best-kept secrets, Joseph explained, as the maitre d' led us to a secluded corner table. Family-owned for 3 generations. The kind of place where you'll never see a cell phone at the table or hear anyone name-dropping. How refreshing, I replied, appreciating the understated sophistication. White tablecloths, muted lighting from actual candles, and enough space between tables that conversations remained private. Once seated with menus and wine suggestions, I studied Joseph more carefully. So, Mr. Walker. Joseph, he corrected gently. Joseph, I amended. Do you often ride to the rescue of strange women being berated in jewelry stores, or was today a special occasion? His laugh lines deepened. I assure you today was unprecedented, though I must confess, I was already aware of who you were before the incident. This surprised me. Oh? Morrison mentioned your name when I arrived for my appointment, something about the Symphony Fund. It registered because I've contributed to their annual gala, though we've never crossed paths there. The coincidence made me smile. I've chaired the auction committee for the past 5 years. Small world. Indeed, he held my gaze a moment longer than strictly necessary. Though I suspect you and I have been moving in adjacent circles for some time without intersecting. There was something unexpectedly compelling about his direct manner. No games, no pretense, just straightforward interest. After 15 years of navigating post-divorce dating scenes filled with agenda-laden interactions, the simplicity was almost disorienting. And what brought you to Morrison's today? I asked. Since we're now apparently married, I should probably know what my husband shops for at exclusive jewelers. His expression softened with remembered affection. My sister's 70th birthday next month. She's always been my strongest supporter, from my first struggling hotel to the international chain. I wanted something special for her. The genuine warmth in his voice revealed more about him than perhaps he realized. A successful man who prioritized family relationships spoke volumes about his character. And you? He inquired. Before Miss Parker's intervention, what brought you there? I sighed, the memory of Madison's scheme returning. A manipulation, it seems. Madison orchestrated the outing, presumably to plant marriage ideas regarding my son. I suspect she thought I'd be so dazzled by expensive jewelry that I'd start dropping hints to Christopher about proposals. Instead, she discovered you were already known and respected there, Joseph observed. That clearly wasn't in her script. No, I agreed as our wine arrived. Madison has a very specific view of me as the boring, irrelevant mother who should be grateful for her attention. Finding out I had any sort of independent identity beyond Christopher's mom threw her completely. Joseph raised his glass in a small toast. To independent identities, then. As we clinked glasses, I felt an unexpected flutter of connection. There was something liberating about sharing a meal with someone who had no preconceptions about me, no shared history to navigate, no family dynamics to consider, just 2 adults enjoying each other's company. I should warn you, I said after our first course arrived, I may need to call my son after dinner. Given Madison's temperament, I suspect she's already crafting a version of today's events that paints her as the victim. Joseph nodded thoughtfully. Family dynamics are always complicated. Do you and your son have a close relationship? We do, though it's been tested since he moved back home last year after his startup collapsed. I hesitated, then decided on honesty. Christopher is brilliant, but struggles with follow-through. Madison is his 3rd relationship this year and easily the most determined. And his father's involvement? Minimal, by his choice. The divorce was 15 years ago, and Edward's new family in Seattle occupies most of his attention. Joseph absorbed this without judgment. And your other children? You mentioned just the one son earlier. My daughters, Emma and Sophia, live on opposite coasts. Emma's a pediatrician in Boston. Sophia works in environmental law in San Francisco. Pride warmed my voice. They're both wonderfully independent, which means I rarely see them outside of holidays. They sound remarkable, Joseph said, genuine interest in his expression. They must take after their mother. The compliment, delivered without flattery, brought unexpected warmth to my cheeks. Kind of you to say, though you know very little about me, beyond my apparent ability to attract drama in jewelry stores. I know you volunteer significant time to children's causes, he countered. I know Morrison holds you in high esteem, which says something about both your character and your expertise. And I know you handled a deeply uncomfortable situation today with remarkable grace. His observations, specific and thoughtful rather than generic flattery, struck me. This man actually paid attention, a rarer quality than one might expect. Your turn, I said, deflecting from my sudden self-consciousness. Tell me something about Joseph Walker that isn't in the business profiles. He considered this, his expression thoughtful. I make terrible pancakes but excellent omelets. I collect first edition mystery novels. And despite owning hotels around the world, I'm happiest at my lake cabin in Vermont, where the internet connection is questionable at best. Each detail revealed a man more nuanced than his public persona suggested. As our dinner progressed through excellent food and surprisingly easy conversation, I found myself genuinely enjoying his company. His dry humor, his thoughtful questions, his evident interest in my responses. By dessert, I realized with some surprise that I hadn't once checked my phone or thought about Madison's drama in over an hour. For the first time in longer than I could remember, I was simply present, engaged in the moment with someone who seemed equally engaged with me. When Joseph insisted on driving me home despite my protest that I could easily call a car service, I found myself accepting with unexpected pleasure. After all, he said with that warm smile that was becoming familiar, what kind of husband would I be if I didn't see my wife safely home? Joseph's Bentley had just pulled away from my driveway when I noticed Christopher's car parked on the street, unusual for a Tuesday evening when he typically worked late. The living room lights blazed despite the hour, another deviation from routine. I had barely closed the front door when my son's voice came from the direction of the kitchen, tight with barely contained emotion. Mom, is that you? We need to talk. The we was immediately apparent. Madison sat at my kitchen island, eyes reddened in a perfect simulation of distress, while Christopher paced nearby, his expression thunderous. They'd clearly been waiting for my return, a coordinated ambush. Good evening, I said calmly, setting my purse on the entryway table. This is unexpected. Unexpected? Christopher's voice rose. You humiliate Madison at some fancy jewelry store, and you call that unexpected? I evaluated the scene with newfound clarity. Madison had arrived first with her version of events, one that obviously cast her as the innocent victim of my apparent snobbery. I see Madison's shared her perspective on today's outing, I observed, moving into the kitchen with deliberate composure. I'm curious what exactly she told you happened. Madison sniffled delicately, reaching for Christopher's hand as if requiring support. I just wanted us to have a nice day together, to bond, and then you were so different at the store, cold. When I admired those engagement rings, you practically sneered. My eyebrows rose of their own accord. Is that what happened? And then, she continued, voice quavering perfectly, when I tried to comfort you because the salesperson was ignoring you, you completely overreacted. Had security remove me. It was humiliating, Christopher. All because I wanted to include your mother in our happiness. The fabrication was breathtaking in its audacity. I might have admired her creativity if it weren't so calculating. Christopher ran a hand through his hair, his tell for extreme agitation since childhood. Mom, what the hell? Madison was trying to include you in something important, and you went full ice queen on her? That's not like you. No, I agreed quietly. It's not like me at all. Madison must have sensed dangerous waters in my calm, because she quickly added, I know you've been lonely since the divorce. Maybe seeing happy couples is difficult. I understand. I really do. We can forget the whole thing happened. The patronizing tone made my decision easier. I'd planned to speak with Christopher privately, to gently open his eyes to Madison's manipulations. But this performance demanded a different approach. Christopher, I said evenly, would you like to hear what actually happened today? Because Madison has just delivered a masterclass in creative fiction. Madison's eyes narrowed fractionally before widening in manufactured hurt. See? This is exactly what I mean. So defensive, so hostile. Actually, I continued, pulling out my phone, let's start with why Madison really arranged today's outing. Not for bonding, but because she wanted to manipulate me into pressuring you toward a proposal. Christopher blinked, thrown off script. What? No, that's not. She told the jewelry consultant we were there to look at engagement settings because you were ready to take that step soon. That you'd discussed marriage with her. I never. Christopher's confusion was evident. We've only been dating 8 weeks. I've never mentioned marriage. Madison shifted tactics instantly, tears vanishing. It was a little white lie to get better service, Chris. Jewelry stores treat engagement customers better. It wasn't serious. Then why tell me you were going there to bond with Abigail? His voice had taken on a new edge. Those are very different stories, Madison. She straightened, abandoning the victim pose entirely. Does it matter? The point is, your mother embarrassed me in front of everyone, made a huge scene when I was just trying to be friendly. A scene, I repeated thoughtfully. Interesting characterization from someone who called me a pathetic clown and physically grabbed jewelry off my wrist. Christopher's head snapped toward Madison. You did what? Her composure fractured visibly. She's exaggerating. I barely touched her. I have the bruise forming on my wrist if you'd like to see, I offered mildly. And I'm sure Morrison & Sons has security footage if there's any question about what transpired. Madison's expression shifted to cold calculation. Fine. I got upset when they treated her like royalty while ignoring me. It was embarrassing. But then her boyfriend or whatever showed up and threatened me. Actually threatened me, Christopher. Some old rich guy claiming to be her husband. Husband? Christopher looked completely lost now. Mom, what is she talking about? I sighed, seeing no graceful way around the truth. Joseph Walker happened to be at Morrison's when Madison created her scene. He intervened when she became physically aggressive. Joseph Walker, Christopher repeated blankly. The hotel guy? From the business magazines? The same. Madison's eyes narrowed suspiciously. You seemed awfully cozy with him for someone you supposedly just met. And where have you been all evening? It's nearly 11. We had dinner, I replied simply, as a thank you for his intervention. It seemed the civilized thing to do. Christopher studied my face with new awareness. You had dinner with Joseph Walker, the billionaire. Millionaire, I believe, I corrected. And yes, he's quite charming when not defending strangers from hostile jewelry store encounters. Madison's face had transformed completely, naked calculation replacing any pretense of emotional distress. So that's where you've been all night, on a date with some rich guy you just met, while I've been here worried sick about our relationship. The manipulative pivot was almost impressive. Christopher, however, was no longer following her lead. His expression had shifted from anger to thoughtful assessment as he looked between us. Madison, he said finally, I think you should go home. We can talk tomorrow when everyone's calmer. But Chris, please, his voice was firm. I need to speak with my mother. Alone. Her exit was a masterpiece of reluctance and wounded dignity, complete with a trembling kiss on Christopher's cheek and a tearful glance back from the doorway. The performance would have been more convincing if I hadn't seen how quickly she'd switched emotional displays throughout the evening. When the door closed behind her, Christopher turned to me with genuine confusion. Mom, what the hell is going on? Madison shows up hysterical, saying you humiliated her. Then you come home late from dinner with a famous billionaire who pretended to be your husband? None of this makes sense. I moved to the refrigerator, suddenly aware of how exhausting the day had been. It's a rather long story. Would you like some tea while I explain? So, let me get this straight, Christopher said, cradling his mug of tea as we sat in the living room. Madison took you to the jewelry store specifically to manipulate you into pushing me toward proposing to her? That appears to have been the plan, I confirmed. She seemed quite thrown when the staff recognized me and offered VIP treatment. It didn't fit her narrative of being the sophisticated one guiding her boyfriend's dowdy mother. Christopher winced. Has she always been this calculating? How did I miss it? She's skillful, I offered, not wanting to wound his pride further. And you've been focused on rebuilding after the startup failure. Sometimes we see what we need to see in relationships. He ran a hand through his hair again, a gesture so reminiscent of his childhood that my heart softened. At 32, my son was still finding his way, still vulnerable to those who recognized his insecurities. And then, Joseph Walker just happened to be there? The Joseph Walker? And he pretended to be your husband to rescue you from Madison's tantrum? I couldn't help smiling at his incredulity. Life occasionally delivers moments worthy of a film script. This was apparently one of them. And then you went to dinner with him, Christopher continued, processing. Just like that. It seemed the appropriate way to thank him, I replied, though I recognized the inadequacy of this explanation even as I offered it. The truth was both simpler and more complex. I had wanted to spend more time with Joseph, a realization that still surprised me. Christopher studied me with newfound attention. You like him. I enjoyed his company. I acknowledged carefully. He's intelligent, straightforward, and refreshingly free of agenda. Unlike Madison, Christopher added grimly. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. He set down his mug with a decisive click. I've been an idiot, haven't I? She's been pushing for keys to the house, suggesting we combine finances for efficiency, dropping hints about engagement rings, all after less than 2 months of dating. His awareness both relieved and concerned me. Christopher, I didn't tell you this to turn you against Madison. That's your relationship to evaluate. Mom. His expression was wry. She physically grabbed you and called you a clown in public, then came here and lied about the entire incident. I think we're past the point of gentle evaluation. The blunt assessment reassured me that despite his sometimes directionless approach to life, my son's moral compass remained intact. What concerns me more, he continued, surprising me, is that you felt you couldn't tell me directly about her behavior, that you were planning to gently open my eyes rather than just saying, your girlfriend is manipulative and aggressive. This observation caught me off guard. I didn't want to seem like the interfering mother who dislikes her son's girlfriend. Because Madison has been positioning you that way, he concluded with unexpected insight, setting up a dynamic where any criticism from you would seem like jealousy or possessiveness. I blinked at his perception. That's remarkably astute. I'm not completely oblivious, he said, with a self-deprecating smile, just occasionally blinded by a pretty face and well-executed flattery. We sat in companionable silence for a moment. The tension that had greeted my arrival completely dissipated. When Christopher spoke again, his tone had shifted to cautious curiosity. So, Joseph Walker, he's what, around your age? I believe he's 68, I replied, immediately regretting the readiness of my answer. We didn't discuss ages specifically. Christopher's eyebrows rose. But you discussed enough other things to have dinner last until nearly 11. Heat rose unexpectedly to my cheeks. We had a great deal to talk about after our unusual introduction. Uh-huh. His expression turned playful, a welcome change from the earlier distress. And will you be having more things to talk about in the future? He did mention showing me his newest hotel property, I admitted. The restoration of that historic building downtown. Apparently, they've preserved some remarkable architectural details. Christopher's smile widened. So, you have a second date? It's not a date, I protested automatically, then paused. At least, I don't think it's a date. It's a professional courtesy. Mom, Christopher's voice gentled. It's okay if it is a date. You know that, right? You're allowed to have a personal life. His permission, though unnecessary, touched something vulnerable within me. Since the divorce, I'd oriented my entire existence around my children, my volunteer work, maintaining the home that had become Christopher's safety net. The possibility of prioritizing my own romantic interests felt almost transgressive. It's been a very long time since I've dated anyone, I said quietly. And Joseph Walker is, well, he's Joseph Walker. His world is rather different from mine. Is it? Christopher challenged gently. You both serve on arts boards. You're both at the stage of life where your children are grown. And apparently, you both shop at fancy jewelry stores and enjoy the same restaurants. Put that way, the gap between our worlds seemed less daunting. Still, I tempered my expectations. One dinner and a potential tour of a hotel restoration hardly constitutes a relationship, Christopher. But it's a start, he insisted. And Mom, I haven't seen you blush like that in, well, maybe ever. I touched my cheeks self-consciously, annoyed to find them still warm. It's been an unusual day. Christopher's expression sobered. About Madison, I need to end things. Cleanly. Someone who treats you that way isn't someone I want in my life. Relief washed through me, though I tried not to show it too plainly. That's your decision to make, but I appreciate the sentiment behind it. He stood, stretching with the lanky grace he'd had since adolescence. I should get some sleep. early meeting tomorrow with that tech startup I told you about. Might be a job opportunity." As he bent to kiss my cheek, a gesture that had become rarer as he'd established his adult identity, he added, "And Mom, I think it's great that you're making new friends. You deserve someone who sees how amazing you are." After he'd gone upstairs, I remained in the living room, turning the day's events over in my mind. Madison's shocking behavior, Joseph's unexpected intervention, the dinner that had stretched for hours as conversation flowed with surprising ease. My phone chimed with a text message. "Home safely?" I realized I never confirmed our tour of the Walker Grand Restoration for Thursday afternoon. "Still interested? Joseph." I found myself smiling as I typed my reply. Safely home, though to an unexpected confrontation with Christopher and Madison. She'd already arrived with her version of events. All resolved now. And yes, Thursday sounds lovely. His response came almost immediately. "Confrontation? Everything all right? I'm free for lunch tomorrow if you'd like to talk about it." The prompt offer of support, without pressure or expectation, warmed me unexpectedly. I hesitated only briefly before responding. Lunch would be nice, and don't worry, the confrontation ended better than it began. My son sees more clearly now. As I prepared for bed, I found myself contemplating the strange turns life could take. 24 hours ago, Joseph Walker had been a name I recognized only from business news. Madison had seemed merely ambitious rather than manipulative, and I had been contentedly settled in my routine of volunteer work and quiet evenings at home. Now everything felt slightly altered, familiar landscapes viewed from a new angle, revealing unexpected possibilities I hadn't considered in years. Carmela's Cafe occupied the ground floor of a renovated brownstone, its patio tables shaded by canvas umbrellas in crisp navy and white. Joseph was already seated when I arrived, rising immediately as he caught sight of me. His courtly manners, standing when a woman arrived or left the table, opening doors, walking on the street side of the sidewalk, belonged to an earlier era, yet never felt performative or exaggerated. "You look lovely," he greeted me, his smile warming his eyes. "I hope you don't mind the outdoor seating. The weather seemed too perfect to waste." "It's ideal," I agreed, settling into the chair he held for me. The spring air carried the scent of nearby flowering trees, a welcome respite from air conditioning. After we'd ordered a Mediterranean salad for me, grilled salmon for him, Joseph leaned forward slightly. "So, tell me about this confrontation." I was concerned. I recounted the previous evening's drama, from Madison's theatrical tears to Christopher's eventual clarity. Joseph listened attentively, his expression thoughtful. "Your son sounds perceptive," he observed when I'd finished. Once he had all the information. "He is," I agreed, though sometimes slow to recognize manipulation when it's wrapped in flattery and attention. "A common human vulnerability," Joseph noted without judgment. "We all have our blind spots, especially when it comes to romantic relationships." The waiter arrived with our meals, providing a natural pause in the conversation. As we began eating, Joseph asked, "Has Madison made any attempt to contact you today?" 3 text messages, increasingly desperate in tone, I confirmed. First apologizing for the misunderstanding, then suggesting we start fresh for Christopher's sake, and finally proposing brunch this weekend to clear the air. Joseph's eyebrows rose, persistent. "And calculating," I added. "She doesn't know that Christopher has already decided to end things. She's trying to neutralize me as a threat before he fully processes what happened." "Strategic," Joseph acknowledged, "though ultimately futile if your son has seen through the facade." "Christopher texted that he's meeting her this evening to end things. He seemed quite resolved." Joseph studied me over his water glass. "And how do you feel about all this? Being thrust into the middle of your son's relationship drama couldn't have been pleasant." The question was refreshingly direct. Most people would have focused exclusively on the Madison situation or Christopher's reactions, skipping over my own experience entirely. "Relieved," I admitted, but also somewhat guilty for feeling relieved. No mother wants to be the catalyst for her child's breakup, even when it's clearly for the best. Joseph nodded. "The maternal instinct to protect your children from pain, even necessary pain." "Exactly. Though at 32, Christopher hardly needs my protection." "Don't be so sure," Joseph replied with a wry smile. "My sister still tries to protect me at 68. I suspect it's a lifelong impulse." This glimpse into his family dynamics intrigued me. "You've mentioned your sister several times. You must be close." Elizabeth has been my rock since our parents died, he confirmed. She's the reason I started the hotel business in the first place. I tilted my head questioningly, and he elaborated. After college, I was working in commercial real estate, mostly office buildings. Lizzie was diagnosed with lupus, and her medical treatments required frequent travel to specialists. The accommodations in these medical centers were always abysmal, sterile, depressing, the last thing someone needs when facing health challenges. His expression softened with remembered determination. I decided patients and their families deserved better. Converted an old building near Mayo Clinic into my first Walker Grand. Luxury accommodations specifically designed for long-term medical stays with kitchenettes, comfortable workspaces for family members, and absolutely no hospital aesthetics. That's not the origin story I would have expected for a luxury hotel chain, I admitted, touched by the personal motivation behind his business empire. Most people assume I started with business travelers or tourism, he acknowledged. The medical focus is still there, though less prominent now. Every Walker Grand maintains a foundation suite in each property, reserved for families facing catastrophic medical situations. The revelation shifted my understanding of him. This wasn't wealth built on abstract market opportunities, but on addressing a deeply personal need, making difficult life moments more bearable for others. Your sister must be very proud of what you've built, I said. She reminds me regularly that she's responsible for my success, he replied with affectionate humor. Hence the birthday shopping expedition that led to our unconventional meeting. Our conversation meandered through lunch, touching on my volunteer work with the Symphony Fund, his latest hotel restoration, and eventually circling back to our planned tour on Thursday. Fair warning, Joseph said as we finished our coffee. The building is still actively under construction in some areas. I'll provide appropriate safety gear, but if you'd prefer to wait until it's further along, I'd love to see it in process, I assured him. The transformation is always the most interesting part. Something in my response seemed to please him. Most people only want to see the finished product, all evidence of effort and challenge carefully concealed. Then they miss the most compelling part of the story, I countered. How something becomes what it is matters more than its final appearance. Joseph's gaze held mine with unexpected intensity. Exactly. As he drove me home after lunch, a comfortable silence settled between us, the kind that felt neither empty nor demanding, just a peaceful shared space. When he pulled up to my driveway, I was surprised to see Christopher's car already there. He typically worked until evening on Wednesdays. It seems my son is home early, I observed, puzzled. Joseph glanced at the modest Tudor-style house that had been my home for 30 years. Perhaps he decided not to wait until evening to speak with Madison. Perhaps? I gathered my purse, then turned to Joseph with genuine appreciation. Thank you for lunch, and for listening to my family drama without judgment. I've enjoyed every minute, he replied, with a warmth that suggested complete sincerity. And I'm looking forward to Thursday. As I reached for the door handle, Joseph added, Abigail, whatever's happening with your son, remember you're not responsible for managing adult relationships that aren't your own. Your compassion is admirable, but don't let it become a burden. The insight was so precisely what I needed to hear that it momentarily rendered me speechless. For years, I'd shouldered responsibility for smoothing family tensions, anticipating needs, creating harmony often at the expense of my own preferences. Joseph had somehow recognized this pattern after just 2 conversations. I'll try to remember that, I said finally, though old habits die hard. His smile was understanding. The most worthwhile changes usually require practice. As Joseph's car disappeared down the street, I approached my front door with curiosity about Christopher's unexpected presence. When I entered, I found him in the kitchen, aggressively chopping vegetables with more force than the carrots required. You're home early, I observed, setting down my purse. Everything all right? He looked up, his expression a complex mixture of anger and relief. I ended things with Madison. Just now, not tonight as planned. What happened? Christopher's knife paused mid-chop. She showed up at my office with engagement ring brochures and a suggestion that we drive to Vermont this weekend to spontaneously elope. I blinked, momentarily speechless at the audacity. That's remarkably tone-deaf after yesterday's events. It gets better, he continued grimly. When I told her I knew what really happened at the jewelry store, she tried to convince me that you'd manipulated Joseph Walker into defending you, that you'd somehow orchestrated the entire confrontation to make her look bad. That's quite the conspiracy theory, I observed, keeping my voice neutral despite the absurdity. Apparently I'm both pathetically irrelevant and diabolically calculating. Christopher's laugh held little humor. That's exactly what doesn't make sense about her version. She can't decide if you're a sad, lonely divorcee or a master manipulator with wealthy men at your beck and call. The characterization stung slightly, though I knew it came from Madison rather than my son. And how did she take the breakup? He resumed chopping, his movement still sharp with residual tension. First denial, then tears, then threats about how I'll regret losing her. The full spectrum. I finally had to ask security to escort her out when she refused to leave my office. "I'm sorry," I said, meaning it. "That couldn't have been easy." Christopher sighed, his anger seeming to deflate. "The worst part is how clearly I see the red flags now. They were there from the beginning. The love bombing, the rushed intimacy, the subtle isolation from friends who weren't supportive enough of our relationship." I moved to the refrigerator, retrieving ingredients to complement whatever stress-cooking project he'd initiated. "Don't be too hard on yourself. Manipulative people are skilled at what they do." I guess. He dumped the chopped vegetables into a bowl with unnecessary force. "Anyway, that's over. Completely over." As we prepared dinner together, a ritual from his childhood that still emerged in times of stress, I debated whether to mention my upcoming tour with Joseph. Christopher resolved my dilemma by noticing my distraction. "You seemed deep in thought just now," he observed. "Everything okay?" "Just thinking about Thursday," I admitted. "Joseph is showing me the Walker Grand Restoration downtown." Christopher's expression lightened. "So the second date is still on. Good." "It's not a date," I protested automatically, then caught myself. "Or perhaps it is. I'm not entirely sure, which probably indicates how long it's been since I've dated anyone." My son's smile was genuine for the first time since I'd arrived home. "Mom, a man doesn't offer private tours of his multi-million-dollar restoration projects to women he's not interested in. Trust me on this." As we continued cooking, I found myself contemplating the possibility that Christopher was right, that Joseph's interest might extend beyond friendly gratitude for an unusual shared experience. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying, like standing at the edge of a high dive after decades away from the pool. But perhaps it was time to remember what it felt like to take the plunge. The Walker Grand Restoration Project dominated the corner of Hawthorne and Fifth, its imposing limestone facade partially obscured by sophisticated scaffolding. Originally built in 1928 as First Metropolitan Bank, the building had cycled through various incarnations: financial headquarters, government offices, and briefly an ill-conceived shopping arcade, before standing vacant for nearly a decade. Joseph waited for me at a temporary entrance marked Site Office, his usual immaculate suit replaced by well-tailored dark jeans and a charcoal button-down. Despite the more casual attire, he maintained that indefinable air of authority that seemed as natural to him as breathing. "Right on time," he greeted me with evident pleasure. "I've been looking forward to showing you this project. It's something of a personal passion." "I've been looking forward to seeing it," I replied truthfully. The building had been a downtown landmark throughout my life, its gradual decline a source of community concern until Walker Hotels announced its acquisition 2 years ago. Joseph handed me a white construction helmet and a high-visibility vest that matched his own. "Safety first," he explained. "Some areas are still very much active construction zones." As we entered the main lobby, I gasped involuntarily. Soaring ceilings with restored Art Deco moldings arched over a space simultaneously grand and intimate. The original marble floors had been meticulously cleaned and repaired, their geometric patterns complementing brass fixtures that gleamed as if newly minted. "This is extraordinary," I breathed, turning slowly to absorb the details. "You've maintained the original character while somehow making it feel contemporary." Joseph's expression warmed with obvious pride. That was exactly our goal, honoring the building's heritage while ensuring it meets modern expectations. He gestured toward an elegant reception area. The original bank teller stations have been repurposed as the hotel check-in. The brass detailing is all original, just restored. For the next hour, Joseph guided me through the building's transformation, Guest rooms fashioned from former offices with original woodwork and windows carefully preserved. The grand ballroom that had once been the bank's main floor, its massive chandeliers rebuilt with LED technology that mimicked the warm glow of original incandescent bulbs. The rooftop garden created where mechanical equipment had once cluttered the skyline. Throughout the tour, I was struck by Joseph's intimate knowledge of every detail, not just the business aspects, but the craftsmanship involved. He knew the origin of the replacement marble when original pieces couldn't be salvaged, the name of the master woodworker who had recreated damaged moldings, the specific paint formulation developed to match the original colors while meeting modern environmental standards. "You're unusually hands-on for a CEO," I observed, as we paused in what would become the hotel's signature restaurant. "Most executives at your level would delegate these details to project managers." Joseph smiled, a hint of self-consciousness in his expression. "This building is special to me. My father used to bring me here when it was still First Metropolitan. He'd do his banking while I stared at the murals and ceiling details, inventing stories about the people depicted." This glimpse of the boy within the successful man touched me unexpectedly. "So this restoration is personal." "Very much so." He guided me toward a partially completed bar area where original bank vault doors had been incorporated into the design. When the property became available, I moved faster than our usual acquisition timeline. Some of my board thought I was being sentimental rather than strategic. "And were you?" I asked, genuinely curious. "Both," he admitted with refreshing candor. The location and structure made business sense, but I would have found a way to justify it regardless. Some opportunities transcend spreadsheet logic. The philosophy resonated deeply, acknowledging practical realities while allowing space for emotional connection and meaning. It was a balance I'd always valued, but rarely heard articulated by successful business leaders. As our tour continued to the upper floors, Joseph pointed out a door at the end of a nearly completed hallway. "I've saved something special for last, our signature suite." He used an electronic keycard to open the door, revealing a stunning two-story space occupying the building's northwest corner. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcased dramatic city views, while a floating staircase led to a loft-style bedroom overlooking the main living area. "This is breathtaking," I said, moving toward the windows. The afternoon sunlight streamed through original leaded glass transoms, casting prismatic patterns across the polished wood floors. "The Elizabeth Suite," Joseph explained, joining me at the window. "Named for my sister, of course." "Of course," I echoed with a smile. "She'll be honored." "She's more likely to complain that the closets aren't big enough," he replied with affectionate humor. "Lizzie has never been impressed by gestures named after her. She prefers practical considerations." "A woman after my own heart," I observed, turning to take in the suite's thoughtful details. Reading nooks built into window embrasures, custom shelving that highlighted rather than concealed the room's architectural features, lighting designed to complement rather than compete with natural illumination. "I think you'd like each other," Joseph said, watching me explore the space. "You share a similar no-nonsense approach to life, and a deep appreciation for beauty that serves a purpose rather than existing merely for show." The observation was surprisingly insightful and accurate. Throughout my life, I'd been drawn to objects and spaces that balanced form and function, aesthetics and practicality. It was one reason I'd never fully embraced the purely decorative approach favored by many in my social circle. "When does the hotel officially open?" I asked, reluctantly moving toward the door as Joseph checked his watch. 8 weeks, he replied. "Though this suite will be completed ahead of schedule. I'm considering hosting a small preview dinner here for local arts patrons who supported the preservation efforts. Perhaps you might help me compile the guest list?" The request, professional yet personal, involving me in his world without presumption, felt perfectly calibrated. "I'd be happy to," I agreed. The Symphony Fund Board includes several preservation advocates who would appreciate seeing the restoration up close. As we descended in the construction elevator, Joseph suddenly asked, "Would you have dinner with me tonight? There's a small Italian place near here that somehow survives despite refusing to take reservations or credit cards. Best risotto outside of Milan." The spontaneous invitation caught me off guard, though pleasantly so. "I'd love to," I replied, before self-consciousness could intervene. "Though I'm hardly dressed for dining out." I gestured to my casual slacks and blouse, chosen for practicality rather than elegance. Joseph's smile deepened. Perfect for Vittorio's. It's deliberately unpretentious. The owner believes atmosphere comes from food and conversation, not dress codes or designer flatware. 2 hours later, seated at a worn wooden table in a restaurant no larger than my living room, I understood exactly what Joseph meant. Vittorio's occupied the ground floor of a narrow brick building, its interior illuminated by simple pendant lights and candles in wine bottles. No tablecloths, no elaborate place settings, just phenomenal food served on mismatched china by the owner's family members. This risotto is extraordinary, I acknowledged after my first bite. Worth every bit of the 20-minute preparation time. Vittorio refuses to pre-cook or rush the process, Joseph explained, visibly pleased by my appreciation. He believes proper risotto requires patience and attention that can't be hurried. A philosophy that applies to many worthwhile things, I observed, accepting a piece of crusty bread he offered from the shared basket. Joseph's eyes met mine with that direct gaze that seemed to see beyond social niceties. Indeed it does. As our dinner progressed, conversation flowed with the same natural ease I'd experienced during our previous encounters. We discovered shared perspectives on arts education, similar taste in mystery novels, and a mutual appreciation for jazz that had surprised us both in our younger years. My college roommates thought I was painfully old-fashioned, I admitted, laughing at the memory. While they were blasting rock music, I was playing Ella Fitzgerald and Duke Ellington. I would have fit right in with your outdated tastes, Joseph replied with a smile, though I confess a particular weakness for early Miles Davis that might have tested even your patience. This glimpse of his younger self, already moving against prevailing trends, following his own preferences rather than popular opinion, seemed entirely consistent with the man before me. Joseph Walker had built his success not by chasing existing markets, but by recognizing unmet needs others had overlooked. As Vittorio himself brought our espresso after dinner, he exchanged rapid Italian with Joseph, who responded with surprising fluency. The older man glanced at me with obvious approval before departing with a knowing smile. "Do I want to know what that was about?" I asked, amused by the transparent assessment. Joseph looked momentarily embarrassed. He said, "I've been coming here alone for too many years, and it's good to see me with a beautiful, intelligent woman who appreciates proper risotto." The compliment, filtered through Vittorio's observation rather than delivered directly, brought unexpected warmth to my cheeks. High praise indeed, if proper risotto appreciation is the standard. The highest, in Vittorio's estimation, Joseph confirmed with a smile that reached his eyes. He judges character primarily through food preferences and conversation quality. As Joseph drove me home later that evening, I found myself reluctant for the day to end. Our connection had deepened through shared appreciation of the hotel restoration and the simple pleasure of unhurried dining. The ease between us felt increasingly natural, as if we'd known each other far longer than the few days since our unconventional introduction. When he walked me to my door, another of those old-fashioned courtesies he performed without affectation, Joseph hesitated slightly, his confidence momentarily giving way to something more vulnerable. "I've enjoyed today immensely," he said, his voice carrying a warmth that sent a pleasant shiver through me despite the mild evening, both the tour and dinner afterward. "So have I," I replied with simple honesty. "Would it be too forward to ask when I might see you again?" The question held no presumption, just genuine interest. I found myself smiling at this courtly approach to dating, so different from the casual ambiguity that seemed to characterize modern relationships. "Not forward at all. I'd like that very much." Relief and pleasure mingled in his expression. "Perhaps the symphony concert this weekend? Brahms is on the program, if I recall correctly." "Saturday evening," I confirmed, impressed that he'd noted my involvement with the symphony fund. That would be lovely. As we confirmed details, I was acutely aware of standing at another kind of threshold, not just my physical doorway, but the entrance to something new and unexpected in my life. A relationship developing with natural momentum, built on mutual respect and genuine connection, rather than convenience or loneliness. When Joseph leaned forward to kiss my cheek in farewell, the brief contact carried a current of possibility that lingered long after his car had disappeared down the street. Inside, I found Christopher at the kitchen table, laptop open and papers spread around him. He glanced up with obvious curiosity. The hotel tour extended into dinner, I see, he observed, checking the time. Must have been quite the restoration project. It was fascinating, I replied, deliberately ignoring his knowing tone. The attention to historical detail while incorporating modern functionality is really quite remarkable. Uh-huh. And the dinner after? Also remarkable architectural discussion? I felt a smile tugging at my lips despite my attempt at composure. We happened to be near a wonderful Italian restaurant. It would have been a shame not to experience it. Christopher's expression softened. It's good to see you like this, Mom. You seem lighter somehow. The observation caught me by surprise. Do I? Yeah. He closed his laptop, giving me his full attention. For as long as I can remember, you've been focused on everyone else. Me, Emma, Sophia, your volunteer work. It's nice to see you excited about something that's just for you. His perception both touched and unsettled me. Had I really become so self-effacing that my own son had noticed? Had my determined self-sufficiency after the divorce calcified into a life defined solely by service to others? We're going to the symphony on Saturday, I found myself saying. Joseph and I. Christopher's smile widened. A third date, definitely not a coincidence anymore. As I prepared for bed that night, I found myself contemplating this new path opening before me. Unexpected, unplanned, yet somehow feeling right in a way I hadn't experienced in years. Joseph Walker had entered my life through the strangest of circumstances, yet our connection had quickly transcended its unusual beginning. Saturday suddenly felt very far away. Symphony Hall glowed with soft amber light as Joseph and I climbed the grand staircase toward the mezzanine. He had insisted on the premium seats, claiming the acoustics were superior, though I suspected he simply enjoyed the privacy they offered compared to the more crowded main floor. You look beautiful, he said as we reached the top of the stairs, his appreciation evident in his gaze. I'd chosen a midnight blue dress I hadn't worn in years, its simple elegance suddenly feeling appropriate again after long relegation to the back of my closet. Thank you, I replied, unexpectedly pleased by the compliment. You clean up rather well yourself. Joseph smiled, adjusting his perfectly tailored jacket with mock vanity. High praise from a woman who's seen me in a construction helmet. As we moved toward our seats, I noticed several acquaintances from the Symphony Fund watching us with poorly concealed curiosity. Marianne Hollister, the board president, caught my eye with a raised eyebrow and approving smile. I'd known most of these people for years, yet had rarely appeared at social functions with a companion. Joseph's presence beside me was undoubtedly providing fodder for discreet conversation. I believe we're causing a minor sensation, Joseph observed quietly, clearly noting the same attention I had. Shall I wave, or would that be too theatrical? His humor put me at ease. Let's maintain the mystery. It's more interesting that way. Indeed, he guided me to our seats with a light touch at the small of my back. Though I suspect your friend in the teal jacket is about to spontaneously need to use the restroom just to pass by for a closer look. He was right. Moments after we settled, Eleanor Whitman, Symphony Fund treasurer and enthusiastic purveyor of social updates, made a transparently deliberate detour past our seats. Abigail, what a lovely surprise, she exclaimed with practiced surprise. It's been ages since you've attended a performance. Hello, Eleanor, I replied pleasantly. I believe we saw each other at the fund meeting just last week. Oh, of course, she agreed, her attention already shifting to Joseph. And you've brought a guest? How wonderful. I performed the necessary introduction. Eleanor Whitman, this is Joseph Walker. Joseph, Eleanor serves on the Symphony Fund board with me. Joseph stood with that old-world courtesy I'd come to appreciate, taking Eleanor's extended hand. A pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Whitman. The Symphony Fund's work is remarkable. Eleanor practically vibrated with the networking opportunity that had fallen into her lap. Mr. Walker, the hotel developer. Why, we've been hoping to approach you about our annual gala. Perhaps you'd consider hosting it at your new downtown property once it's completed. I'd be happy to discuss possibilities, Joseph replied smoothly. Perhaps Abigail could arrange a meeting through proper channels next week. His response was perfect. Polite, but firmly redirecting Eleanor's impromptu fundraising attempt to appropriate professional pathways, while simultaneously making clear that tonight was personal, not business. Eleanor retreated with visible reluctance, though I had no doubt the news of Joseph Walker accompanying Abigail Cooper to the symphony would circulate through certain social circles before the first note was played. "Well handled," I murmured, as Joseph resumed his seat. "I've had practice," he replied with a wry smile. Though usually it's business opportunities rather than charitable galas being pitched at inappropriate moments. "The hazards of success," I observed. "Among many," he agreed, "though present company makes such minor intrusions entirely worthwhile." The simple compliment warmed me more than elaborate flattery could have. Before I could respond, the house lights dimmed and the conductor appeared to enthusiastic applause. The Brahms Symphony had been a favorite of mine since college, its emotional depth and structural complexity rewarding repeated listening. I found myself particularly moved tonight, perhaps because of the man beside me, perhaps because of my own changing circumstances. The music seemed to speak directly to this unexpected chapter in my life, the gradual awakening of possibilities I'd long ago filed away as no longer relevant. Midway through the second movement, Joseph's hand found mine in the darkened theater, his fingers intertwining with mine in a gesture both tentative and certain. The simple connection, warm, solid, present, felt more significant than its physical reality might suggest. I tightened my grip slightly in response, an acknowledgement of something unfolding between us that required no words. When intermission arrived, we joined the flow of patrons heading toward the grand lobby. Joseph kept my hand in his, a public declaration of connection that felt both novel and natural. "Your symphony fund has created something truly special here," he observed as we found a quiet corner away from the bustling refreshment tables. "The orchestra is world-class." "The current conductor has transformed the program," I agreed. "When I first joined the board, they were struggling to fill seats. Now most performances sell out weeks in advance. Evidence that excellence, properly supported, will find its audience," Joseph said, his gaze meeting mine with warmth that suggested he wasn't only discussing music. The moment was interrupted by a commotion near the main entrance. Raised voices, a security guard moving quickly through the crowd, patrons turning with expressions of alarm and curiosity. "What on earth?" I murmured, standing on tiptoe to see over the gathering crowd. The answer arrived with horrifying clarity as Madison's voice cut through the sophisticated hum of conversation. "I need to speak with Abigail Cooper. It's an emergency about her son." My heart seemed to stop momentarily. Christopher had mentioned dinner with colleagues from the tech startup he was courting for employment. Had something happened? Joseph's expression hardened as he recognized the voice. "That's Madison," I confirmed grimly. "Christopher's ex, who is apparently claiming an emergency involving him," Joseph added, his tone sharpening with concern. "Do you think something's actually happened to your son?" I was already reaching for my phone. "Let me check." Before I could complete the call, Madison spotted us across the lobby. Her appearance was significantly different from our last encounter. Her usually perfect makeup slightly smudged, her designer dress rumpled, her hair disheveled in a way that suggested deliberate disarrangement rather than actual disorder. "Abigail," she called, pushing past a security guard who attempted to intercept her. "Thank God! It's Christopher! He needs you!" Joseph placed himself slightly in front of me, a subtle protective gesture. "Ms. Parker," he acknowledged coolly. "What seems to be the emergency?" Madison faltered momentarily at Joseph's presence, clearly not having anticipated finding us together. She recovered quickly, her expression morphing into calculated distress. "Mr. Walker, Christopher's been in an accident. He asked for his mother." Her voice broke with theatrical precision. "He's at Memorial Hospital." Cold fear gripped me, despite my suspicions about Madison's credibility. I completed my call to Christopher, holding my breath as it rang. "Mom?" My son's voice, perfectly normal and slightly confused, answered on the third ring. "Everything okay? I'm at dinner with the Vertex team." Relief washed through me, quickly replaced by anger as I realized the extent of Madison's manipulation. "You're not at Memorial Hospital? You haven't been in an accident?" "What? No." Alarm colored his voice. "Why would you think that?" "Madison is here at Symphony Hall, claiming there's been an emergency," I explained, watching her face pale as she realized her lie had been exposed in real time. "She said you were asking for me." "That's insane," Christopher replied, his voice hardening. "I'm perfectly fine. Put her on the phone." I extended my phone toward Madison, whose expression now cycled rapidly between defiance and desperation. "He'd like to speak with you." She backed away, shaking her head. "This is all a misunderstanding. I received a call. Someone must have been playing a prank." "Ms. Parker," Joseph interrupted with quiet authority, "either speak with Christopher now, or I'll be forced to involve security more directly. Creating a false emergency in a public venue could have serious consequences." Madison's composure cracked completely. "This is your fault," she hissed at me, abandoning all pretense of concern. "You've turned him against me. 3 years of groundwork ruined because you couldn't mind your own business." "3 years?" I repeated, momentarily confused. "You've only known Christopher for 2 months." A calculating smile spread across Madison's face despite her disheveled appearance. "That's what he thinks. I've been positioning myself in his path for much longer. The startup he's interviewing with? My uncle sits on their board. His favorite coffee shop? I researched his routine for weeks. Nothing about our chance meeting was chance at all. The revelation of such methodical manipulation stunned me into momentary silence. Joseph, however, maintained his composure. "That's quite enough," he said firmly, gesturing to the security personnel who had been hovering nearby. "This woman created a false emergency to disrupt the event. Please escort her out." As security approached, Madison made one final desperate attempt. "You don't understand what's at stake. His trust fund vests on his 33rd birthday, just 3 months away. Do you know how long I've been planning this?" Her words hung in the air, shocking in their naked calculation. I stared at this woman who had targeted my son as if he were nothing more than a financial acquisition, her admission more damning than any accusation I could have made. "Christopher can hear you," I said quietly, holding up my phone where the call was still connected. Every word. Madison's face drained of color as she finally registered the active phone call. Without another word, she turned and fled, pushing past security and disappearing through the main doors before they could stop her. Joseph placed a steadying hand on my arm. "Are you all right?" I realized I was trembling slightly, not from fear, but from retroactive horror at how close this predatory woman had come to permanently entangling herself with my son. "Christopher?" I spoke into the phone. "Did you hear?" "Everything," he confirmed, his voice tight with controlled anger. 3 years, Mom. She's been stalking me for 3 years, planning how to access my trust fund. "I'm so sorry," I said, inadequate words for such a disturbing revelation. "Not your fault." His voice steadied slightly. "Look, finish your evening, we'll talk tomorrow. I'm fine, just furious and slightly nauseated at the thought of how calculated this all was." After reassurances and goodbyes, I ended the call, looking up to find Joseph watching me with concern. "Symphony Security is confirming she's left the premises," he informed me, "and I've asked them to alert the parking attendants not to allow her back in tonight." The thoughtfulness of his precautions touched me. "Thank you for everything. Your presence made this much easier to handle." Joseph's expression softened. "Would you prefer to leave? We could find a quiet place to talk, or I could take you home if you'd rather." I considered the option, tempted by the thought of retreat after such an unsettling confrontation. Then I straightened my shoulders, making a conscious decision. "No," I said firmly. "I'm not allowing Madison to ruin our evening. The second half includes the Brahms Fourth, which is my favorite. I refuse to miss it because of her theatrics." Approval and something warmer flickered in Joseph's eyes. "I was hoping you'd say that." As we returned to our seats, his hand found mine again, its steady warmth a reassuring anchor after the storm of Madison's appearance. The music, when it resumed, seemed to speak even more powerfully, its themes of struggle, resilience, and ultimate transcendence suddenly personal rather than abstract. By the time the final movement reached its powerful conclusion, I felt restored, not because the disturbing revelation about Madison had faded, but because I had chosen not to let it define the evening. Joseph and I had weathered our first crisis together, his steady presence a revelation in itself. Outside the symphony hall, standing close under the portico as we waited for the valet to bring his car, Joseph turned to me with unexpected seriousness. "Abigail," he said quietly, "I find myself increasingly drawn to you. Your grace under pressure tonight only confirms what I've sensed since our first unusual meeting. I'd very much like to continue seeing you, not just for occasional evenings out, but as a regular presence in each other's lives." The directness of his statement, neither pressuring nor ambiguous, took my breath away. After years of careful independence, the prospect of intentional connection carried both exhilaration and trepidation. "I'd like that too," I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. "Though I should warn you, my life seems to have developed unexpected, dramatic elements lately." Joseph's smile returned, warming his entire face. "I find I don't mind a little drama, as long as it's shared with the right person." As his car arrived and we prepared to leave the disrupted but ultimately salvaged evening behind, I found myself contemplating how quickly life could change, how a chance encounter in a jewelry store could set in motion a sequence of events that reopened doors I'd long considered permanently closed. Madison's desperate appearance had inadvertently highlighted something important: the contrast between manipulation and genuine connection, between calculated acquisition and authentic appreciation. In seeking to disrupt what was developing between Joseph and me, she had instead underscored its value. Some lessons arrive in unexpected packages. Sunday brunch had been a tradition in my household since the children were small, a time when electronics were set aside, conversation flowed freely, and we reconnected as a family amid busy schedules. Though Emma and Sophia now lived across the country, Christopher and I had maintained the ritual when his schedule allowed. This particular Sunday carried additional weight after Madison's disturbing performance at the symphony. Christopher arrived promptly at 11, his expression more serious than usual as he helped me prepare our traditional spread of Belgian waffles, fresh fruit, and the special herb omelette his father had taught me to make decades ago. "Have you heard from her again?" I asked as we worked side by side in the kitchen. Christopher shook his head. "Not directly. But she sent flowers to my office yesterday with a card claiming she was manipulated by your mother's boyfriend into making those statements." He rolled his eyes. "Apparently, Joseph used psychological warfare to trick her into revealing a non-existent plan." I nearly dropped the bowl I was holding. "That's absurd. Joseph barely spoke 10 words to her." "Exactly." Christopher's mouth tightened as he sliced strawberries with unnecessary force. "It's just another manipulation, trying to drive a wedge between us by casting you and Joseph as conspirators against our true love." The audacity was breathtaking. "Do you think she'll continue pursuing you?" "She'd better not," Christopher replied grimly. "I've documented everything. Her staged emergency at the symphony, her admission about the 3-year stalking campaign, her attempts to isolate me from friends who weren't supportive. My lawyer sent her a cease and desist letter this morning." I blinked in surprise. "You've spoken with a lawyer already?" "First thing yesterday." He scraped the strawberries into a bowl with efficient movements. "What she's done goes beyond a bad breakup, Mom. The calculated targeting, researching my routines, positioning herself in my path for years, it's predatory behavior. The trust fund admission just confirms her motives were never emotional." His clear-eyed assessment relieved me. The Christopher of 6 months ago might have wavered, might have been susceptible to Madison's inevitable attempts at reconciliation. This newer, more decisive version appeared immune to her manipulations. "Speaking of lawyers," he continued, his tone deliberately casual, "I've been reviewing the trust fund situation. Did you know Dad included a marriage clause that would have given any spouse access to 20% immediately upon marriage?" Cold realization washed through me. That's why she was pushing so hard for a quick wedding. Exactly. 20% of my trust would have been hers regardless of how long the marriage lasted. Over $500,000 for simply getting me to the altar. The calculation was chilling. Not just the financial motive, but the patience involved in such a long-term scheme. Madison had invested years in positioning herself to access Christopher's inheritance, treating him as a mark rather than a person. "I'm so sorry," I said, reaching to touch his arm. "No one should experience that kind of betrayal." Christopher's expression softened momentarily. "It's not your fault. In fact, if you hadn't been treated like a VIP at that jewelry store, triggering her mask to slip, I might still be falling for the act." The reminder of how our current circumstances had begun, Madison's jewelry store meltdown, Joseph's unexpected intervention, struck me with renewed force. How differently things might have unfolded without that precise sequence of events. As we settled at the table with our brunch spread, Christopher studied me with unexpected intensity. "So, Joseph Walker, things seem to be progressing." The abrupt subject change caught me off guard. "They are," I acknowledged carefully. "We've been spending more time together." "Mom," Christopher's tone was gently chiding, "you can do better than that." The man faced down Madison's theatrical emergency without blinking, then formally asked to be a regular presence in your life. That's not casual dating. Heat rose to my cheeks. You heard that part too? Speakerphone, he admitted with a small smile. The Vertex team was curious about the emergency call. We all heard his very gentlemanly declaration. The thought of Christopher and his colleagues listening to that private moment was mortifying, though his evident approval somewhat mitigated my embarrassment. Joseph is significant, I conceded, searching for words that wouldn't sound either teenage giddy or clinically detached. We connect in a way I haven't experienced in a very long time. Christopher nodded encouragingly. And? Details, Mom. Emma and Sophia have been texting me hourly for updates. Apparently, I'm your designated spy, since neither of them can get you to share anything substantial. I laughed despite myself. They've both called. I've been appropriately maternal and private, which is exactly why they're harassing me instead, Christopher complained good-naturedly. At least tell me if you're happy. That's all any of us really want to know. The simple question caught me by surprise. Was I happy? The immediate, uncomplicated yes that rose to my consciousness was answer enough. I am, I said simply. Unexpectedly so. Christopher's smile was genuine. Good. You deserve it. After everything with Dad, with us kids, with your endless volunteer work, you've spent decades taking care of everyone else. It's your turn now. His perception and generosity touched me deeply. For so long, I defined myself primarily through my relationships to others. Wife, mother, volunteer. The idea of prioritizing my own happiness still felt vaguely transgressive, though increasingly right. Thank you, I said quietly. That means a great deal. Just promise me one thing, Christopher added, his expression turning serious again. Don't let Madison's drama affect what's developing with Joseph. She's already taken enough from this family. The insight surprised me that Christopher would recognize how Madison's theatrical disruption might cause me to retreat from emotional vulnerability, to protect myself through distance or caution. I promise, I replied, meaning it completely. Madison has no power over my choices. As we finished our brunch, conversation turned to Christopher's potential new job, his apartment hunting progress, and eventually to Joseph's hotel restoration project. Throughout, I was struck by the subtle shift in our dynamic, my son speaking to me not just as his mother, but as a woman with her own valid desires and identity. It felt like crossing an invisible threshold into a new, more balanced relationship. After Christopher left, I found myself contemplating his observations while tidying the kitchen. My phone chimed with a text message from Joseph. Good morning. Hoping your conversation with Christopher brought clarity after last night's disruption. Would you be free for dinner at my home this evening? Nothing elaborate, just quieter than a restaurant. Let me know if that would be comfortable for you. The invitation represented another threshold, moving from public outings to the more intimate setting of his personal space. The careful wording, making clear both his desire to see me and his respect for my potential hesitation, reinforced everything I was coming to appreciate about Joseph Walker. I replied without overthinking, Dinner at your home sounds lovely. Christopher and I had a good talk this morning. He's taking decisive steps regarding Madison, and he seems quite approving of you, by the way. Joseph's response came quickly. Glad to hear both pieces of news. I'll send my address. Shall we say 7 p.m.? Dress is comfortable casual. Looking forward to seeing you, Abigail. As I moved through my Sunday routine, reading the newspaper, answering emails from Symphony Fund committee members, watering the plants on my sun porch, I found myself contemplating the accelerating changes in my life. In just 3 weeks, I had gone from comfortable predictability to something far more dynamic. A son finally establishing independence, a manipulative, almost daughter-in-law dramatically exposed, and most surprisingly, a relationship blossoming with a man who had entered my life through the strangest of circumstances. The prospect of dinner at Joseph's home that evening carried a weight beyond the simple social engagement it might appear. It represented another step toward something I had never expected to find again at 65, a genuine partnership based on mutual respect, shared values, and that indefinable chemistry that couldn't be manufactured or forced. For the first time in longer than I could remember, I found myself genuinely excited about the future, not just accepting of what might come, but actively anticipating it. Life, it seemed, still had surprises in store. even for those who thought their most significant chapters were already written. Joseph's home surprised me. I had expected something grand and imposing, a mansion befitting his success, perhaps in one of the city's exclusive, gated communities. Instead, his address led me to a renovated brownstone in the historic district, its elegant facade maintaining period authenticity while discreetly incorporating modern elements. The interior continued this thoughtful balance between preservation and innovation. Original hardwood floors gleamed beneath carefully chosen lighting. Contemporary furniture complemented rather than competed with architectural details that had been meticulously restored. Art adorned the walls, not the ostentatious status pieces that often populated wealthy homes, but a curated collection that revealed genuine appreciation for various styles and periods. "This is beautiful," I said, as Joseph gave me a brief tour. "Not at all what I expected." "Too modest for a supposed hotel magnate?" he asked with a hint of self-deprecation. "Not modest, authentic," I clarified. "It feels like a home rather than a showcase. There's intention in every detail." Joseph's expression warmed at my observation. That was precisely my goal. I spend my professional life creating spaces for others. This needed to be genuinely mine. The kitchen revealed another surprise. Professional-grade appliances clearly used regularly rather than maintained for show. As Joseph checked something simmering on the stove, the comfortable familiarity of his movements confirmed my suspicion. "You actually cook," I observed. "Not just for special occasions. One of life's essential pleasures," he confirmed, adding fresh herbs to whatever was creating the enticing aroma that filled the space. My mother insisted all her children learn. "Never be dependent on restaurants or other people for basic sustenance," she would say. I smiled at the practical wisdom. My mother taught me for similar reasons, though I suspect her motivations were more about traditional gender roles than independence. "Different era, different approach," Joseph acknowledged, "though the result is the same, the ability to create something nourishing from basic ingredients." He gestured toward the counter where a bottle of wine was breathing. "Would you mind pouring while I finish this sauce?" The easy domesticity of the moment struck me. The natural way we moved around each other in the kitchen, the absence of performative gallantry that might have had him insisting on doing everything himself, the simple pleasure of shared tasks. It felt surprisingly comfortable for a first visit to his home. Over dinner, a perfectly prepared salmon with a complex sauce that put my own efforts to shame. Conversation flowed with the same ease I'd come to expect in Joseph's company. We discussed books we'd recently read, shared memories of favorite travel destinations, and eventually circled back to the events of the previous evening. "I've been concerned about how Madison's disruption affected you," Joseph admitted, his expression serious. "That kind of calculated drama can be deeply unsettling." "It was," I acknowledged, "though not for the reasons she intended. I was initially terrified something had actually happened to Christopher. Once I knew he was safe, my primary emotion was retroactive horror at how thoroughly she had targeted him." Joseph nodded thoughtfully. "The premeditation is particularly disturbing. 3 years of positioning herself in his path suggests a level of calculation beyond ordinary manipulation." "Christopher has involved his lawyer," I said, relieved again by my son's decisive response. "He's taking it more seriously than I might have expected, which is reassuring." "Good. Clear boundaries are essential with someone that determined." Joseph refilled our wine glasses with the excellent Pinot Noir he'd selected. "And how are you feeling about it all now, a day removed?" The question was characteristic of him, looking beyond surface reactions to my deeper experience, genuinely interested in my perspective rather than simply offering platitudes or solutions. "Grateful, honestly," I replied after considering. "As disturbing as the situation is, I'm grateful it was exposed before Madison could legally entangle herself with Christopher or access his trust fund. And I'm grateful for your presence during the confrontation." Joseph's expression softened. "I'm glad I was there, though I have no doubt you would have handled it capably on your own." "Perhaps," I acknowledged, "but it was considerably better not having to." A comfortable silence settled between us as we finished our meal, the kind of quiet that feels connective rather than empty. Joseph seemed as content as I was to simply be present without filling every moment with words. After dinner, he led me to a small terrace overlooking a surprisingly lush garden tucked behind the brownstone. String lights twinkled among carefully tended plants, creating an intimate oasis that felt removed from the city surrounding us. "This is magical," I said, genuinely impressed by the transformation of what must have originally been a modest urban space. "My sanctuary," Joseph replied, settling beside me on a comfortable love seat. "After days of meetings and decisions affecting hundreds of employees and thousands of guests, this garden reminds me of a different kind of responsibility. The consistent care needed to help living things thrive." The philosophy resonated deeply. His recognition that creation and maintenance were equally important, that stewardship required both vision and consistent attention. It aligned with values I'd held throughout my own life, though I'd rarely heard them articulated so clearly by others. As the evening air cooled, Joseph placed a light blanket around my shoulders with thoughtful consideration. The gesture, simple yet attentive, exemplified what I was coming to appreciate most about him. The way he anticipated needs without making assumptions, offered care without creating dependency. "Abigail," he said after a moment, his voice carrying a new note of seriousness, "these past weeks, since our unusual introduction, have been unexpected in the best possible way. I find myself thinking about you throughout my days, looking forward to our conversations, appreciating your perspective on matters both significant and trivial." My heart quickened at his directness, though I remained silent, sensing he had more to say. "At our age," he continued with a small smile, "we've both experienced enough to recognize when something genuine appears. I don't want to rush what's developing between us, but I also don't want to be unnecessarily cautious simply because our connection formed quickly." "I feel the same way," I admitted, the words coming more easily than I might have expected. "There's a clarity to our interaction that's refreshing after years of careful independence." Joseph's hand found mine, his touch warm and steady. "I'd like us to be exclusive, to focus on exploring this connection without the complications of other relationships." The formal request, so different from the ambiguous seeing where things go approach that characterized modern dating, made me smile. "Are you asking me to go steady, Joseph Walker?" His laugh was warm and genuine. "I suppose I am, though that terminology dates us rather precisely, doesn't it?" "Yes, Abigail Cooper. I am indeed asking if you'll be my exclusive romantic interest." "I would like that very much," I replied, squeezing his hand gently. "Though I should warn you, I haven't been anyone's exclusive romantic interest in a very long time. I may be rusty at the role." "We can be rusty together," he offered, his eyes crinkling with humor and something warmer, "making up our own rules as we go." The conversation shifted to lighter topics as the evening continued, but a new awareness hummed between us, the recognition of intentional commitment, of choosing each other's company above other possibilities. For someone who had maintained careful emotional independence for 15 years, the decision felt simultaneously momentous and entirely natural. When Joseph drove me home later that evening, the goodbye at my door carried a different weight than previous partings. His kiss, when it came, was neither tentative nor presumptuous, a perfect balance of respect and genuine desire that left me momentarily breathless. "Good night, Abigail," he said softly, his hand lingering on mine. "Thank you for a wonderful evening." "Thank you for dinner," I replied, "and for everything else." He understood my meaning without elaboration, gratitude not just for the meal or the pleasant hours, but for the intentional care, the straightforward communication, the absence of games or manipulation that had characterized so many interactions in my post-divorce dating experiences. Inside, I moved through my nighttime routine with a sense of quiet wonder at how thoroughly my life had transformed in the span of a month. From comfortable predictability to unexpected connection, from maternal concern to romantic possibility, from a life defined primarily by what had ended to one suddenly rich with new beginnings. As I drifted toward sleep, I found myself contemplating the strange sequence of events that had led to this moment, how Madison's jewelry store meltdown had inadvertently opened the door to something genuine and meaningful with Joseph. How sometimes the most disruptive moments could lead to the most beautiful outcomes. Life's greatest gifts, it seemed, often arrived in the most unexpected packages. 3 months passed with a rhythm both novel and comfortable. Joseph and I established patterns that wove our separate lives into an increasingly connected tapestry. Tuesday dinner at his home, Friday evenings at cultural events, Sunday brunches that sometimes included Christopher when his schedule allowed. Between these anchor points, we shared spontaneous lunches, afternoon walks, and the occasional workday phone call just to hear each other's voice. My children adjusted to this new reality with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Christopher, having witnessed our connection from its unusual beginning, was openly supportive. Emma, my practical doctor daughter, approached the relationship with cautious approval, asking pointed questions during our weekly calls that gradually shifted from protective concern to genuine interest. Sophia, always my most romantic child, had declared it absolutely cinematic and demanded regular updates on the jewelry store hero who swept you off your feet. "They act like I'm a teenager experiencing my first crush," I complained to Joseph one evening as we prepared dinner together in his kitchen. "Sophia actually asked if we were Facebook official yet." Joseph laughed, the sound I'd come to treasure for its genuine warmth. "And what did you tell her?" "That people our age announce relationships through interpretive dance, not social media," I replied dryly. She was not amused. "Perhaps we should give her something more substantial to discuss," Joseph suggested, his tone deliberately casual as he focused on the vegetables he was chopping. "The Walker Grand downtown opens officially next week. The Elizabeth Suite is completed, as is the rooftop garden. I was thinking," he paused, and I looked up from the sauce I was stirring. "Yes? I was thinking you might consider spending the inaugural night there, with me." He met my gaze directly, his expression a careful balance of desire and respect. "No pressure or expectations beyond what feels right to you. Just waking up together to watch the sunrise from the terrace." The invitation hung between us, its significance clear. In 3 months of growing closeness, our physical relationship had developed with measured intentionality. Passionate kisses, increasing comfort with each other's touch, but always stopping short of full intimacy. Not from lack of desire, but from mutual agreement that this aspect of our connection deserved the same thoughtful progression as the emotional foundation we were building. "I'd like that," I said simply, surprising myself with the ease of my decision. "Very much." The smile that illuminated Joseph's face warmed me more effectively than any furnace. "Then consider it arranged. The official opening gala ends at midnight. We'll have the entire building to ourselves afterward." "Very convenient owning the hotel," I observed with a smile. "No awkward check-in process. One of the unexpected perks," he agreed, moving to wrap his arms around me from behind as I continued stirring the sauce. "Along with excellent room service. The comfortable intimacy of the moment, his chin resting lightly on my shoulder, my body leaning naturally into his, reinforced the rightness of my decision. At 65, I had long ago abandoned the arbitrary timelines and expectations that governed younger relationships. Joseph and I were writing our own rules, moving at a pace that honored both our growing connection and our individual histories. The following morning, I had just finished meeting with the Symphony Fund Committee when my phone chimed with a text from Christopher. "Mom, check your email ASAP. Madison's situation has escalated." "Don't worry, I'm fine, but you should know what's happening." Concern immediately replaced my lingering contentment from the previous evening. I quickly opened my email to find a message from Christopher with the subject line, "FYI, legal has handled this." Attached was a PDF letter from his attorney addressed to Madison Parker. The contents were disturbing. Apparently, Madison had begun contacting Symphony Fund board members, including Marianne Hollister, with claims that I was mentally unstable and being manipulated by a predatory boyfriend. She had suggested that my judgment was compromised and I should be removed from the board for the organization's protection. Additionally, she had somehow obtained Joseph's private email address and sent him a rambling message claiming that I had a history of attaching myself to wealthy men and was only interested in his money and status. Christopher's attorney had responded with an expanded cease and desist letter, threatening immediate legal action if any further contact was attempted with me, my associates, or Joseph. The firmly worded document made reference to documented evidence of Ms. Parker's systematic campaign of defamation and harassment, suggesting Christopher had been collecting proof of her actions. A second message from Christopher arrived as I was processing this information. "Legal says she's likely escalating because the previous C&D didn't specify contacting people close to you. This one covers all bases. Joseph already knows. I reached out to him directly when we discovered the email she sent him. Call me when you can. I sat in my car, momentarily overwhelmed by Madison's persistent intrusion into our lives. What had begun as a manipulative relationship with my son had transformed into a vindictive campaign against me personally, apparently triggered by my role in exposing her true nature, and perhaps more significantly, by my evident happiness with Joseph. Before I could call Christopher, my phone rang with Joseph's distinctive tone. "I just saw the email from Christopher," I said, without preamble. "I'm so sorry you've been dragged into this. Don't apologize for someone else's inappropriate behavior," Joseph replied, his voice calm, but with an underlying steel that I'd rarely heard. "Christopher's attorney appears to have the situation well in hand. I can't believe she's now targeting the Symphony Fund board," I said, still processing the extent of Madison's vindictiveness. What could she possibly hope to accomplish? From what I understand of such behavior patterns, it's less about practical goals and more about inflicting pain, Joseph observed. "You're happy. She's not. That's intolerable to someone with her particular psychology." His clinical assessment helped me step back from the emotional impact of Madison's actions. "You're probably right, though it's disturbing to be the target of such focused negativity. Would you like to have dinner tonight?" Joseph asked, his tone softening. "Not our usual Tuesday arrangement, but perhaps you shouldn't be alone with this fresh development." The offer touched me deeply. His recognition that emotional support might be more valuable than problem-solving in this moment. I would appreciate that, though I assure you, I'm more irritated than upset. "Even irritation deserves good wine and better company," Joseph replied. "Shall I pick you up at 7? After we disconnected, I called Christopher, who confirmed what the email had conveyed. Madison's attempts to damage my reputation had been swiftly addressed by his legal team, with documented warnings that any further contact would result in immediate legal proceedings, including potential restraining orders. "I'm sorry she's shifted her focus to you, Mom," Christopher said, genuine regret in his voice. "This is all because of her original fixation on me." "It's not your fault," I assured him. "Madison's behavior is her responsibility alone." After a moment's hesitation, I added, "Though I admit I'm curious how she obtained Joseph's private email address. That's not exactly public information." Christopher's sigh carried clearly through the phone. "That's actually concerning the legal team as well. It suggests either sophisticated research skills or the involvement of someone with access to non-public information." The implication was troubling, that Madison's resources might extend beyond what we'd initially assumed. "Do you think she could be dangerous? Beyond these harassment tactics?" "The lawyer doesn't think so," Christopher replied, though with less certainty than I might have hoped. "Her type typically avoids direct confrontation or anything that could have criminal consequences. They prefer psychological warfare, making accusations, spreading rumors, attempting to damage relationships and reputations. Still," I said thoughtfully, "perhaps extra caution is warranted until we're certain this latest cease and desist has the intended effect." "Agreed. Just be aware of your surroundings for the next few weeks, and let me know immediately if you receive any direct contact from her." After our call ended, I found myself sitting in my car, contemplating the strange trajectory that had brought us to this point. What had begun as Madison's calculated pursuit of Christopher's trust fund had somehow morphed into a vindictive campaign against me personally. The intensity of her focus was disturbing, though I took some comfort in Christopher's assessment that her type typically avoided direct confrontation. That evening, Joseph arrived at my home precisely at 7, a bottle of excellent wine in hand and concern evident in his expression despite his warm smile. "How are you really?" he asked once we were settled in my living room, glasses of Cabernet on the coffee table between us. "Honestly? More angry than frightened," I admitted. The idea that she would approach my colleagues with fabricated concerns about my mental stability is deeply offensive. Joseph nodded. "Understandably so. Though from what Christopher shared, the Symphony Fund board members who received her messages were more concerned about her stability than yours." This made me smile despite my lingering irritation. Marianne did call to make sure I was aware of the situation. She described Madison's message as concerning in its intensity and assured me that no one took the accusations seriously. "A testament to your reputation and standing in the community," Joseph observed. "Madison fundamentally misunderstood the strength of your relationships, if she thought anonymous accusations would undermine decades of demonstrated character. His perception helped shift my perspective from personal affront to recognition of the ineffectiveness of Madison's tactics. My standing with the Symphony Fund and other community organizations was built on years of reliable service and genuine connection. A desperate attempt to undermine that foundation was unlikely to succeed. "What about her message to you?" I asked, still troubled by this direct attempt to damage our relationship. "Christopher mentioned she sent something to your private email." Joseph's expression hardened momentarily before settling back into its usual composed warmth. "A rather transparent attempt to create doubt about your intentions, suggesting you have a pattern of targeting wealthy men and that I'm merely the latest victim of your supposed gold-digging tendencies." Despite the seriousness of the situation, I couldn't help a small laugh at the absurdity. Yes, my decades of volunteer work and modest lifestyle clearly indicate a master plan to trap unsuspecting millionaires. Precisely why it was so ineffective, Joseph replied with a smile. "Anyone who knows you, or has spent more than 20 minutes in your company, would recognize the accusation as completely inconsistent with your character." As we transitioned to preparing dinner together, a simple pasta dish assembled from ingredients in my refrigerator, I felt the tension Madison's actions had created gradually dissipating. Joseph's steady presence and uncomplicated support provided exactly the balance I needed, taking the situation seriously without allowing it to overshadow everything else. The irony, I observed as we sat down to eat, is that Madison's attempts to damage our relationship have actually highlighted its strength. 3 months ago, this kind of external stress might have created uncertainty or distance between us. "And now?" Joseph asked, his expression warm with interest. "Now it feels like something we're navigating together," I replied simply. "A shared challenge rather than an individual burden." Joseph reached across the table to take my hand, his touch conveying understanding beyond words. "That's the definition of partnership, isn't it? Not the absence of difficulties, but the commitment to face them as a united front." The observation resonated deeply, a reminder that relationships were tested not only in moments of celebration, but in how they weathered unexpected storms. By that measure, what Joseph and I were building showed remarkable resilience for its relatively young age. As we finished dinner and moved to the living room with fresh glasses of wine, Joseph's phone chimed with a message. He checked it briefly, then turned to me with an expression of pleased surprise. "The final inspection of the Elizabeth suite was completed today, a few days ahead of schedule," he said. "The entire hotel is officially ready for next week's grand opening." "That's wonderful news," I replied, genuinely happy for this milestone in a project that had been so personally meaningful to him. "Elizabeth must be thrilled. She's suitably unimpressed," Joseph said with affectionate humor. Her exact words were, "It had better be ready, given what you've spent on it." My sister has never been one for effusive praise. I laughed, having heard enough about Elizabeth to recognize the dynamic. "Family keeps us humble." "Indeed they do." Joseph hesitated briefly, then continued with a hint of uncertainty I rarely witnessed in him. "I was wondering, would you consider changing our plans slightly? The suite is ready now, not just next week. We could have our special evening after dinner on Friday rather than waiting for the official opening." The invitation, spontaneous rather than carefully planned, carried a different energy than our previous discussion. There was something appealingly impulsive about adjusting our timeline, about seizing the moment rather than adhering to a predetermined schedule. "I'd like that," I said, surprising myself again with the ease of my decision. "Friday sounds perfect." Joseph's smile conveyed both pleasure and something deeper, perhaps appreciation for my willingness to embrace spontaneity alongside our usual thoughtful planning. "Then consider it arranged. I'll have everything prepared." As the evening continued with comfortable conversation and eventually a lingering goodnight kiss at my door, I found myself contemplating the unexpected journey of the past 3 months. From a chance encounter in a jewelry store to a relationship that had quickly become central to my daily life. From Madison's manipulative presence to the stronger connection that had emerged partly in response to her machinations. Life's strangest detours, it seemed, sometimes led to the most meaningful destinations. Friday evening arrived with the particular glow that sometimes accompanies significant transitions, a quality of light that seems to acknowledge the threshold being crossed. I packed an overnight bag with deliberate care, selecting items that balanced practicality with the specialness of the occasion. Joseph had arranged for a car to collect me at 7, insisting that I deserved to be chauffeured rather than driving myself to our special evening. The gesture was characteristic of him, attentive without being overwhelming, thoughtful in ways that enhanced rather than restricted my independence. The Walker Grand Hotel stood illuminated against the darkening sky, its restored facade a testament to Joseph's vision and attention to detail. Though the official opening remained a week away, soft lighting revealed the building's architectural features, showcasing the careful balance of historical preservation and modern functionality that defined the project. Instead of the temporary entrance I'd used during our tour, the driver pulled up to the main doors, which opened to reveal Joseph waiting in the otherwise empty lobby. He wore a charcoal suit that complemented his silver hair, casual elegance rather than formal stiffness. "Welcome to a very private preview," he greeted me, taking my overnight bag with one hand while offering the other to help me from the car. Currently, the hotel's only guests are its owner and his very special companion. The lobby was even more impressive than during my tour, now fully furnished with period-appropriate pieces that complemented the restored Art Deco details. Fresh flowers occupied strategic locations, their subtle fragrance enhancing the atmosphere without overwhelming it. "This is extraordinary," I said, genuinely awed by the transformation. Seeing it complete after witnessing the restoration in progress makes it even more impressive. Joseph's expression warmed with evident pleasure at my appreciation. That was my hope, that experiencing the during would make the after more meaningful. He guided me toward the elevator, his hand resting lightly at the small of my back. "Dinner is arranged in the Elizabeth Suite. I thought you might prefer privacy for our evening, rather than the main restaurant." The thoughtfulness of this arrangement touched me, recognition that while we were comfortable in public together, this particular milestone deserved intimate space without external observation. The Elizabeth Suite took my breath away all over again. Now fully furnished and styled, the 2-story space balanced luxury with genuine comfort. The sitting area featured soft lighting from vintage-inspired fixtures, while the dining table near the windows was set for an intimate dinner for 2, complete with candles and fresh flowers. Most striking, however, was the terrace beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Joseph had transformed it into a private garden oasis, potted plants creating natural boundaries, string lights casting a gentle glow, and a small fire feature providing both warmth and ambient light in the evening air. "Joseph," I breathed, momentarily overwhelmed by the evident care he had invested in creating this setting. "This is beyond anything I could have imagined." "I wanted our first evening here to be special," he said simply. "A proper beginning for this new chapter." As we moved to the terrace for pre-dinner champagne, the city stretched before us, lights twinkling as dusk deepened into evening, the distant hum of traffic creating a gentle background rhythm. Despite being in the heart of downtown, the space felt like our own private world, elevated above the bustle below. "A toast," Joseph suggested, raising his glass, "to unexpected beginnings and second chances. To jewelry store rescues and impromptu marriages," I added with a smile, clinking my glass against his. His laugh, warm, genuine, one of the first things I'd been drawn to about him, filled the space between us. Certainly the most unusual introduction I've ever experienced. "I've been meaning to ask," I said, curiosity finally overcoming propriety. "What made you intervene that day? You could have simply alerted security or the store management." Joseph considered the question thoughtfully. "Instinct, primarily. Seeing Madison's aggression toward you triggered something protective I didn't entirely understand in the moment." He paused, his expression softening. "Though I admit, I'd noticed you earlier, browsing near the vintage section. Something about your grace and self-possession caught my attention. When I heard the commotion and realized it involved the elegant woman I'd been surreptitiously admiring, the response was automatic. The revelation that he had noticed me before the confrontation, had found me appealing independent of the dramatic circumstances, warmed me unexpectedly. "So you weren't just being chivalrous to any random woman being accosted," I teased gently. "You had ulterior motives, entirely honorable ones," he assured me with mock seriousness, though I hadn't planned to introduce myself as your husband quite so abruptly. We laughed together at the absurdity of our beginning, how a moment of spontaneous intervention had set in motion everything that followed. As dinner was served by a discreet staff member who appeared and disappeared with professional efficiency, our conversation continued to flow with the ease that had characterized our relationship from the start. Over exquisitely prepared courses that showcased the hotel's culinary program, we shared stories we hadn't yet exchanged. My early ambitions to become a concert pianist before practical considerations led me toward business administration. His first failed hotel venture that taught him more than his subsequent successes. My complicated relationship with my ex-husband that had eventually transformed into distant cordiality for our children's sake. "I've been wondering," Joseph said as we lingered over dessert, "if you ever heard anything further from Madison after the cease and desist letter?" I shook my head. Complete silence, which is something of a relief. Christopher's attorney believes the threat of legal action was finally enough to penetrate her self-absorption. "I'm glad," Joseph replied, his expression serious. "Her fixation was concerning, particularly when it shifted from Christopher to you." "I suspect she saw me as the primary obstacle to her plans," I observed, first for exposing her behavior to Christopher, then for apparently moving on to happiness while she was thwarted. "A fundamental misunderstanding of cause and effect," Joseph noted. "Your happiness came from your own choices, not from her disappointment." The insight struck me as profoundly true. Madison had viewed life as a zero-sum game where her success required others' losses. What she couldn't comprehend was how genuine connection created expanding possibilities rather than competing interests. As we moved from the dining area to the comfortable seating near the fireplace, Joseph refilled our wine glasses one final time. The atmosphere between us had shifted subtly, the easy conversation now interwoven with an awareness of the evening's natural progression, of the sweet that surrounded us with its obvious implications. "I've been thinking," Joseph said, setting down his glass and turning slightly to face me directly, "about time and how differently it feels at our age compared to when we were younger." I tilted my head questioningly, intrigued by this philosophical turn. "In my 20s and 30s, he continued, time seemed abundant, almost unlimited. Decisions could be postponed, opportunities deferred, relationships explored at leisure, because there would always be more time ahead." I nodded, recognizing the perspective he described, the illusion of immortality that accompanies youth. Exactly. But now, his expression grew more intent, I find myself acutely aware of time's value, not in a morbid sense, but in a way that clarifies priorities and eliminates patience for anything less than genuine connection. His hand found mine, warm and steady in its gentle pressure. "What I'm trying to say, perhaps inelegantly, is that these months with you have brought a clarity I wasn't expecting at this stage of life, a certainty about what matters and who I want to share my remaining journey with." My heart quickened as I recognized the direction of his words. "Joseph, I'm not proposing marriage," he clarified with a small smile. "At least, not tonight. That feels like a conversation for another moment, after more time together. But I am proposing intention, a deliberate decision to build a future together, whatever shape that might take." The distinction touched me deeply. His recognition that commitment could exist without immediately defaulting to traditional structures, that at our age and stage we could define our relationship on our own terms. "I would like that very much," I replied, my voice steadier than the emotion rising within me might have suggested. Building a future together, deliberately and intentionally. Something shifted in Joseph's expression, relief, joy, and a deepening tenderness that made him appear somehow younger and more vulnerable than his usual composed self. "I love you, Abigail," he said simply. "I didn't expect to feel this way again at 68, but here we are." The words, direct, unembellished, genuine, unlocked something I had been holding carefully controlled within myself. "I love you too," I replied, the declaration feeling both momentous and entirely natural, more than I thought possible at this stage of life. When he drew me closer, his kiss carried a new quality, not just affection or desire, but a promise of continuity, of chosen connection, extending into whatever future we might create together. Later, as we stood on the terrace watching the city lights shimmer below us, Joseph's arms encircled me from behind, his chin resting lightly on my shoulder, in a posture that had become comfortingly familiar over recent months. "What are you thinking?" he asked, softly, About unexpected trajectories, I replied honestly. 3 months ago, I was a 65-year-old widow with a predictable routine and limited expectations for my personal future. Then Madison created a scene in a jewelry store. You intervened with that outrageous husband claim, and somehow we ended up here, he completed, tightening his embrace slightly. 2 people who might never have met otherwise, finding exactly what we didn't know we were looking for. The observation captured perfectly what I'd been struggling to articulate, the beautiful improbability of our connection, formed through circumstances neither of us could have anticipated or planned. Life's strangest detours sometimes lead to the most meaningful destinations, I murmured, voicing the thought that had been recurring throughout our evening. Joseph turned me gently in his arms, his expression carrying a depth of emotion that needed no verbal elaboration. In that case, he said softly, I'm profoundly grateful for unexpected detours. As we moved inside, closing the terrace doors against the cooling night air, I found myself filled with a quiet certainty that had been absent from my life for many years. Not the youthful confidence that assumes permanence and perfect outcomes, but the mature recognition that genuine connection, however it arrives, deserves to be honored, nurtured, and celebrated. The future would bring its inevitable challenges. Madison might reappear with new schemes, though her power to disrupt had diminished with each unsuccessful attempt. Christopher would continue his journey toward greater independence and responsibility. Emma and Sophia would adjust to their mother, having a significant relationship beyond their family circle. Joseph and I would navigate the practical questions of how to blend our separate lives into a shared future. But tonight, in this beautiful space that represented Joseph's vision and care, those considerations belonged to tomorrow. Tonight was for recognizing the extraordinary gift we had stumbled upon through the strangest of circumstances. A second chance at partnership, at joy, at the particular intimacy that comes from being truly seen and valued by another person. As Joseph led me toward the bedroom, with its sweeping views of the city now transformed into a tapestry of lights against darkness, I reflected on how thoroughly my expectations for this chapter of life had been upended. The comfortable predictability I had accepted as my portion had given way to something far richer, a relationship that honored my past while opening doors to an unanticipated future. Second chances, Joseph had called it in his toast. But it felt like more than that. Not merely another opportunity at something familiar, but the discovery of possibilities I hadn't known to look for. A first chance at something entirely new, arrived at through the accumulated wisdom and self-knowledge that only decades of living could provide. Whatever label might apply, one thing was certain. Madison's jewelry store meltdown had inadvertently delivered the most unexpected and precious gift, a beginning disguised as an ending, a future unfolding from what had seemed a closed chapter. Sometimes, it seemed, life's most beautiful offerings arrived in the most improbable packages.
The call came at exactly 2:18 on a quiet Wednesday afternoon. I was sitting at my dining table with a notebook, balancing my retirement budget the way I had done every month since leaving my accounting job 6 years earlier. At 66, numbers still brought me comfort. They always made sense, unlike people. When my daughter Melissa Harper appeared on the screen, I smiled before answering. "Hi, sweetheart." Her reply came quickly, almost rehearsed. "Hey, Mom, I just wanted to let you know that we're already on our way to Tennessee." I frowned. "On your way?" "Yeah. Actually, we moved yesterday. For several seconds, I didn't say a word. You moved? Well," she laughed nervously. "Everything happened so fast. We packed, signed the lease, and hit the road. We meant to call sooner." I stared at the untouched cup of tea beside me, Tennessee, nearly 1,000 miles away. She wasn't talking about a weekend trip. She was telling me she had moved my 2 grandchildren to another state without even mentioning it beforehand. People didn't forget something like that. They avoided it. Behind her voice, I heard her husband, Derek, saying something about stopping for lunch. "Melissa," I asked calmly, "how long have you been planning this?" There was a pause. "A few weeks." That answer told me everything. She hadn't forgotten. She had simply decided I didn't deserve to know. "I understand," I said quietly. "Mom, don't be upset. I'm not upset. That wasn't entirely true. I wasn't angry. I was disappointed." After all the years I had spent helping them survive every financial emergency, I had expected at least a goodbye. "Drive safely," I told her. Before she could answer, I ended the call. The house became painfully silent. I remained seated for nearly a minute before opening my laptop. If Melissa believed she was independent enough to move her family across the country without discussing it with me, then she was independent enough to support that decision herself. For the past 4 years, I had quietly carried a large part of their financial burden, not because they demanded it, because I loved my grandchildren. Every month I covered expenses they barely noticed anymore: groceries, their family phone plan, a credit card I had added Melissa to after her first child was born, car insurance, streaming subscriptions, emergency cash transfers that somehow happened every other week. Little by little, my generosity had become their expectation. Today, that ended. I logged into my bank account. The first task was simple. Melissa's name still appeared as an authorized user on one of my credit cards. Originally, it had been for diapers and baby formula. Recently, the statements looked different: restaurant dinners, online shopping, vacation fuel, coffee shops. None of it qualified as an emergency. I clicked Remove Authorized User. A confirmation window appeared. I didn't hesitate. One click done. Next came the family mobile plan. I had been paying for 4 phone lines: mine, Melissa's, Derek's, and a tablet they insisted the children needed. The contract renewed in 2 days. Perfect timing. I scheduled both adult lines for cancellation when the billing cycle ended. Again, done. I closed my laptop and leaned back. Instead of guilt, I felt something unexpected. Relief. That evening, my son Daniel stopped by after work carrying takeout containers. One look at my face made him stop smiling. "What happened?" "Your sister moved." "Moved where?" "Tennessee." His eyebrows shot upward. "When?" "Yesterday." "And she just told you now?" I nodded. Daniel slowly placed the food on the kitchen counter. "She didn't tell me either." For several moments, neither of us spoke. Finally, he asked, "Are you okay?" "I think so." Then a thought crossed my mind. I want to check something. I walked down the hallway toward the guest bedroom. Most people called it a guest room. I called it the grandchildren's room. Bright blue curtains, a bookshelf, plastic dinosaurs, art supplies, winter coats, everything a child might need during weekend visits. I pushed open the door. My footsteps stopped. Half the shelves were empty. The expensive stroller I kept folded in the closet was gone. The children's winter jackets had disappeared. Several toys were missing. Even the baby monitor had vanished. Suddenly, every Sunday visit over the past month made perfect sense. Melissa hadn't been visiting me. She had been collecting supplies for the move, piece by piece. Without asking, Daniel quietly stepped into the doorway behind me. His expression hardened. "They planned this. Yes, they've been taking your things." I slowly nodded. The sadness I expected never came. Instead, I felt something colder: clarity. I turned toward Daniel. "Would you help me tomorrow?" "With what?" I looked around the half-empty room one last time. "I'm finally going to take my house back." The following morning, I woke before sunrise. For the first time in years, I didn't check my phone expecting another message asking for money. No emergency. No last-minute babysitting request. No, "Mom, can you help us just this once?" The silence felt unfamiliar and peaceful. After breakfast, Daniel arrived carrying a toolbox and 2 cups of coffee. "You ready?" he asked. I smiled faintly. More than I thought I'd be. Instead of starting with the locks, I walked back into the grandchildren's room. The space still looked incomplete. Empty shelves reminded me that Melissa had quietly carried things out of my home over several weeks while pretending nothing was changing. I opened the closet. Only a few old toys remained. I carefully placed them into donation boxes. The tiny bed was stripped of its colorful blankets. The cartoon curtains came down. Every item I packed away made the room feel less like a shrine to someone else's family and more like part of my own home again. Daniel watched quietly. "You've wanted a sewing room for years." I kept putting it off. "Why?" I laughed softly. "Because I kept believing the kids would need this room. They still might visit." "If they do," I replied, "they'll always be welcome." I paused before adding, but they don't need an entire room waiting for them every day of the year. By lunchtime, the room looked completely different. It wasn't empty. It was full of possibilities. A reading chair would fit perfectly near the window. A sewing table could go against the far wall. Maybe even a small bookshelf I'd always wanted. For the first time in years, I was making plans that revolved around me instead of everyone else. As Daniel loaded donation boxes into his truck, my tablet chimed on the kitchen counter. Fraud alert. Attempted purchase declined 163 40Us. Gas station, Little Rock, Arkansas. I stared at the notification for a moment before smiling. They had reached for the credit card without thinking. Only then had they discovered it no longer belonged to them. I dismissed the alert and returned to making lunch. Less than an hour later, my phone rang. Melissa, I answered calmly. Hello. Her voice exploded through the speaker. Mom, what happened to the card? I removed you yesterday. What? It isn't yours anymore. There was complete silence. Then Derek grabbed the phone. Margaret, what are you doing? His tone irritated me immediately. Not once in 10 years had he called me Mom, only Margaret, usually when he wanted something. We're stranded at a gas station. I doubt you're stranded. The card was declined. Yes, the kids are in the back seat. I know you have children. His breathing grew louder. We need gas. I believe gas stations accept debit cards. We're low on money because of the move. I folded a kitchen towel before answering. That's unfortunate. You've always helped before. I also expected to know when my daughter was moving 1,000 miles away. This isn't the time for a lecture. No, I agreed. It's the time for responsibility. He raised his voice. So you're just abandoning your grandkids? There it was. Whenever they wanted something, my grandchildren became emotional shields. It had worked for years, not today. I'm not abandoning anyone, I answered evenly. I'm simply allowing two capable adults to manage the decision they made. Melissa came back onto the line. Mom, please. Her voice sounded softer now. We'll pay you back. I closed my eyes. I'd heard that sentence dozens of times. Very little had ever been repaid. I wish you the best, I said. But this is no longer my responsibility. Before either of them could continue, I ended the call. The quiet returned instantly. That evening, I sat on my back porch with a glass of iced tea. Birds settled into the trees as the sun disappeared behind the rooftops. I couldn't remember the last evening I'd spent without worrying about someone else's bills. The next morning, another task remained. The Honda SUV. 5 years earlier, I had given Melissa my old vehicle after buying a smaller sedan. Although the title had been transferred into her name, I had kept paying the insurance because Derek's driving history made their premiums unaffordable. Every month it cost me nearly $200. I called my insurance agent. Good morning, Linda. Margaret, how are you? I need to remove one vehicle from my policy today. No problem. Within 15 minutes, the paperwork was complete. The SUV was no longer covered under my insurance. Immediately afterward, I sent Melissa a brief text. The insurance policy on the Honda ended today. Please arrange your own coverage immediately. Whether she received it or not was no longer my concern. Later that afternoon, Daniel returned carrying a small hardware bag. What now? I asked. He smiled. I bought new deadbolts. I looked at him curiously. You still think they'll come back? He nodded without hesitation. I don't think they'll ask. I think they'll expect. For a long moment, I stared at my front door. Then I stepped aside. Go ahead. Sometimes protecting your peace begins with changing more than your finances. Sometimes it begins with changing the locks. Daniel finished installing the new locks just before sunset. He tested each one twice before handing me the new keys. There, he said. Now only the people you trust can walk through this door. I slipped the keys into my pocket. It wasn't just a new lock. It felt like a new chapter. After Daniel left, I wandered into the garage. For years, I had barely been able to park my sedan inside because nearly half the space belonged to Derek. Power tools, boxes of old clothes, camping equipment, a rusted exercise bench. Broken furniture he swore he would pick up next weekend. That weekend had never arrived. I stood there looking at the clutter. Enough was enough. I grabbed my phone and began taking photographs, every toolbox, every ladder, every storage bin. I wanted a record of everything before touching it. Then I downloaded a neighborhood marketplace app. One by one, I listed the items at reasonable prices. Nothing fancy, just enough to move them quickly. Within an hour, my phone buzzed with interested buyers. By noon the following day, people were arriving one after another. A young mechanic purchased most of the power tools. A college student bought the exercise equipment. An elderly couple happily loaded gardening supplies into their pickup truck. Cash exchanged hands. Smiles were shared. By late afternoon, almost everything was gone. The remaining broken furniture and worthless junk were stacked neatly beside the curb for the city's bulk trash pickup. When the garage finally stood empty, I swept every corner. Dust floated through the sunlight pouring in from the open door. For the first time in years, both of my cars fit comfortably inside. I stood there smiling. It wasn't about the extra space. It was about reclaiming what had slowly stopped feeling like mine. That evening, my phone rang from an unfamiliar number. I almost ignored it. Instead, I answered. "Hello, Margaret?" It was Melissa. I borrowed Carol's phone. Carol was Derek's mother. I figured. Melissa wasted no time. "Mom, why did you cancel everything?" "I didn't cancel everything." "You know what I mean. Our phones stopped working. I informed you the plan was ending. You stranded us." "No, you chose to move." I heard Derek shouting something in the background. Melissa lowered her voice. "We're staying in Derek's parents' basement. I hope that works out." "It isn't." "What happened?" She hesitated. "There isn't enough room." I said nothing. She continued. "The kids are sleeping on air mattresses." "I'm sorry to hear that. You could fix all of this." "How?" "Turn the phones back on." "No, Mom." "And maybe send enough money until Derek finds work." There it was, the real reason for the call. It wasn't about missing me. It wasn't about apologizing. It was about money. "Melissa," I said gently, "did you call to ask how I'm doing?" Silence. "Did you wonder how I felt finding out you'd moved after it was already done?" Nothing. "Did you apologize for removing things from my house without asking?" Another long pause. Finally, she whispered, "No, I didn't think so." Her voice suddenly became sharp. "You've changed." "Yes, I don't even recognize you. I've started recognizing myself." For several seconds, neither of us spoke. Then Derek grabbed the phone. "This is unbelievable." "What is?" "You're treating your own family like strangers." I remained calm. "No, Derek, I finally stopped treating adults like children. You owe us." That sentence almost made me laugh. "I owe you." "You've always helped. I helped because I loved you." "Exactly." "No," I corrected him. "Love is a gift. It isn't a lifetime contract." His breathing became heavier. "The kids don't have enough groceries. I hope their parents solve that." "You really don't care?" "I care deeply. But caring doesn't mean financing every decision you make." Before he could argue further, I ended the call. I placed the phone on the table and walked outside. The evening air felt wonderfully cool. For years I had confused generosity with obligation. Every time I rescued them, they delayed learning how to stand on their own. Perhaps the greatest kindness wasn't writing another check. Perhaps it was finally stepping aside. 3 peaceful weeks passed. My sewing room was nearly finished. I joined a local book club. I met old friends for lunch without worrying that Melissa would suddenly call, asking for money before the check arrived. Then one Saturday morning, Daniel stopped by carrying coffee. "You won't believe what happened," he said. I raised an eyebrow. "What now? They're already having problems in Tennessee." I looked at him quietly. "Derek still hasn't found a full-time job." He shook his head. "And his parents just told them they'll have to start paying rent next month." I slowly stirred my coffee. Reality, it seemed, had finally caught up with them. Over the next month, my life settled into a rhythm I hadn't experienced in years. Every morning began with a walk through the neighborhood before the streets became busy. I returned home, watered the flowers lining my porch, and spent an hour in what had once been the grandchildren's room. Now it was my sewing and reading studio. The walls were painted a soft cream color. Sunlight streamed through the windows. and shelves held novels instead of plastic toys. Whenever I sat in my favorite chair with a cup of coffee, I felt something I hadn't realized was missing. Peace, not the kind that comes from silence. The kind that comes from finally setting healthy boundaries. One afternoon, Daniel stopped by carrying a small bakery box. "I brought cinnamon rolls. I knew there had to be a reason you were smiling," I joked. He laughed before becoming serious. "I heard from Melissa. I looked up from my sewing machine. How is she?" "Tired." He sat across from me. "Derek finally found work. That's good. It's only part-time at a warehouse." I nodded quietly. "And Melissa has been working evening shifts at a diner." I felt relief more than sympathy. They weren't failing. They were finally standing on their own feet. Daniel hesitated. "She asked if I'd speak to you." "What did she want?" "Alone." I couldn't help smiling. "Of course," she said. "They just need $3,000 to get into a better apartment." I folded the fabric in my lap before answering. "And what did you tell her?" "I said it wasn't my place." "Thank you," she cried. I expected she would. Daniel leaned back in his chair. "I don't think she's angry anymore. No, I think she's scared. Fear has a way of arriving when the safety net disappears. For years, every poor decision had been softened by someone else's sacrifice. Now every choice carried its own consequences. That wasn't cruelty. That was adulthood. The following week, I made a decision of my own. Instead of sending money across the country, I opened my savings account and looked at the balance. For the first time in years, it was growing instead of shrinking. There was enough to do something I had postponed for decades. Travel. I opened my laptop and searched for guided tours through the Blue Ridge Mountains. Beautiful cabins, historic towns, scenic train rides. I smiled as I read through the itinerary, then I clicked Book Now. For once, I spent money without guilt. Not because someone needed rescuing, because I deserved to enjoy the retirement I had worked 40 years to earn. A few days later, Daniel called. "They're coming back." I looked up from packing my suitcase. "What do you mean?" "They left Tennessee yesterday." "Why?" Derek argued with his father. "Badly?" "Bad enough that his parents told them to leave." I closed my suitcase slowly. "When will they get here?" "Probably tomorrow afternoon." After ending the call, I walked through my house. Everything looked different than it had only 2 months earlier. The garage was organized. The sewing room was finished. Fresh flowers bloomed beside the front porch. Most importantly, the locks had been changed. Late the next afternoon, the doorbell rang. I already knew who it was. Looking through the peephole confirmed it. Melissa stood on the porch looking exhausted. Her hair was pulled into a messy ponytail. Dark circles rested beneath her eyes. Beside her stood Derek, carrying 2 duffel bags. The children sat quietly on the front steps. I unlocked the wooden door, but I left the heavy security screen locked. Melissa immediately reached for the handle. "It won't open, I know." Her face fell. "Mom, hello, Melissa." She forced a tired smile. "We've had a rough trip. I'm sorry to hear that." She glanced toward the children before looking back at me. "We just need a place to stay. For a few weeks, until we can save enough for another apartment." Before I could answer, Derek stepped forward. "I also need my tools from the garage." His confidence surprised me. I looked directly at him. "You won't find them." His forehead wrinkled. "What does that mean?" "I sold everything you left here." The color drained from his face. "You sold my tools. You abandoned them on my property for over 2 years. You had no right. I gave you plenty of opportunities to collect them." Melissa stared at me in disbelief. "You actually sold them?" "Yes." The silence that followed was heavier than any argument. For the first time, they realized the woman standing behind the locked door wasn't the same mother they had taken for granted. Melissa's eyes filled with tears as she stared through the locked security door. "Mom, please." Her voice trembled. "We don't have anywhere else to go." I looked past her at my 2 grandchildren. They looked exhausted after what had clearly been a long drive. My heart ached for them, but I reminded myself that none of this had been their decision. "I'm sorry they're going through this," I said quietly. "They're your grandchildren," Derek snapped. "You're really going to leave them standing out here?" I met his gaze without raising my voice. I'm not leaving them anywhere. Their parents are responsible for finding them a safe place to sleep. His jaw tightened. So that's it? After everything? I almost smiled. After everything, I repeated. Let's talk about everything. Melissa lowered her head. I spent years helping you both because I wanted my grandchildren to have a stable life. I paid your phone bills, your insurance, and your credit card. I gave you a vehicle, stored your belongings, and welcomed you into this home whenever you needed help. Neither of them spoke. But when you decided to move across the country, you didn't tell me. You packed my grandchildren into a truck, emptied half of this house while pretending everything was normal, and called only after you were already gone. Melissa quietly wiped away a tear. I know, no, I replied gently. I don't think you truly did. She looked up. I was hurt, Melissa, not because you moved, because you decided I wasn't important enough to tell. For a long moment, only the sound of birds filled the quiet neighborhood. Finally, she whispered, I'm sorry. Those 2 words had been missing for weeks. I should have told you, yes, I should have asked before taking those things. Yes, I was afraid you'd try to stop us. I nodded. Maybe I would have asked questions. But I would never have stopped you from building your own life. Derek shifted uncomfortably. I made things worse, he admitted. It was the first time I had ever heard him accept responsibility for anything. I kept telling Melissa we'd figure everything out. And did you? I asked. He sighed. No, we depended on everyone else. I could see the weight of reality on both of their faces. Life had finally taught them lessons my financial support had delayed for years. Melissa looked toward the children before speaking again. Can we come inside? Just for tonight? I took a slow breath. Every instinct as a mother wanted to unlock the door. But another voice reminded me of everything that had happened. Boundaries only work when they remain boundaries. I'm afraid the answer is no. Fresh tears rolled down Melissa's cheeks, but she didn't argue. Instead, she nodded. I understand. There are 2 affordable motels near the interstate, I said. I'll text you their addresses. She looked surprised. I'm also willing to meet the children at the park tomorrow. I'll spend the day with them while you both look for apartments. Her shoulders relaxed. You'd do that? Of course. My relationship with my grandchildren has never been the problem. Derek slowly extended his hand through the opening in the screen. I'm sorry, Margaret. After a brief hesitation, I shook it. I hope you mean that. I do. Without another word, they gathered their bags and walked back toward their car. The children waved. I smiled and waved back. As I watched them drive away, I didn't feel victorious. I felt peaceful. The following afternoon, I met my grandchildren at the local park exactly as promised. We played on the swings, shared sandwiches, fed ducks by the pond, and laughed together for hours. Melissa and Derek spent the day searching for affordable housing. A week later, Daniel called with an update. They found a small apartment. That's wonderful. It isn't fancy. It doesn't have to be. Derek accepted a full-time warehouse position. And Melissa? She's keeping her diner job until they're caught up on bills. I smiled. They'll be okay. They will now, Daniel agreed. Several months later, I boarded the train for the Blue Ridge Mountains, the trip I had dreamed about for years. As rolling hills passed outside my window, I reflected on everything that had happened. Love does not require unlimited sacrifice. Helping some should never mean allowing yourself to be used. Sometimes the greatest act of love is stepping back and allowing the people you care about to experience the consequences of their own decisions. Melissa and I eventually rebuilt our relationship. Not because I rescued her again, but because we finally learned to respect one another as adults. My grandchildren continued visiting often. The sewing room remained my favorite place in the house, and every time I locked my front door at night, I was reminded that protecting my peace had never been selfish. It had simply been necessary.
The house was so dark that I could not see my own hands, and my stomach was so empty it felt like it was folding into itself, when my daughter Emma rushed in, flipped on the light, and gasped, "Mom, why are you sitting in the dark, and why is there no food in the kitchen? You get $10,000 every month, so where is it going? and before I could answer, my daughter-in-law Rachel stepped out from behind her with a slow smile and said, "I control every dollar she receives." And then Emma slowly removed her earrings, placed them on the table, and said in a voice I had never heard before, "Then today that control ends," and I remember thinking, how did my own life become something I was afraid to live inside? My name is Margaret Thompson. I am 72 years old. I have soft grey hair and hands that shake a little when I pour tea. I worked for 35 years as a nurse. I saved carefully. I invested wisely. I earned a pension that sends $10,000 into my bank account every single month. $10,000. That is enough for rent, food, medicine, and even small gifts for my grandchildren. But that night, I was sitting in darkness with an empty refrigerator. Emma looked around my living room like she had walked into the wrong house. The curtains were closed, the heater was off, the air felt cold and still. She opened the fridge and stared at the shelves. There was a bottle of water, half a lemon, nothing else. "Mom," she whispered again, "why is there no food?" I opened my mouth, but my voice felt small. Rachel answered for me. "Because she does not need more," Rachel said calmly. "I handle her finances now. It is easier that way. She forgets things. I make sure bills are paid." Emma turned slowly toward her sister-in-law. "Forget what? Mom balanced hospital budgets for years." Rachel crossed her arms. "It is not your concern." I felt my heart beating faster. This was the first time Emma had come without warning, the first time she had seen the truth with her own eyes. Emma walked closer to me. "Mom, look at me, are you okay?" I nodded, but I could not meet her eyes. The truth was simple. 2 years ago, after I had a small fall in the garden, my son Daniel convinced me that I should not manage money alone anymore. He said he worried. He said it was safer if Rachel helped. Rachel worked in accounting. She understood numbers. At first it felt kind. She set up online banking. She said it was modern. She asked me to sign a paper so she could help with transfers. She said it was only in case of emergency. I trusted them. I trusted my son. And slowly, month after month, I stopped seeing my own statements. If I asked for cash, Rachel would say, "Of course, how much do you need?" She would hand me a small envelope, sometimes $100, sometimes $50. I stopped buying new clothes. I stopped meeting my church friends for lunch. When I said I wanted to travel to see Emma in another state, Rachel said, "It is not in the budget right now." I believed her. I thought maybe my pension was smaller than I remembered. Emma knelt in front of me that night and held my hands. "Mom, how much money do you get every month?" $10,000, I whispered. Rachel laughed softly. "Gross amount," she said. "After taxes and investment allocations, it is not the same." Emma stood up so fast her chair scraped the floor. "Investment allocations? What investments?" Rachel did not blink. "Private ventures. Daniel and I are building something for the family," she agreed. I looked down at my hands. I had signed papers. I had not read them carefully. I trusted the words family and protection. Emma turned back to me. "Did you agree to give them your money?" I hesitated. Daniel had said it would grow. He said one day I would thank him. Rachel's smile faded. "This is not a scene. Margaret is fine. She lives here. Her bills are paid." Emma opened the pantry. It was empty. She opened the freezer. It was empty too. "Bills are paid," she said slowly, "but she has no food." Rachel's voice grew sharp. "You do not understand our arrangement." Emma walked to the table. That was when she removed her earrings, small gold hoops I had given her when she graduated college. She placed them down gently, like she was preparing for something serious. "You are right," she said calmly. "I do not understand, so explain it to me clearly. Why does my mother sit in the dark in her own house when she makes $10,000 a month?" Rachel's jaw tightened. "Because we are investing for her future." Emma's eyes filled with tears, but they were not weak tears. They were angry ones. "Her future," she repeated. "She is 72, her future is now." The room felt tight, like it could not hold all the words waiting to be said. I wanted to protect Daniel. He was my son. I remembered him as a little boy holding my hand crossing the street. I remembered packing his lunches. I remembered staying up all night when he had a fever. But I also remembered the last Christmas, when he told me not to buy gifts because Rachel said it was wasteful. Emma looked at me again. Mom, are you hungry? I nodded. She walked to her purse and pulled out her phone. Rachel stepped forward. What are you doing? Ordering groceries, Emma replied. And tomorrow we are going to the bank together. Rachel's face changed. That is not necessary. Emma's voice became very calm. Yes, it is. I felt fear rising inside me. If Daniel found out, he would be angry. He did not like being questioned. He said stress was bad for me. Rachel moved closer to Emma. You are overreacting. Margaret agreed to this, she signed. Emma turned toward me one more time. Mom, did you know that $10,000 has been coming into your account every month? I swallowed, I knew, but I did not know where it went. Did you know you were barely spending any of it? I shook my head slowly. Rachel tried to interrupt again, but Emma raised her hand. No more half answers, she said. No more smiling explanations. I want the truth. For the first time in a long while, someone was asking for my truth. My hands trembled, but something inside me felt warm, like a small light turning back on. I told Emma about the envelopes, about the trips I never took, about the dinners I stopped attending, about the time I asked for money to fix the heater and Rachel said it was unnecessary. Emma listened without speaking. Rachel looked nervous now. You are twisting things, Rachel said quickly. We are protecting her assets. Emma stepped closer to her. From what groceries? Rachel's voice broke a little. You do not understand how hard things have been. Daniel's business needed capital. We used her funds temporarily. It will be returned. Used her funds, Emma repeated, without telling her clearly. I felt my heart pounding louder. Used, that word sounded heavy. Rachel looked at me sharply. Margaret, tell her you agreed. I looked at both of them. One was my daughter, one was my daughter-in-law, both were family. But only one had brought light into the room. I took a slow breath. I said I did not understand what I was signing. Silence fell. Rachel's face turned pale. Emma did not shout, she did not cry. She picked up her earrings again, but instead of putting them on, she held them tight in her fist. Then she said something that made my whole world shift. If you did not understand, she said quietly, then this is not an agreement. This is exploitation. Rachel opened her mouth to argue, but Emma's phone buzzed. It was Daniel calling. Rachel grabbed her own phone at the same time. I knew that look on Rachel's face. She was afraid. Emma answered the call and put it on speaker. Daniel's voice filled the room. What is going on? He demanded. Rachel said you are causing drama at Mom's house. Emma did not raise her voice. There is no drama, she said. There is just truth. And tomorrow morning, Mom and I are going to the bank to see exactly where her $10,000 a month has been going. There was a long pause on the line. Then Daniel said something that made my stomach drop. You are not going anywhere, he said slowly. The account is locked, and if you try to interfere, there will be consequences. The word consequences hung in the air like a dark cloud. Emma's hand tightened around her earrings. I felt cold again. And for the first time, I realized this was bigger than groceries. This was about control. And as Daniel's breathing echoed through the speaker, I understood that tomorrow would not be simple at all. Because if the account was locked, and if my name was still on it, then someone had changed more than just the way money moved. Someone had changed who had power. And I was about to find out how far my own son was willing to go to keep it. Daniel's voice was still on the speaker when the line suddenly went silent. He did not say goodbye, he just ended the call. The quiet that followed felt heavier than his words. Emma slowly lowered the phone. Rachel stood frozen near the kitchen doorway, her face tight, her eyes moving quickly like she was thinking of what to say next. I was still sitting in my old armchair, the one Daniel bought me years ago, back when he used to hug me without hesitation. My heart was beating so loud that I could hear it in my ears. Mom, Emma said softly, look at me. I lifted my eyes. Did you ever go to the bank after signing those papers? No, I whispered. Did they ever show you full statements? No. Rachel tried to speak again. Margaret trusted us. Daniel handles business, you live comfortably, nothing bad has happened. Emma turned to her slowly. Nothing bad has happened. She is sitting in the dark with no food. Rachel's voice became defensive. The power bill is paid. The heater is off, Emma replied. I wanted to disappear. I hated conflict. I had spent my whole life keeping peace. I was the mother who said, do not argue. I was the wife who said, let us calm down. I believed silence kept families together. But silence had slowly made me smaller. Rachel picked up her purse. I am leaving. Daniel will handle this tomorrow. Emma stepped in front of her. No, tomorrow we are going to the bank at 9 in the morning, all of us. Rachel's lips pressed together. You do not have authority. Emma's voice was calm. She does, and she pointed at me. That small gesture made something shift inside me. Authority. I had forgotten that word could belong to me. Rachel looked at me now, almost pleading. Margaret, tell her to stop. This is embarrassing. Embarrassing. I looked around my empty kitchen. Embarrassing was opening a refrigerator with nothing inside. Embarrassing was asking for $50 when $10,000 was mine. I took a slow breath. I want to see my account, I said quietly. Rachel stared at me like she did not recognize me. You do not understand the bigger plan, she insisted. Daniel's company is growing. Once it succeeds, everything will return multiplied. Emma crossed her arms. What company? Rachel hesitated. That hesitation said more than her words. Daniel had started a construction business 3 years ago. At least that was what he told us. He said he needed startup money. He said banks were slow. He said family should support family. I remembered that conversation clearly now. He had come to my house late one evening. He sat at this very table. He held my hands and said, Mom, this is an opportunity. I just need temporary backing. I promise I will protect you. I had asked, is it risky? He smiled, not with me running it. I believed him. I had always believed him. Emma looked at Rachel again. How much of her money has gone into Daniel's company? Rachel's voice dropped. It was not just investment. Some months we needed to cover payroll. Some months there were delays. Business takes time. Emma blinked slowly. So you used her pension to pay your employees? Rachel looked down. I felt dizzy. Every month $10,000 had come into my account. How many months had passed? 24. That meant $240,000. $240,000. My hands began to shake. Emma saw it. She knelt beside me again. Mom, breathe, just breathe. Rachel tried to sound reasonable. It is not gone. It is circulating. Once the next project closes, everything will stabilize. Emma stood up again. So right now, how much is in her account? Rachel did not answer. Emma's eyes narrowed. How much? Rachel whispered, almost nothing. The room felt like it tilted. Almost nothing. I thought about the Christmas when Daniel told me not to buy gifts. I thought about the birthday dinner Rachel said was too expensive. I thought about the heater I never fixed. Almost nothing. Emma picked up her phone again. I am calling the bank. Rachel rushed forward. No, you cannot. The account requires authorization codes. Emma looked at her. And who set that up? Rachel did not speak. That was when I understood something clearly for the first time. They had not only helped me manage money. They had taken control of it. They had changed passwords. They had redirected statements. They had made it so I could not see my own balance without them. Emma's voice became steady and cold. Mom, tomorrow morning we are going to that bank. If the account is locked, we will request a full investigation. If money was transferred without clear consent, that is financial abuse. Rachel's face drained of color at those 2 words. Financial abuse. I had heard that phrase before on television. It sounded like something that happened to strangers, not to mothers. Rachel shook her head quickly. That is extreme, we are family. Emma replied, exactly. The word family felt different now, heavy, complicated. Rachel grabbed her coat. I am going home. Daniel will speak with you both in the morning. She walked out without another word. The door closed behind her. The house felt quieter, but also lighter. Emma helped me to the kitchen table. She ordered groceries for delivery. Within an hour, bags were placed at the door. She cooked soup while I sat and watched her. The smell filled the room, warm, comforting. "Mom," she said gently while stirring, "why did you not tell me sooner?" I stared at the steam rising from the pot. "Because I thought I was helping him," I said, "and because I was ashamed." "Ashamed of what?" "Of needing help, of not reading carefully, of being old." Emma turned off the stove and faced me fully. "You are not old, you are my mother, and you worked your whole life for that money. No one has the right to take it without your clear understanding." Tears slid down my cheeks quietly. "I did not want Daniel to fail," I whispered. Emma's voice softened. "Wanting him to succeed does not mean giving him control over your life." We ate slowly. After dinner, Emma checked my mail. She found no bank statements. She checked my email on my old computer. The password did not work. "Rachel changed it," Emma said. She sat back in her chair and stared at the wall. "Mom," she said after a moment, "I need to ask you something serious. Did you ever sign a power of attorney document?" I thought carefully. There had been many papers that day. Rachel said it was for convenience. I signed where they pointed. "I do not remember the titles," I admitted. Emma closed her eyes briefly. "If they have power of attorney," she explained slowly, "they can legally manage your finances. But they still must act in your best interest. If they used funds for themselves without clear benefit to you, that can still be misuse." The words were big, but her meaning was simple. Even if I signed something, they were supposed to protect me, not empty my account. I felt something inside me breaking, not loudly, quietly, like thin glass cracking. I remembered Daniel as a boy again, the time he saved his allowance to buy me flowers, the time he told his teacher I was the strongest woman he knew. Where did that boy go? Emma cleaned the dishes, then she sat across from me and took both my hands. "Tomorrow might be hard," she said. "Daniel will not like this, but we are going anyway." I nodded slowly. For the first time in months, I did not feel alone. That night, Emma stayed over. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling. I could hear her breathing softly from the couch in the living room. My mind replayed numbers over and over. $10,000. 24 months. Almost nothing. At some point I fell asleep. I woke up to voices. It was early morning. I sat up in bed and listened carefully. Daniel's voice. Sharp, angry. "You have no idea what you are doing," he was saying. I hurried out of my room. Daniel stood in the living room, his face red. Rachel stood beside him, pale and quiet. Emma stood between them. "This is not about you, Daniel," she said calmly. "This is about Mom's money." Daniel pointed at me. "I built that company for all of us. Do you know how close we are to closing a major contract? If this falls apart because of you, everything collapses." I felt my heart race again. "What contract?" Emma asked. Daniel hesitated. Rachel answered softly, "The company is not as stable as we hoped." Emma's eyes sharpened. "How unstable?" Daniel looked away. Rachel whispered, "There is debt." "How much debt?" Emma demanded. Daniel finally said it. $200,000. The number hit me like cold water. 200,000. Emma's voice dropped. "So you used Mom's pension to cover your debt?" Daniel's face twisted. "It was temporary. I was going to repay her once the contract came through." "And if it does not?" Emma asked. Daniel did not answer. Silence filled the room again. I felt something strange inside me. It was not fear this time. It was clarity. I looked at my son and saw not the boy who brought me flowers, but a man who had gambled my security on his own dreams without asking clearly. Daniel took a step toward me. "Mom, please do not do this. If you go to the bank, they will freeze everything. The company will collapse, people will lose jobs." I swallowed. And what about me? I asked quietly. What do I lose? Daniel stared at me like he had never considered that question. Emma picked up her purse. We are leaving now, she said. Mom. I stood slowly. Daniel stepped in front of the door. If you walk out, he said in a low voice, do not expect things to stay the same. Emma's eyes flashed. They already are not the same, she replied. Daniel moved aside. We stepped outside into the cold morning air. As Emma helped me into her car, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I looked at the screen. It was a message from an unknown number. The text read, if you go to the bank today, you will regret it. My hands started to shake again. Emma saw my face. What is it? I showed her the message. Her jaw tightened. Mom, she said slowly, this just became much bigger than money. And as she started the car and drove toward the bank, I realized something that made my stomach twist. If Daniel was desperate enough to send threats, then he was hiding more than just debt. And whatever we were about to uncover might destroy far more than a business. The bank doors slid open with a soft whooshing sound, but my heart was beating so loudly it felt like thunder in my chest. I had walked into this building many times before, smiling at tellers, depositing birthday checks for my grandchildren, asking simple questions. But today felt different. Today felt like I was stepping into a place where truth was waiting for me. Emma held my arm gently as we entered. Mom, stay calm, she whispered. We are just asking questions. Just asking questions. But the message on my phone still echoed in my mind. If you go to the bank today, you will regret it. Who sent it? Daniel, Rachel, someone else? The lobby was bright and warm. People stood in line chatting softly. It looked like a normal day, but to me everything felt sharp and loud. Emma walked to the front desk. My mother would like to review her full account history, she said clearly, and we need to speak with a manager. The young woman behind the desk smiled politely. Of course, may I see identification? I handed over my driver's license. My hands were shaking again. Within minutes we were led into a small glass office. A man in a navy suit entered. He looked professional and calm. Good morning, Mrs. Thompson, he said kindly. I am Mr. Lewis, the branch manager. How may I help you? Emma squeezed my hand under the table. I swallowed. I would like to see my account balance, I said slowly, and all transactions from the past 2 years. Mr. Lewis nodded and began typing. There was a pause. Then another pause. His face changed slightly. Is something wrong? Emma asked. Mr. Lewis cleared his throat gently. Mrs. Thompson, there have been significant transfers from your pension account to an external business account over the past 24 months. My stomach dropped. What business account? Emma asked. The account belongs to Thompson Construction Group, he replied. Daniel's company. Emma's voice stayed steady. How much has been transferred? Mr. Lewis looked at the screen again. Approximately $237,000. The number hit me like ice water. $237,000. Emma inhaled sharply but did not look at me yet. And what is the current balance? She asked. Mr. Lewis hesitated. $112. $112. That was what remained from 2 years of $10,000 monthly deposits. My vision blurred for a moment. Emma's voice became firmer. Under what authorization were these transfers made? Mr. Lewis clicked again. There is a power of attorney document on file granting financial control to your son, Daniel Thompson. My heart felt like it cracked in two. Power of attorney. I looked at Emma. She looked back at me gently. Mom, that is the paper you signed. Mr. Lewis continued. However, Mrs. Thompson, even with power of attorney, funds must be used in your best interest. Large business investments can raise concerns if they do not directly benefit you. Emma leaned forward. Were there any red flags raised? Mr. Lewis shifted in his chair. There were internal notes about high-volume transfers, but the documentation provided by Mr. Thompson indicated these were structured family investments. Family investments. I felt dizzy again. Emma spoke clearly. We would like to file a formal review of all transactions, immediately. Mr. Lewis nodded slowly. That will initiate an investigation. It may temporarily freeze the business account connected to these transfers. That means Daniel's company will be frozen, Emma said calmly. Correct. My hands trembled in my lap. I could almost hear Daniel's voice in my head. If this falls apart, everything collapses. Emma looked at me. Mom, do you want to proceed? This was the moment. I could protect my son. Or I could protect myself. I remembered the dark kitchen, the empty fridge, the heater turned off. I remembered the envelope with $50. I remembered the message on my phone. I lifted my chin. Yes, I said quietly, I want the review. Mr. Lewis nodded and began printing forms. As he handed them to me, my phone buzzed again. Another message. You should have stayed home. Emma saw the color leave my face. She grabbed my phone and read it. Her eyes flashed with anger. Mom, this is intimidation. Mr. Lewis looked concerned. Are you being threatened, Mrs. Thompson? I did not want to say yes. Saying it out loud made it real. Emma answered for me. Yes, and we would like this documented. Mr. Lewis nodded again. We will add that to the report. I signed the forms slowly. My name looked shaky on the paper. But it was my name. After we finished, Emma helped me stand. As we walked out of the bank, I felt strange. Lighter. And terrified at the same time. Emma opened the car door for me. Mom, she said softly, I am proud of you. Proud? No one had said that to me in a long time. We had just started driving when Emma's phone rang. It was Daniel. She answered without putting it on speaker. What did you do? He shouted. I could hear him clearly anyway. Emma kept her voice calm. We requested a review. You froze the account, Daniel yelled. Payroll was due today. Do you understand what you just did? I leaned back in my seat. Daniel, Emma said slowly, you transferred nearly $240,000 from Mom's pension. It was an investment, he snapped. Without explaining the risk clearly, she replied. There was a long pause. Then Daniel said something that made my chest tighten. You think you are protecting her, but you just destroyed everything. There is more at stake than you know. Emma's voice changed slightly. What does that mean? Silence. Then the call ended. Emma looked at me. Mom, I do not think this is just about business failure. What else could it be? That question did not have an easy answer. We drove home quietly. As we pulled into my driveway, I noticed something strange. The front door was slightly open. Emma's eyes narrowed. Did you leave it open? No, I whispered. Emma parked quickly. Stay in the car, she said. But I could not. I stepped out slowly. The house felt wrong. The air felt disturbed. Emma pushed the door open fully. The living room looked normal at first. Then I saw it. The file cabinet near my desk was open. Papers were scattered across the floor. Drawers pulled out. Emma rushed inside. Mom, stay near the door. I looked around. My jewelry box was open too. But nothing appeared stolen. It looked like someone had searched. Emma picked up papers from the floor. These are your old medical records, she said, and your property deed copies. Why would anyone want those? My heart started racing again. On the kitchen table sat an envelope. It had my name written on it. Margaret. Emma opened it carefully. Inside was a single sheet of paper. 3 words were written in bold black ink. Stop digging now. My knees felt weak. Emma looked furious. This is not Daniel's style, she said quietly. Then whose? We stood in the middle of my living room, surrounded by scattered papers and silence. Daniel had debt. The account was frozen. Threatening messages were coming from unknown numbers. And now someone had entered my home. Emma picked up her phone. We are calling the police. My chest tightened. Police meant escalation. But this had already escalated. Within 30 minutes, 2 officers stood in my living room taking notes. There were no signs of forced entry. No broken windows. The lock was intact. Which meant one thing. Whoever entered had a key. Emma and I looked at each other at the same time. Daniel had a key. Rachel had a key. But they were not the only ones. I suddenly remembered something. 3 months ago, Daniel said he needed spare keys for renovation access. He said contractors might need entry for estimates. Contractors. Emma saw realization spread across my face. What is it, Mum? I told her. She nodded slowly. If his business is drowning in debt, she said quietly, and if the account is frozen, he might be desperate. But desperate enough to threaten his own mother. I did not want to believe it. The officers finished writing their report. They said they would check for fingerprints. After they left, Emma began picking up the papers. Mom, she said gently, we need to change the locks. I nodded. As we cleaned, I found something under the couch. A small business card. It was not Daniel. It read simply, Martin Hale, financial consultant. There was a phone number. I did not recognize the name. Emma frowned. Why would a financial consultant be in your house? I shook my head slowly. Unless, Emma whispered, Daniel is not the only one involved. The room felt cold again. If someone else had been advising Daniel, someone else could be pulling strings behind him. I picked up the card carefully. The name meant nothing to me. But the feeling in my chest told me something important. This was bigger than a failed company. And as Emma locked the front door and checked every window twice, I realized something that made my stomach twist. If Daniel was not acting alone, then whoever stood behind him had just made it clear. They did not want me to see the truth. And I had just signed papers that would force it into the light. I did not sleep that night. Every small sound in the house made my heart jump, the refrigerator turning on, the wind brushing against the windows, the floor creaking when Emma walked to the kitchen for water. The words on that paper kept replaying in my mind. Stop digging now. I lay in my bed staring at the ceiling, thinking about how quiet my life used to be. I used to worry about little things, grocery lists, church bake sales, doctor appointments. I never imagined I would be lying awake at 72, afraid of what my own son had gotten involved in. Just before sunrise, Emma knocked gently on my door. Mom, she whispered, are you awake? Yes. She came in and sat on the edge of the bed. I did not tell you something yesterday, she said softly. My heart tightened again. What is it? After we left the bank, I called a friend of mine. He works in corporate compliance. He looked up Daniel's company records. I sat up slowly. And Emma swallowed. Thompson Construction Group has not won any major contracts. In fact, it has not completed a single large project in 2 years. I blinked. But Daniel said he was close to closing a big deal. Emma shook her head. There are lawsuits filed against the company for unpaid suppliers, and there are liens, a lot of them. Liens. That meant debt. Heavy debt. How much? I whispered. Over $400,000. The number felt impossible. But he only said $200,000 yesterday. Emma looked at me carefully. He told you about part of it, not all of it. My chest felt tight again. Then who is Martin Hale? I asked. Emma reached into her bag and pulled out her laptop. That is what I checked next. She opened a page and turned the screen toward me. Martin Hale is not just a financial consultant. He has been investigated before for advising struggling businesses to move money quickly before bankruptcy filings. My mouth went dry. Move money quickly. Emma nodded slowly. He helps people protect assets by transferring them into other accounts so creditors cannot reach them. The room felt colder. So Daniel was not just using my money to keep the business alive. He might have been hiding it. Emma closed the laptop gently. Mom, I think Daniel and Rachel used your pension to try to save the company at first, but when it kept failing, they started moving funds around. Maybe hopping one big contract would fix everything. And if that contract never came, then the debt would swallow them. I pressed my hands together. But why threaten me? Emma looked straight at me. Because if investigators discover misused funds from a vulnerable adult, that is not just bad business, that is criminal. Criminal. The word echoed loudly in my mind. I did not raise a criminal. But maybe I raised a son who was too proud to admit he was drowning. Just then my phone rang. Daniel. Emma and I stared at the screen for a moment. Answer it, she said quietly. I pressed accept. Daniel's voice sounded different this time, not angry, not loud. Tired. Mom, he said softly, please, we need to talk alone. Emma leaned closer so she could hear. You can talk now, I replied. Not like this, Daniel said, in person. After everything yesterday, Emma said calmly, we are not meeting privately. Daniel sighed deeply. Fine, then listen carefully. The investigation you started is going to expose everything. Investors will panic, creditors will file motions, the company will collapse within days. Emma did not react. Daniel continued. And if that happens, Mom, you will not just lose money, you will lose the house too. My heart skipped. The house? What do you mean? I whispered. Daniel hesitated. Rachel and I used your property as collateral for a short-term business loan. The room spun. Collateral. That meant if the business failed, the lender could take my house. You what? Emma said sharply. It was temporary, Daniel insisted quickly. We needed capital. We were about to secure a municipal contract. I thought it was guaranteed. But it was not, Emma said coldly. Daniel's breathing became uneven. Martin said it would work. He said shifting funds through Mom's account would strengthen our liquidity statements. It was strategic. So Martin Hale advised you to move Mom's pension into the business, Emma said. Yes, Daniel snapped, because I had no choice. No choice. I felt tears sliding down my face silently. You had a choice, Emma said firmly. You could have told the truth. Daniel's voice broke slightly. I did not want you both to see me fail. The silence that followed felt heavy. I understood something painful in that moment. Daniel was not trying to hurt me in the beginning. He was trying to protect his pride. But pride had grown into deception. And deception had grown into fear. If the account stays frozen, Daniel continued quietly, the lender will review the collateral. If they discover irregular fund movement, they will accelerate the loan. That means immediate repayment. And if you cannot repay, Emma asked, then they take the house. My breath caught. This house was not just walls and windows. It was memories. It was my late husband's laughter. It was the place I brought both my children home from the hospital. You put my home at risk, I said softly. Daniel did not answer. Mom, he finally whispered, I was going to fix it. When I asked. Soon. That word had no meaning anymore. Emma spoke clearly. You need to come here, today, with every document, every loan agreement, every contract, everything. Daniel hesitated. And Martin, she added. There was a long silence. Then Daniel said quietly, fine. The call ended. I sat very still. Emma moved closer and wrapped her arms around me. "We will fix this," she whispered. But for the first time, I was not sure if fixing it meant saving Daniel or saving myself. 2 hours later, Daniel and Rachel stood in my living room again. Daniel looked different, his shoulders slumped, his eyes tired. Rachel looked pale and silent. And with them stood a man I had never seen before. Tall, grey suit, calm smile. "Martin Hales." "Mrs. Thompson," he said smoothly, "it is a pleasure to finally meet you." His voice was polite, almost friendly. But something about his eyes made me uneasy. Emma did not offer him a seat. "Explain everything," she said firmly. Martin clasped his hands together. "The business environment has been challenging. Daniel sought professional guidance. We structured temporary asset transfers to maintain solvency. It is not unusual." Emma crossed her arms. "Using a 72-year-old woman's pension without full informed consent is unusual." Martin's smile tightened. "She signed a power of attorney." I spoke up slowly. "I did not understand what I signed." Martin looked at me carefully. "Understanding is subjective," he replied calmly. Emma's eyes flashed. "No, legal consent requires clarity. If material risk was hidden, that is misrepresentation." Daniel rubbed his forehead. "Stop arguing legal terms," he muttered. "We need solutions." "Yes," Emma said, "we do." I looked at Daniel. "Why did you not tell me the company was failing?" He met my eyes for the first time. "Because I did not want you to see me as a failure." My heart softened slightly. But it hardened again when I remembered the empty refrigerator. Martin stepped forward slightly. "There is still an option," he said smoothly. "If the investigation is withdrawn and funds are restored to operational accounts, we can finalize a pending deal. It will generate immediate liquidity." Emma shook her head. "We are not moving another dollar." Martin's voice lowered slightly. "If you proceed legally, creditors will accelerate recovery. The house will be seized within weeks." The word seized echoed in the room. Rachel finally spoke, her voice shaking. "We never wanted it to go this far." Emma turned to her. "Then why send threatening messages?" Rachel's eyes widened. "We did not send any threats." The room froze. "Not you?" Emma asked sharply. Daniel shook his head slowly. "I swear, Mom, we did not break into your house. We did not send messages." Emma and I exchanged a glance. "Then who did?" Martin adjusted his tie slightly. "Mrs. Thompson's financial activity has triggered attention beyond this household." My stomach twisted. "What kind of attention?" Martin looked directly at me. "Some of Daniel's creditors believe funds were intentionally shielded. They may be pressuring all involved parties." "All involved parties?" "Meaning mate." "Meaning I was not just a mother caught in family trouble. I was now part of a financial storm." Emma stepped forward firmly. "Then this ends today. We will cooperate fully with the bank investigation, and we will consult an independent attorney." Martin's calm smile faded completely. "If you escalate this," he said quietly, "the consequences will be irreversible." I felt fear rise again. But something else rose with it. Strength. For months I had sat in the dark. Now I was standing in the middle of the light. I looked at Daniel. "If my house is at risk because of your choices," I said slowly, "then you will face those choices honestly." Daniel's eyes filled with tears. Martin glanced at him sharply. That was when I noticed something important. Daniel looked afraid of Martin. Not just worried. Afraid. Emma saw it too. "Mom," she whispered, "this is bigger than we thought." And as Martin's phone buzzed in his pocket, and he glanced at the screen with sudden tension, I realized something that made my heart pound again. Whatever game had been played with my pension was now unraveling. And when powerful people lose control of money, they do not go quietly. They fight back. And I had just stepped directly into that fight. Martin's phone kept buzzing in his pocket. He tried to silence it, but the sound kept breaking the quiet in my living room. Daniel looked nervous, Rachel looked pale, Emma stood firm beside me. For the first time in weeks, I did not feel small. I felt awake. "Answer it," Emma said calmly. Martin hesitated, then stepped away and answered the call in a low voice. We could not hear everything, but we heard enough. "No," he said quickly, "the funds are under review. Yes, I know, I am handling it." He ended the call and turned back toward us. The calm smile was gone now. "Mrs. Thompson," he said, "this situation has become sensitive. I advise we settle this privately." "Settle what privately?" Emma asked. Martin looked directly at me. "If the investigation continues, creditors may pursue aggressive recovery. That includes civil claims, possibly criminal referrals." I felt my heart pound. Criminal referrals? Emma stepped closer to him. "You mean against Daniel?" Martin did not answer directly. He glanced at Daniel again, and this time I saw something clearly. Daniel was not in control. Martin was. Daniel finally spoke up. "Mom, I did not mean for this to happen. When the business started failing, Martin said we could move your pension temporarily to show strong cash flow. He said once we secured the city contract, everything would stabilize." "But the contract never came," Emma said. Daniel nodded slowly. "We kept waiting. Payroll was due, suppliers were angry. I thought one more month would fix it." "One more month turned into 24 months, Emma said quietly. Daniel's voice broke. "I kept telling myself I would repay it before you noticed." I looked at him carefully. "Before I noticed." As if I was supposed to never notice. Martin stepped forward again. "Emotion will not solve this. The practical solution is simple: withdraw the investigation, allow Daniel to move funds one final time. We close the pending deal, everyone walks away safe." Emma shook her head. "No more moving funds." I finally spoke, my voice steady. "Mr. Hale, you advised my son to use my pension and my home as collateral without making sure I understood the risks. Is that correct?" Martin's jaw tightened. "All documentation was signed." "That is not what I asked." He stayed silent. I continued. "Did you tell Daniel that if the deal failed, my house could be seized?" Martin did not answer. Daniel whispered. He said it was low risk. Low risk? That phrase sounded so harmless. But my empty kitchen had not been harmless. My shaking hands had not been harmless. The threatening messages had not been harmless. Emma spoke clearly. "We already filed the bank review. We are contacting an attorney. If creditors are pressuring, they will speak to counsel, not to my 72-year-old mother." Martin's calm mask finally cracked. "If this goes legal," he said sharply, "Daniel will be personally liable for fraudulent asset transfers." Daniel looked at him in shock. "You said it was structured properly," Daniel said. Martin did not respond. That silence told the truth. Emma turned to Daniel. "He protected himself," she said quietly, "not you." I saw the realization spread across my son's face. He had trusted Martin the way I had trusted him. And now both of us were standing in the wreckage of that trust. I took a deep breath. "Daniel," I said gently but firmly, "did you ever plan to tell me the full truth?" He looked at me with tears in his eyes. "No," he whispered, "I thought I could fix it first." That was the moment I understood something important. This had started with pride. Daniel was afraid of failing. Instead of asking for help, he borrowed from silence. And silence grew into deception. And deception grew into danger. Emma picked up her phone. "I am calling the attorney now." Martin stepped back. "If you do that, negotiations end." "Good," Emma replied, "they should." Within the hour, an independent financial attorney arrived. He reviewed the documents Daniel brought: loan agreements, collateral forms, transfer records. He looked at me carefully. Mrs. Thompson, you signed a power of attorney. However, the use of funds appears to have exceeded reasonable fiduciary responsibility. The lender placed a lien on your home under business collateral. That is serious. Can I lose my house? I asked plainly. He nodded slowly. Yes, unless the loan is renegotiated or settled. Daniel looked broken. I never wanted to risk your home, he whispered. But you did, I said softly. The attorney continued. However, there is also exposure here for Mr. Hale if advisory misconduct occurred. Martin's face tightened again. I provided professional guidance within standard practice. The attorney looked unimpressed. Using a retiree's pension to artificially inflate liquidity during debt stress is highly questionable. Emma crossed her arms. So what happens now? The attorney answered clearly. We freeze further transfers. We notify creditors of legal representation. We investigate advisory misconduct. And we protect Mrs. Thompson's remaining assets immediately. Daniel looked like he might collapse. I ruined everything, he said quietly. I walked over to him slowly. You ruined trust, I said gently, not everything. He looked at me confused. I continued. Money can be rebuilt, businesses can restart, but trust must be rebuilt with truth. Rachel stepped forward with tears in her eyes. We were scared, she whispered. We thought if we admitted failure, everyone would see us as weak. Emma shook her head slowly. Weakness is hiding, strength is telling the truth. The next few weeks were hard. The investigation confirmed what we already knew. $237,000 had been transferred into Daniel's failing business. The lender had issued a notice regarding the house collateral. But with legal representation, something changed. Because the pension funds were transferred under questionable advisory structure, the lender agreed to renegotiate the collateral terms rather than risk legal scrutiny. The house was removed from direct seizure status. It was not easy. Daniel had to declare formal business restructuring. The company closed. Martin Hale became the subject of a professional conduct review. And Daniel had to face something he had avoided for 2 years. Public failure. The day he signed the restructuring papers, he came to my house alone. He stood in the same living room where I once sat in darkness. Mom, he said quietly, I am sorry. I looked at him carefully. Sorry for what? For using your money, for risking your house, for trying to fix my pride with your security. I nodded slowly. That was the first honest sentence he had spoken in months. Emma stood beside me, calm and steady. Daniel continued. I will repay you, even if it takes years. I will work, I will rebuild, but this time I will not hide. I studied his face. He looked smaller somehow, not weak, just humbled. I thought about the empty refrigerator. The threatening messages were traced later to a debt collection associate, trying to scare all parties involved. Not Daniel. Not Rachel. Fear had come from outside pressure. But silence had invited it in. I walked to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. This time it was full. Emma had made sure of that. I turned back to Daniel. I do not need revenge, I said quietly. I need honesty. He nodded. And I need you to remember something very clearly. He waited. This house is not just property. It is my life, my memories, my security. No dream is worth risking that without my full understanding. He nodded again, tears falling. Weeks later, the locks were changed. The power of attorney was revoked. My accounts were placed under independent financial oversight with my direct access restored. $10,000 began arriving again each month. And I saw every statement. One evening, I sat at my kitchen table with Emma. The lights were on. The heater was warm. There was food on the stove. Mom, Emma said softly, you know what the real lesson was. What? Silence can look peaceful, but sometimes silence is the most dangerous thing in the room. I smiled gently. And trust is not weakness, I added, but blind trust can become one. Emma nodded. I thought back to the night she removed her earrings. She had not done it to fight. She had done it to stand firm. And that small action changed everything. If you are listening right now, and you have ever felt too small to question something that feels wrong, remember this. Darkness does not mean there is no light. Sometimes it just means someone needs to turn it back on. And sometimes the bravest thing you can do is say one simple word. Enough. If this story touched you, if you believe in speaking up and protecting the people you love, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe so more stories like this can reach someone who needs to hear them. Because sometimes the lesson is not about money at all. It is about courage. And courage begins the moment you stop sitting in the dark.
The concrete echoed their footsteps before I saw them. Dull yellow lights cast long shadows as Wyatt and Burke approached from between the columns. My fingers froze on my car keys. The parking garage level was deserted. Just my sedan and their matching luxury vehicles remained. "Evening, Marlowe," Wyatt said, his 6'4" frame blocking my driver's side door. His tailored suit couldn't hide his former linebacker build. Burke circled to my other side, trapping me between my car and these two senior managers. "Working late again?" Burke asked, his voice deceptively gentle. He adjusted his glasses, the light catching on his wedding ring. "Dedication. That's what we've always admired about you." A chill ran through me despite the garage's lingering summer heat. Their unexpected appearance wasn't coincidence. 3 years at Wyatt and Burke's Mercy had taught me to recognize the signs, their synchronized movements, the practiced casualness, the way their eyes assessed my reaction. "What do you want?" I kept my voice steady. Wyatt's smile vanished. "We know what you've been doing." Burke stepped closer, asking questions, taking notes, talking to people you shouldn't. "The Safety Review Committee," Wyatt continued. "The accounting team. Old employees who've left. You've been busy." My pulse quickened, but I maintained eye contact with Wyatt. "I'm thorough. That's my job." "Your job," Burke repeated, laughing softly. "Your job is what we say it is. And right now, your job is simple. Resign tomorrow or we'll make sure you're ruined. We've prepared a generous separation package," Wyatt added. "Sign it. Walk away. Everyone's happy. And if I don't," Burke's smile tightened, "there are things in your performance reviews. Inconsistencies, warnings, behavioral concerns, all properly dated and signed. Nothing obvious, just enough to make any future employer hesitate, plus those accounting irregularities you've been investigating," Wyatt said. "Interesting how your access code appears in the system during those changes." My throat went dry. They'd been planning this for months. "We need your answer now," Burke demanded. "You have responsibilities to your family," Wyatt added. "Your mother's medical bills, your sister's tuition. Would be shame to throw it all away." The mention of my family ignited something in me. They'd researched my personal life, my weaknesses, my vulnerabilities, but they'd missed something crucial. I looked at both of them and smiled. "There's a third option you haven't considered." Their smirks faltered for just a second. "Always the optimist," Burke recovered. "There is no third option. Your resignation letter. On the CEO's desk. 9 a.m., Wyatt said. "Otherwise, we start the termination process with everything we've assembled." They walked away, confident in their victory, the echo of their expensive shoes fading as they disappeared toward their cars. I sat in my sedan for 20 minutes, hands trembling on the steering wheel, the weight of their threat pressed against my chest. 3 years of watching them climb over others, claiming credit, manipulating numbers, breaking spirits. They'd chosen me for their latest project, not for my skills, but because they needed someone expendable, someone they could control and ultimately sacrifice. Their plan was simple: implement dangerous cost-cutting measures, reap massive bonuses for the savings, then vanish before the consequences emerged. I would be left holding responsibility for decisions I never made. The system they'd created was designed to protect them and implicate me. What they didn't realize is that I'd recognized their pattern from day one. Before I turned the key in the ignition, I reached for my phone and typed a simple message. They made their move. Tomorrow morning. Be ready. Before we continue further, thank you for listening to this story. If you're enjoying it so far, please take a moment to hit that like button. Your support means everything and helps others find this content too. Don't forget to subscribe if you want to hear more stories like this one. There's plenty more where this came from. Now, let's get back to what happened next. My name is Marlo Arden. I'm 36 and have spent the last 15 years climbing the corporate ladder with calculated precision. My colleagues describe me as detail-oriented, perhaps obsessively so. I maintain a modest lifestyle despite my six-figure income. My apartment is minimalist, functional rather than flashy. I drive a reliable sedan rather than something to impress. I've never married, though I've had relationships. None survived my devotion to work. What people notice first about me is my memory. I remember conversations verbatim. I recall numbers after seeing them once. This gift made me valuable in quarterly reviews and strategy sessions. It also made me dangerous to people like Wyatt and Burke. I joined the company 3 years ago as a senior financial analyst. The job offered the salary I needed to support my mother's ongoing cancer treatments and help my younger sister through graduate school. The position seemed perfect: challenging work, good benefits, and a chance to advance. Within 6 months, I understood the reality beneath the polished surface. CEO Garland was nearing retirement, more concerned with his legacy than daily operations. This created a power vacuum that Wyatt and Burke had filled with ruthless efficiency. Wyatt had joined the company 12 years earlier. His background in sales gave him a charismatic edge that charmed the board. He knew which country club members to befriend, which charity events to attend, which personal details to mention in conversation. People instinctively trusted him. Burke was his perfect complement: analytical, precise, always prepared with data and projections. His economics degree and MBA from prestigious universities gave him credibility. He designed the metrics that made their initiatives look successful, regardless of the actual results. Together, they controlled information flow to the executive team and board. Anyone who challenged them found themselves marginalized, then pushed out. 8 mid-level managers had left during my first year alone. I survived by making myself useful but unthreatening. I produced exceptional work but let them take credit. I noticed their questionable practices but kept my concerns to myself. I became a trusted resource, someone who could execute complex tasks without asking uncomfortable questions. Then, 63-year-old CEO Garland announced Project Revival, a comprehensive initiative to save our struggling company. Revenue had declined for 3 consecutive quarters. The stock price was falling. Rumors of layoffs circulated. Something dramatic needed to happen. Wyatt and Burke were appointed as project leaders, given extraordinary authority to identify and implement cost-saving measures. They needed a financial analyst to join their team, someone to run the numbers and prepare presentations. They chose me. Marlo has the technical skills we need, Burke had told the executive committee, and she works well with limited supervision. She's also gained valuable perspective across multiple departments, Wyatt added, which gives her the big picture understanding this project requires. I accepted the role with appropriate gratitude and enthusiasm. What they really wanted was someone they could control and eventually blame if necessary. Our first team meeting established the pattern. Wyatt outlined aggressive cost-cutting targets that seemed impossible without compromising safety or quality. Burke presented the implementation timeline that gave us barely 8 weeks. We'll need to focus on operational efficiencies, I suggested. There are several areas where process improvements. We're looking for immediate impact, Burke interrupted. Process improvements take time we don't have. The executive committee wants decisive action, Wyatt agreed. Bold moves that show immediate results. Their real plan emerged over the following weeks. They proposed eliminating key quality control positions, replacing experienced workers with less expensive contractors, and postponing essential maintenance on critical equipment. I raised concerns in each meeting. These maintenance deferments create significant safety risks. Your job is to quantify savings, not assess risks, Burke reminded me. The safety team has signed off on this approach, Wyatt claimed, though I never saw documentation. I documented everything: dates, times, specific suggestions, their responses. I maintained my own meeting notes, separate from the official minutes that Burke controlled. One Tuesday morning, after our weekly status meeting, I noticed a disturbing pattern. The official meeting minutes omitted my safety concerns. My suggestions for less risky alternatives had disappeared. The record showed unanimous support for decisions I had explicitly questioned. That afternoon, I discovered that several safety inspection reports had been altered. Maintenance histories for key equipment had been backdated. Certification documents showed inspections that never occurred. When I mentioned these discrepancies to Burke, his response was immediate and cold. Your inexperience is showing, Marlowe. Trust the process. We've done this before. That evening, I made a decision. I would play along, but watch carefully. I would earn their trust while studying their methods. I would build relationships with people throughout the company, from security guards to executive assistants to IT specialists. Most importantly, I would prepare for the moment when Wyatt and Burke would inevitably try to make me their scapegoat. For 6 months, I gathered information. I learned who else they had hurt, former employees now struggling, ideas stolen, careers derailed. I discovered their pattern of implementing dangerous changes, collecting bonuses based on short-term gains, then moving on before the consequences became apparent. The parking garage confrontation confirmed my suspicions. Their plan had accelerated because the annual safety inspection was just days away. An outside inspector would identify the shortcuts they'd implemented. Questions would be asked. Documentation would be examined. They needed me gone, resigned and silenced by a separation agreement before anyone could connect them to the dangerous conditions they'd created. What they didn't realize is that I had anticipated this moment for months, and I had prepared accordingly. The morning after the parking garage confrontation, I woke at 4:30 a.m. after barely 2 hours of sleep. My mind had refused to shut down, replaying their threats like a broken record. I showered in scalding water, hoping to wash away the feeling of being cornered. As I dressed, I chose my outfit with meticulous care: charcoal gray suit, crisp white blouse, and the jade necklace my mother gave me when I graduated college. For strength, she'd said. I needed every ounce of it today. By 5:45 a.m., I was driving to the office. The roads were nearly empty. Streetlights reflected off puddles from last night's rain. My resignation letter sat in my briefcase, typed, signed, and ready. Wyatt and Burke would see it as surrender. They didn't understand what was really happening. I parked in my usual spot at 6:15 a.m. The early hour meant the security guard, Miguel, was still at the main entrance rather than the rotating daytime team. "Morning, Miss Arden," he said, genuinely surprised. "Everything okay? Never seen you here this early." "Big day ahead, Miguel," I replied, signing in manually rather than using my key card. "How's your daughter doing in her new school?" "Loving it," he beamed. "That tutor you recommended made all the difference." I'd helped Miguel find affordable math tutoring for his daughter 3 months earlier, a small kindness that now meant I had an ally who remembered faces and times. The executive floor was deserted when I stepped off the elevator at 6:25 a.m. Perfect. I walked past my office toward the boardroom. The door was unlocked, just as Lynn, the executive assistant, had promised it would be. Lynn had worked for the company 22 years. She'd seen 4 CEOs come and go, and knew where all the bodies were buried. She'd watched Burke humiliate her nephew into quitting last year. I arranged 12 copies of a thin folder at each seat around the massive table. The folders contained nothing but my business card. Then I sent a text, "Boardroom ready," and waited. At 7:30 a.m., CEO Garland arrived with 3 board members, Tanner, Ellis, and Vivian. All looked grim and confused. "Marlowe," Garland began. "Your message was concerning. You mentioned immediate threats to company operations and safety?" "Yes, sir. But we should wait for everyone to arrive." "Everyone?" Ellis asked. "Who exactly did you invite?" Before I could answer, the door opened. Head of Legal Rosalind entered, followed by Chief of Security, Dario. The surprise on Garland's face confirmed what I suspected. They rarely attended morning executive sessions. "Thank you for coming," I said. "Please, everyone, take any seat." Wyatt arrived next, his confident stride faltering when he saw the unexpected gathering. He recovered quickly, flashing his trademark smile. "Well, this is unusual. Morning, everyone." Burke entered last, his typical punctuality betrayed by the sweat on his brow. His eyes darted from face to face, calculating the situation. "What's this about?" he asked, trying to sound casual. "That's what we're all wondering," Garland replied. "Marlowe called this emergency session." Wyatt laughed, a practiced sound designed to break tension. "Our analyst called a board meeting?" "That's... Actually," I interrupted. "I asked CEO Garland for this meeting." He graciously agreed. Wyatt and Burke exchanged glances. They hadn't expected me to have direct access to Garland. Their carefully constructed hierarchy should have prevented it. Last night, I began. Senior managers Wyatt and Burke confronted me in the parking garage. They demanded my resignation by 9 a.m. today, threatening to ruin me professionally if I refused. The room fell silent. That's absurd, Burke sputtered. We had a conversation about performance concerns. Yes, but they specifically mentioned modifying my performance reviews, manufacturing behavioral concerns, and framing me for accounting irregularities. I continued calmly. These are serious accusations, Rosalind, the legal head noted. Do you have any proof of this conversation? No, I admitted. Wyatt relaxed visibly. Look, clearly Marlo misunderstood our conversation. We expressed concerns about her recent work quality. Nothing more. But that's not why I asked for this meeting, I said. The threat was merely a symptom of a much larger problem that threatens this company's survival. I opened my laptop and connected it to the projector. For 6 months, I've been part of Project Revival. During that time, I've observed systematically dangerous decisions that put lives at risk and expose us to catastrophic liability. This is ridiculous, Burke snapped. Project Revival has achieved unprecedented cost savings. The numbers speak for themselves. Yes, the numbers, I agreed. Let's talk about those numbers. The screen displayed maintenance logs for critical equipment, dates, signatures, inspection results. These show our compliance with safety regulations, I explained. Every box checked, every inspection passed, but the reality doesn't match these reports. Wyatt leaned forward. What exactly are you implying? I'm not implying anything. I'm stating that these inspection reports were falsified. The equipment hasn't been properly maintained in 8 months. Burke laughed dismissively. And your proof? Because if you're making accusations without evidence, I clicked to the next slide. These are the original maintenance requests that were denied, and these are the technicians who were scheduled to perform inspections, but were reassigned at the last minute. Garland frowned. Anyone can create a presentation, claiming, "Would you like to hear from the technicians directly?" I asked. They're waiting in the conference room next door. The atmosphere shifted. Wyatt's smile vanished. This approach, ambushing management with unverified claims, is exactly why we've had concerns about Marlowe's judgment, Burke said, his voice steady despite his whitening knuckles. I agree that verbal claims can be disputed, I replied, which is why I've brought something more substantive. I handed each person a sealed envelope. Inside, you'll find a complete timeline of Project Revival, including every meeting, every decision, and every risk assessment that was overruled. You'll notice that my objections to unsafe practices are extensively documented, contrary to the official meeting minutes. Burke tore open his envelope, scanning the contents frantically. This is your word against official company records, he said, recovering slightly. Meeting minutes approved by all participants. Actually, I corrected, I never approved those minutes. My signature was added without my consent. Ellis, the most senior board member, looked disturbed. These accusations cut both ways, Miss Arden. If what you say is true, why didn't you report these concerns earlier? A valid question, I acknowledged. The answer is simple. I needed to understand the full scope of the problem before coming forward. Wyatt stood suddenly. This is absurd. Marlo joined our team despite having no executive experience. She's been overwhelmed, making mistakes, and now she's trying to deflect blame before the quarterly results come out. Which brings me to the most important part, I continued as if he hadn't spoken. The safety inspection scheduled for tomorrow will identify at least 17 critical violations. When that happens, production stops immediately. Regulatory fines will follow. And that's before we face potential lawsuits. The room grew tense. Garland's retirement plans depended on the company's stability. The board members' reputations were at stake. If what you're saying is true, Vivian said slowly, why would 2 senior managers deliberately create such liability? Because they won't be here to face the consequences, I answered. Their bonuses for Project Revival's cost savings are scheduled to pay out next week. Burke has accepted a position with a competitor beginning next month. Wyatt has been interviewing with 3 different companies. Burke's face drained of color. How could you possibly know that? I finished for him. The same way I know about the actual maintenance costs you've hidden in miscellaneous expense accounts. The same way I know about the safety incidents you've classified as operator error to avoid reporting requirements. I clicked to a new slide showing a complex flowchart. This is the actual status of our critical systems. Red indicates equipment operating beyond safety parameters. Yellow indicates systems without required backups. As you can see, we're one malfunction away from a catastrophic failure. The weight of this revelation hung in the air. Garland looked physically ill. "What's your proposed solution?" Tanner asked, breaking the silence. This was the crucial moment. I could see Wyatt calculating how to undermine me, Burke preparing a technical explanation to confuse the issue. They still believed they controlled the narrative. "First, we need to initiate emergency maintenance procedures before the inspection tomorrow. I've prepared a prioritized list of critical systems requiring immediate attention." "The cost would be astronomical," Burke objected. "Less than regulatory fines and lawsuits," Rosalind countered. "Second, we need to reschedule the inspection. I suggest requesting a 30-day extension, citing planned system upgrades." Garland nodded thoughtfully. "That could work." "Finally," I said, taking a deep breath, "we need new leadership for Project Revival." Here it was, the moment Wyatt and Burke would fight back with everything they had. Wyatt didn't disappoint. "This is clearly a play for position. Marlo wants our jobs. She's manufactured this crisis to advance her career." "Actually, I've accepted a position elsewhere," I replied calmly. "My resignation is effective 2 weeks from today." This unexpected statement stunned the room. Wyatt's triumphant expression froze. "You're leaving?" Garland asked, confused. "Yes, but before I go, I want to ensure this company survives." Burke recovered first. "If you're leaving anyway, what's your interest in all this?" I looked him directly in the eyes. "Because people could get hurt. Because cutting corners on safety is never acceptable. And because the employees who remain deserve better leadership." Ellis turned to Garland. "We need to discuss this privately." Garland nodded. "Wyatt, Burke, please wait in my office. Marlo, stay here. Everyone else, let's reconvene in 1 hour." As they filed out, Wyatt brushed past me. "You have no idea what you've done," he whispered. "This isn't over." I watched him leave, wondering if he was right. Had I miscalculated? My plan depended on several factors aligning perfectly. If any one element failed, my career would be destroyed. Not just here, but everywhere. The door closed, leaving me alone in the boardroom. I checked my watch, 8:45 a.m. In 15 minutes, I was supposed to have my resignation on Garland's desk. Instead, I'd launched a direct challenge against two of the most powerful people in the company. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Package delivered." I exhaled slowly. Phase 1 complete. But the most dangerous part still lay ahead. Wyatt and Burke wouldn't go down without a fight, and they had resources and connections I couldn't match. Had I overplayed my hand? The next hour would determine whether my third option was brilliant strategy or career suicide. I remained in the boardroom alone, staring at the 6 empty water glasses left behind. The heavy silence pressed against my eardrums. The confrontation had gone as planned, but the most dangerous phase was just beginning. My phone vibrated. A text from Lynn, the executive assistant, W and B in G's office. Loud voices. Security called. I hadn't anticipated security involvement this early. My stomach tightened. If Wyatt and Burke convinced Garland to have me removed before I could complete my plan. Another text from Lynn, W, using personal phone, calling someone outside company. Wyatt was activating his network, calling in favors, mobilizing allies. Smart move. He'd built his career on relationships, on knowing the right people. Those connections were his greatest weapon. The boardroom door opened. Dario, chief of security, stepped in. "Marlo, I need you to come with me." My legs felt wooden as I stood. "Am I being escorted out?" "Just following instructions," he said, his expression unreadable. We walked silently down the hallway toward the executive wing. Employees stared as we passed. Word was spreading. I kept my chin up, maintaining eye contact with anyone brave enough to look directly at me. Dario stopped at a door I didn't recognize. "Wait here," he said, swiping his badge. The door unlocked with a soft click. Inside was a small conference room with no windows. A laptop sat open on the table. "What is this?" I asked. "Secure room. No recording devices. No network access except through our isolated system." He pointed to the laptop. "You've got 20 minutes. Before I could ask more questions, he closed the door. The lock engaged with a soft thump. I sat down, examining the laptop. It was logged into the company's secure server with admin privileges. On the screen was a message. Access granted per Protocol 17B. Temporary authorization. 20 minutes. Protocol 17B. The emergency procedure for reviewing sensitive information during potential corporate malfeasance investigations. Someone high up, possibly Rosalind from legal, had given me an opportunity. I worked quickly, navigating to the server locations I needed. The folders I'd identified weeks ago were still there. I downloaded everything to an encrypted partition, then accessed the messaging archive. Wyatt and Burke's internal communications appeared on screen. I skimmed them rapidly, copying the most damning exchanges. With 5 minutes remaining, I executed my final task, accessing the system log records, showing exactly who had modified which documents and when. The timestamps told their own story. The door opened exactly 20 minutes later. Dario stood with Rosalind. "Did you find what you needed?" Rosalind asked. "Yes, thank you. I didn't do anything," she said carefully. "The system automatically grants certain access during protocol activation." I understood her meaning. Plausible deniability. She was helping, without officially helping. "We need to go to the executive conference room," Dario said. "Everyone's waiting." The executive conference room was smaller than the boardroom, designed for closed-door decisions rather than presentations. Garland sat at the head of the table. Board members Tanner, Ellis, and Vivian formed a somber line on one side. Wyatt and Burke sat opposite them, both men looking composed but with tension visible in their posture. Garland gestured to the empty chair beside him. "Marlowe, please join us." As I sat, Wyatt smiled, not his usual charming grin, but something sharper. "Interesting performance this morning. Creative approach to resignation. I'll give you that." "This isn't about resignation," Garland said firmly. "We're here to address the safety concerns Marlowe raised." Burke leaned forward. "Which we take very seriously. So seriously that we've been conducting our own internal review, which Marlowe apparently discovered and misinterpreted." My heart sank. They'd prepared a counter-narrative. "We identified potential compliance issues 3 weeks ago," Wyatt explained smoothly. "Rather than cause alarm, we began quiet preparations to address them before the inspection." Burke nodded. "That's why certain maintenance requests appear delayed. We've been consolidating them for maximum efficiency." "And the falsified inspection reports?" Ellis asked. "Preliminary worksheets only," Burke replied without hesitation. "The system generates placeholders until final inspections are complete." Marlowe mistook these for official reports. Their explanation sounded plausible. Doubt flickered across the board members' faces. Wyatt pressed his advantage. "We were concerned about Marlowe's growing paranoia. Her recent behavior, working unusual hours, requesting confidential files outside her scope, meeting with former employees, raised red flags. That's why we suggested she consider stepping back," Burke added. "For her well-being, not as a threat." The narrative was shifting. I was no longer the whistleblower but the unstable employee. I felt the ground crumbling beneath me. Wyatt and Burke had decades of experience navigating corporate politics. They knew exactly how to reframe the situation, how to make my concerns sound irrational. "If your explanation is accurate," Vivian said slowly, "why didn't you document this internal review process?" "We did." Burke reached for his briefcase. "I have the preliminary assessment right here." He produced a professional-looking report dated 3 weeks earlier, complete with his and Wyatt's signatures. "May I see that?" I asked, keeping my voice steady. Burke hesitated before sliding it across the table. I flipped through it casually, noting the detailed safety concerns. Ironically, the very ones I had raised in meetings. "Impressive work," I commented, "especially considering this template wasn't created until yesterday." Burke's expression didn't change. "I don't know what you mean. The document properties show it was created yesterday at 9:43 p.m., about an hour after our parking garage conversation. That's just when I finalized the formatting," Burke dismissed. "The content was compiled over weeks." I turned to Garland. "Sir, I believe Rosalind from legal should examine the system logs showing when these files were actually created and modified." Rosalind nodded. "I've already pulled those records as part of standard protocol." Wyatt's confident smile wavered slightly. "This is becoming unnecessarily complicated. The simple fact is that we identified issues and began addressing them. Whether Marlowe knew about our efforts or not doesn't change that reality." "If that's true," I said, "you'll have no objection to postponing tomorrow's inspection while we sort this out." "Absolutely," Wyatt agreed too quickly. Safety first, always. Garland looked between us, clearly trying to determine who was telling the truth. We'll request an extension from the inspectors. In the meantime, I want a complete audit of Project Revival. Every decision, every document, every communication. A fair approach, Burke said. We have nothing to hide. Then you won't mind remaining in the building until this is resolved, Ellis added. All parties, no external communications. Wyatt's jaw tightened. Are we under suspicion? After everything we've done for this company? Just a precaution, Garland assured him. If everything checks out, we'll talk compensation for the inconvenience. Of course, Wyatt relaxed slightly. Whatever helps resolve this misunderstanding quickly. The meeting adjourned. Dario arranged separate conference rooms for each of us. As I walked to mine, I saw Burke whisper something to Wyatt, who nodded almost imperceptibly. 2 hours passed in isolation. I sat reviewing my notes, wondering what was happening elsewhere in the building. Had Rosalind found the system logs? Were Wyatt and Burke's stories falling apart? Or were they successfully spinning a new narrative? The door opened. Garland entered alone, looking exhausted. Quite a morning, he said, sitting across from me. Yes, sir. You understand that if your allegations prove false, your career is over. Not just here. I nodded. I understand the stakes. Why risk it? With your skills, you could have quietly moved on. Why this confrontation? Because 37 people work directly with the equipment Wyatt and Burke neglected. Their lives matter more than my career prospects. Garland studied me. Burke claims you've been building this case for months, that you manipulated timestamps and created false documentation. My heart raced. Of course they would accuse me of exactly what they had done. That would require administrative access I don't have, I pointed out. Check the system. My privileges are standard for my position. We're checking everything, Garland assured me. Which brings me to my next question. You mentioned accepting a position elsewhere. Where? I'd rather not say until this is resolved. Fair enough. He stood to leave, then paused. One last thing. Wyatt mentioned something interesting. Said you've been obsessed with ink colors. Any idea what he meant? I kept my expression neutral. No, sir. I have no idea. After Garland left, I sat back, closing my eyes. Wyatt's mention of ink was a warning shot. They were getting desperate. Another hour passed. Then 2. The isolation was psychological warfare, leaving me to imagine worst-case scenarios. What if they convinced everyone I had fabricated everything? What if my third option failed? The door opened again. Dario appeared. They'd like you in the main conference room. When I entered, everyone from the earlier meeting was present, plus 2 people I didn't recognize. One wore a visitor badge identifying him as Inspector Wilson from the Safety Regulatory Commission. Garland stood. Marlowe, we've spent the afternoon reviewing the documentation from all sides. Inspector Wilson arrived early at our request. My pulse pounded in my ears. They'd moved up the inspection. Why? After examining the evidence, Garland continued, certain facts have become clear. Critical maintenance was indeed delayed, safety protocols were compromised, and documentation was altered to conceal these facts. Wyatt and Burke sat stone-faced. However, Garland added, the question of who directed these actions remains complex. Both sides have presented compelling evidence. Wyatt leaned forward. As senior managers, we take full responsibility for errors made under our supervision. Clearly, communication failures occurred. We should have monitored implementation more closely. It was a masterful pivot, acknowledging problems while accepting only vague responsibility for communication failures. No admission of deliberate wrongdoing. Given the seriousness of the situation, Garland said, we've decided on immediate action. Project Revival will be paused while we address the safety concerns. Inspector Wilson has graciously allowed us 30 days to rectify the issues before formal inspection. Burke nodded solemnly. The right decision. We'll personally oversee the corrections. This wasn't right. They were escaping accountability, positioning themselves as the solution rather than the problem. My third option was crumbling. One more thing, Garland added. To ensure transparency, all Project Revival personnel will be reassigned during the review period. Wyatt smiled thinly at me. A wise precaution. Which brings us to you, Marlowe. Garland turned to me. Given your resignation and the complexity of this situation, we've decided to accept it effective immediately, with full severance. I was being pushed out while Wyatt and Burke remained. They had won. I understand, I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. Actually, the second unfamiliar person finally spoke. I'd like to say something. Everyone turned to the woman who had been silently observing from the corner. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier, she said, standing. I'm Teresa Lynn, Assistant District Attorney, White Collar Crime Division. The room went completely still. I received some concerning information regarding safety violations and potential corporate fraud. Given what I've witnessed today, I'm officially opening an investigation. Wyatt's complexion paled. Investigation? Surely that's premature. We've acknowledged communication issues and are addressing them. This goes beyond communication issues, Teresa replied. Deliberately falsifying safety records is a criminal offense. Burke found his voice. Any discrepancies were administrative errors, not deliberate falsification. Teresa smiled. Interesting perspective. Would you maintain that position under oath? Under oath? Wyatt sputtered. This is absurd. A simple corporate matter doesn't warrant criminal investigation. When lives are endangered, it absolutely does, Teresa countered. And when the evidence includes recorded conversations explicitly discussing document falsification and planning to frame an employee, it becomes my jurisdiction. The blood drained from both men's faces. Recorded conversations, Burke whispered. I reached into my bag and placed a small device on the table. Remember that third option I mentioned in the parking garage? This was part of it. I've been recording our meetings for months, since you first started altering minutes and changing reports. That's illegal, Wyatt gasped. Recording without consent. Actually, Teresa interrupted. In this state, recording is permitted when there's reasonable belief of criminal activity, which bringing these safety violations to light certainly qualifies. Burke turned to me, his voice barely audible. You planned this, all of it. No, I corrected him. I simply prepared for it. There's a difference. The recordings are just the beginning, Teresa continued. We have system logs showing document alterations, testimony from maintenance staff who were directed to skip critical inspections, and financial records indicating misappropriation of safety funds. Wyatt stood suddenly. I want my lawyer. I want my lawyer. I want my lawyer. Absolutely, you're right, Teresa agreed. You'll both need good representation. The following hours passed in a blur. Teresa conducted preliminary interviews with everyone present. Security collected Wyatt and Burke's computers. The mood shifted from corporate damage control to criminal investigation. By evening, Wyatt and Burke had been escorted from the building, not in handcuffs. White-collar investigations move more deliberately, but their careers were effectively over. Even if they avoided prison, no company would touch them after this. As I packed my office, Garland appeared in the doorway. You recorded them for months, he said. You built relationships with maintenance staff, with administrative assistants, with security. You created a network of allies while appearing isolated. I continued placing items in my box. Why go through all that? He asked. Why not come to me directly? I looked up at him. Would you have believed me over them? His silence was answer enough. My third option wasn't fighting their power or surrendering my career, I explained. It was ensuring they destroyed themselves through their own arrogance. Garland nodded slowly. That position you accepted elsewhere. Is it real? Yes. I start next month. I'd like you to consider staying, he said. With Wyatt and Burke gone, we'll need someone who understands Project Revival's actual status. Someone the staff already trusts. I closed my box. Thank you for the offer, but I made commitments I intend to keep. As I walked to my car that evening, the same parking garage where they had cornered me, my phone buzzed with text messages from colleagues who had heard various versions of what happened. News traveled fast. I placed my box in the trunk and sat in the driver's seat, finally allowing myself to process the day's events. The tension that had lived in my shoulders for months slowly began to release. My phone rang. Teresa Lynn's name appeared on the screen. Perfect timing, she said when I answered. I've just finished preliminary interviews. Wyatt's already trying to blame everything on Burke. And Burke, claiming he was just following directives from above. Classic, circular firing squad. I smiled. How long will the investigation take? Months, probably. But with the evidence we have, they'll likely accept plea deals rather than risk trial. After we hung up, I sat for another moment, watching employees leaving for the day, people who would now work in safer conditions, under better management. The revenge wasn't in destroying Wyatt and Burke. It was in forcing them to face consequences they never imagined possible. The two men who believed themselves untouchable discovered that no amount of charm, connections, or manipulation could save them from their own documented words and actions. As I drove home, I thought about what I would say if you asked me for advice. Here it is. When powerful people try to corner you, remember there's always a third option they haven't considered. Sometimes winning isn't about fighting back immediately. Sometimes it's about listening carefully, documenting everything, building quiet alliances, and waiting for the perfect moment to let them defeat themselves. If you found this story valuable, please hit that like button and subscribe for more content like this. Share it with someone you know who might be facing their own workplace bullies. And let me know in the comments if you've ever found your own third option when dealing with difficult people. Your experiences might help others more than you know. Until next time, remember, even in the darkest parking garages, you always have more options than they want you to believe.
My husband was smiling at his mistress in the courtroom, while my own daughter stood beside him like I did not even exist. And when my lawyer stood up and said, "Your Honor, we have one final witness," my husband's face lost all color because he knew exactly who was about to walk through that door. But the judge did not, and neither did my daughter, and I sat there shaking, wondering if this one last move would save me or destroy what little family I had left. Let me tell you what I saw in that room. The courtroom was quiet, too quiet, the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. My husband, Robert, sat straight in his chair. He wore the blue suit I bought him for our 25th anniversary. I remember helping him pick it out. I remember how proud he looked that day. Now he wore it to fight me. Next to him sat a woman named Vanessa. She was younger than me. Her hair was shiny and long. She kept whispering into Robert's ear, and every time she did, he smiled like they were sharing a secret joke. My daughter, Emily, stood behind them. She would not look at me. That hurt more than anything. I am 67 years old. My name is Linda Carter. I have grey hair and soft hands from years of baking cookies and folding laundry and holding Barbies. I raised Emily by myself most of the time because Robert was always busy with work, or at least that is what he said. The judge cleared his throat. Robert's lawyer stood up first. He spoke in a loud voice. "Your Honor, Mrs. Carter is confused. She is emotional. She cannot handle her finances anymore. Mr. Carter is simply trying to protect the family assets." Protect the family assets? That meant our house, our savings, the money I inherited from my mother, the money I saved from teaching second grade for 30 years. They were trying to say I could not think clearly, that I was not stable, that I should not control my own money. And my daughter was nodding. I felt like someone had taken my heart and squeezed it tight. Then Robert stood up. He looked at the judge and said, "I have always taken care of Linda. She does not understand how complex finances are. Vanessa has helped me manage things better." Vanessa smiled sweetly like she was some kind of hero. I wanted to stand up and shout that Vanessa was not managing anything. She was spending it. She was buying bags and shoes and going on trips while I stayed home wondering why our bank account looked smaller every month. But I stayed quiet. Because my lawyer had told me to wait. Then it was our turn. My lawyer, Mr. Harris, was not loud. He was calm. He had kind eyes and white hair. He stood up slowly. "Your Honor, Mrs. Carter has been married to Mr. Carter for 42 years. She raised their child. She managed their home. She has clear medical reports proving she is of sound mind. And we have evidence that funds were moved without her knowledge." Robert shifted in his chair. Vanessa stopped smiling. But then Robert's lawyer laughed. He said there is no proof of wrongdoing. Mrs. Carter is imagining betrayal because she is angry about the divorce. Divorce? I never wanted a divorce. I wanted my husband back, before the secrets, before the lies. I looked at Emily. Finally she glanced at me, just for a second. And in that second I saw doubt in her eyes. Then Mr. Harris said the words that changed everything. "Your Honor, we have one final witness." Robert froze. The judge looked surprised. A final witness, this was not mentioned earlier. Mr. Harris nodded. "Yes, Your Honor. This witness will clarify exactly where the missing funds went and who authorized the transfers." Vanessa grabbed Robert's arm. And that was when Robert turned pale. Because he knew. He knew who was about to walk in. But before I tell you who that was, I need to take you back to how all of this started, because none of this happened overnight. Betrayal never does. It starts small. It starts with silence. It started about 2 years ago. Robert began coming home late. At first he said it was extra meetings, then he said the company was going through changes, then he stopped explaining at all. He would sit at the dinner table scrolling through his phone, smiling at messages he would not show me. I remember one night I made his favorite meal, chicken pot pie. The crust was golden and flaky. I set the table nicely. He barely touched it. "Are you not hungry?" I asked. "I already ate," he said without looking up. "Already ate where?" "At work." But later I checked his company page online. They had no late meeting that night. That was the first crack in my heart. Then I noticed the bank statements. Large transfers, 5,000 here, 10,000 there. When I asked him, he said it was investments. "Trust me, Linda, you do not understand these things." I believed him. For months I believed him. Until one afternoon, I saw a charge from a luxury hotel in Miami. We had not been to Miami in years. When I asked him, he got angry. "Why are you spying on me?" he said. "Spying? On my own husband." That night he slept in the guest room. A week later he told me he wanted space. A month later he told me about Vanessa. He said he deserved happiness. He said he felt alive again. He said I had become boring. 42 years of marriage reduced to one word. Boring. I cried that night in the bathroom so Emily would not hear me. But she did hear. And that is when something else broke. Because instead of asking her father to fix things, Emily said, "Mom, maybe you should let Dad be happy." Let Dad be happy. I realized then that Robert had been talking to her before he talked to me. He had been telling his side of the story first. And when people hear one side first, they often believe it. He told her I was forgetful. He told her I was emotional. He told her I could not manage money well. He told her he needed help protecting the family. He made himself look like a hero. And me like a problem. The divorce papers came soon after. But that was not the worst part. The worst part was when he filed a request in court claiming I was mentally unstable and needed supervision over my finances. Supervision. Like I was a child. That was when I stopped crying. And I started paying attention. I went to the bank quietly. I asked for detailed statements. I spoke to a manager. I learned something very important. The transfers were not investments. They were direct transfers to a private account. An account under Vanessa's name. And the person who authorized them was not just Robert. It was someone with full joint access. Me. My signature had been used. Forged. That is when I hired Mr. Harris. And that is when we found something even bigger. Something that made Mr. Harris say, "Mrs. Carter, this is not just betrayal, this is fraud." Fraud. A crime. But we needed proof. Clear proof. And proof takes time. That is why we waited. That is why we did not reveal everything at the start of the trial. We saved it. For the right moment. For the final witness. And now in that courtroom, as the doors slowly opened, I could hear footsteps in the hallway. Heavy footsteps. Steady footsteps. Emily's hand tightened on her father's sleeve. Vanessa's nails dug into Robert's arm. Robert's lips were pressed tight. The bailiff looked toward the door. The judge leaned forward. And I felt my heart pounding, so loud I thought everyone could hear it. Before the witness walked in, let me say something to you. If you have ever felt betrayed by someone you trusted, do not ignore your instincts. Do not stay silent when something feels wrong. Silence helps the wrong person. And if this story is touching your heart right now, take a second to like, comment, and subscribe. It helps more people hear stories like this, and I promise you this story is only getting started. The door opened wider. A tall man stepped inside. Emily gasped. Robert's mouth fell open. Vanessa whispered no, because the man who walked in was not just any witness. He was the senior fraud investigator from our bank, and he was carrying a thick folder in his hands. The judge looked confused. Mr. Harris smiled slightly, and I finally felt something I had not felt in months. Hope. But what was inside that folder would not just expose Robert. It would expose something my daughter never imagined. And when the investigator began to speak, the courtroom would never be the same again. The fraud investigator did not rush. He walked slowly to the witness stand, placed the thick folder on the table, and adjusted his glasses like this was just another normal day at work. But it was not normal. Not for me. Not for Robert. And definitely not for Emily. The judge asked him to state his name. My name is Daniel Brooks. I am a senior fraud investigator with First State Bank. I have worked there for 22 years. His voice was calm and clear. Robert swallowed hard. Mr. Harris stood up. Mr. Brooks, can you explain why you are here today? Yes, Mr. Brooks said. I am here because Mrs. Carter filed a formal complaint about suspicious transfers from a joint account. After a full investigation, we found that several large transfers were made over an 18-month period. These transfers were sent to a private account belonging to Ms. Vanessa Hill. Vanessa shifted in her seat. Robert looked straight ahead, but I could see sweat on his forehead. Mr. Harris nodded. And who authorized those transfers? Mr. Brooks opened the folder. According to our digital records, the transfers were authorized using Mrs. Carter's online banking credentials. There was a quiet murmur in the courtroom. Robert's lawyer stood quickly. Your Honor, this proves nothing. Mrs. Carter had access to her own account. If money was transferred, she could have done it herself. My stomach twisted. But Mr. Brooks did not look nervous. There is more, he said. The judge leaned forward. Our investigation showed that the IP address used to authorize those transfers did not match Mrs. Carter's home device. Instead, they came from a laptop registered to Mr. Robert Carter. The courtroom went silent. I heard Emily gasp. Vanessa looked at Robert with wide eyes. Robert shook his head. That is not possible. Mr. Brooks continued calmly. We also found that Mrs. Carter's digital signature was uploaded to the system through a scanned document. That scanned document was created on the same laptop. The judge turned to Robert. Mr. Carter, do you wish to respond? Robert stood up too fast. This is ridiculous. I handle the finances. Linda gave me permission years ago to manage our accounts. Did she give you permission to forge her signature? Mr. Harris asked softly. Robert's face turned red. Vanessa leaned toward him and whispered something. He pulled away. Emily looked confused. Dad. Mr. Brooks was not finished. In addition, he said, some of the transferred funds were used to make large purchases, including jewelry, luxury travel, and property rental payments linked to Ms. Hill. Vanessa's name echoed in the room. Vanessa stood up suddenly. I did not know anything about signatures. Robert told me the money was his. He said Linda did not care about finances. The judge raised his hand. Sit down. I felt tears in my eyes, but not from sadness. From relief. For months Robert had made me feel small, confused, weak. But now the truth was standing in front of everyone. Mr. Harris spoke again. Mr. Brooks, in your professional opinion, were these transfers legitimate? No, Mr. Brooks said clearly. They show signs of intentional misrepresentation and possible financial fraud. Possible fraud. That meant crime. Robert's lawyer tried again. Your Honor, this is a misunderstanding between spouses. No charges have been filed. The judge looked serious. That may change. Emily stepped forward without being asked. Dad, is this true? Robert looked at her. Emily, listen to me. Your mother is twisting things. I was protecting our money from her poor decisions. Poor decisions. I felt something snap inside me. I stood up slowly. Your Honor, may I speak? The judge nodded. I looked at my daughter first. Emily, I worked for 30 years. I saved every dollar carefully. I paid for your college. I paid for this house. I trusted your father because he was my husband. I never signed those transfers. I never gave permission to send money to Vanessa. My voice shook, but I did not stop. If I wanted to give someone money, I would have done it openly. I would not hide it. Emily's eyes filled with tears. Vanessa crossed her arms. Robert said she is emotional. This is what I mean. The judge looked annoyed. Enough. Mr. Brooks handed over copies of the documents. The judge read silently for a long moment. Then he spoke. Based on this evidence, I see no grounds to declare Mrs. Carter mentally unstable. In fact, I see serious concerns regarding financial misconduct. Robert's shoulders dropped. Vanessa looked like she wanted to disappear. Emily stepped back slowly. But the judge was not finished. This court will order a temporary freeze on shared assets pending further review. Mr. Carter, you may face separate investigation if criminal intent is confirmed. Separate investigation. Criminal intent. Those words hung in the air like heavy clouds. Robert tried to speak again, but his lawyer pulled him down into his seat. The judge banged the gavel. Court is adjourned until next week for final rulings. And just like that, the room exploded into whispers. Vanessa stood up first. Robert, you said everything was handled. You said she would not fight back. Robert whispered angrily, be quiet. Emily stood frozen. I wanted to hug her, but I did not move. Mr. Harris leaned toward me. This is only the beginning, Mrs. Carter. We have stronger evidence for next week. Stronger evidence. I looked at him. What else? He lowered his voice. The rental property. My heart skipped. The rental property was not just any property. It was the beach condo in Florida. The condo Robert claimed he rented for business trips. The condo where he and Vanessa had been staying. But it was worse than that. Mr. Harris looked serious. Mrs. Carter, that condo was purchased using funds transferred from your late mother's inheritance account. I felt dizzy. My mother's inheritance. That money was meant for Emily. For her future. Robert had taken it, bought a secret home with it, and put Vanessa's name on the rental agreement. I sat down slowly. In the hallway outside the courtroom, Emily finally looked at me. Mom, I did not know. Her voice was small. I believed him. He said you were forgetting things. He said you were mixing up numbers. I nodded. He told you first, I said softly. She nodded. Robert walked past us, avoiding my eyes. Vanessa followed him, but she looked nervous now. Mr. Harris said something that made my stomach twist again. Mrs. Carter, next week will not just decide the divorce. It will decide who keeps the house and whether Mr. Carter faces legal consequences. Legal consequences. That meant police. That meant headlines. That meant our family name in public records. I went home that evening alone. The house felt different. Quieter. Stronger. I walked into the kitchen and touched the counter where I used to make dinner for Robert. I remembered how he laughed at silly jokes. I remembered the day Emily was born. I remembered holding his hand during hard times. And I asked myself a painful question. When did he stop loving me? Or did he ever love me the way I loved him? That night Emily called. Mum, can we talk? My heart softened, of course. She came over an hour later. She sat at the kitchen table and cried. I am so sorry, Mom. Dad told me you were confused. He showed me edited bank statements. He said he needed to protect everything from you. Edited statements. That meant planning. That meant lies on purpose. He said if you kept control of the money, you might give it away or lose it. I shook my head slowly. Emily looked ashamed. I should have asked you, I should have listened. I reached across the table and held her hand. It is hard when someone you trust tells you a story first, but now you know. She nodded. Then she said something that made my blood run cold. Mom, there is something else. Something else. She wiped her tears. Dad told me if the court did not go his way, he has a backup plan. A backup plan. My chest tightened. What kind of backup plan? Emily looked scared. He moved some money last week, not through the main account, through something else. I overheard him talking to Vanessa about moving everything offshore. Offshore. That meant hiding money overseas. That meant trying to escape consequences. I stood up so fast my chair scraped loudly. When? Last Thursday. Last Thursday was before the asset freeze. Which meant he might have already done it. I felt a new kind of fear now. Not fear of losing money. Fear of losing justice. If he moved everything, there might be nothing left to recover. Mr. Harris needed to know. But it was already evening. And something else bothered me. Why would Robert move money if he believed he would win? Unless he knew he was losing. Unless he had always known. Emily looked at me with wide eyes. Mom, what are we going to do? I took a deep breath. For months I had been quiet. For months I had doubted myself. Not anymore. We are going to tell Mr. Harris everything. And then we are going to stop him. But deep down I knew something. If Robert had already started moving money offshore, this fight was about to get much bigger. And when I checked my phone that night, I saw a notification from the bank. Large transaction alert. Processed 2 hours ago. My hands started shaking. Because the amount was almost everything left in our savings. And it was already marked as completed. The amount on my phone screen was so large I had to blink twice to make sure I was reading it correctly. Almost everything. Almost every dollar that was left in our savings. Transferred. Completed. My hands began to shake so badly that I had to sit down. Emily rushed to my side. Mom, what is it? I turned the phone toward her. She covered her mouth. No, he would not do that. But he had. He already did. The transfer time was 2 hours ago. That meant while we were still at the courthouse, while he was pretending to be shocked, while Vanessa was whispering to him. He had already pressed the button. He had already tried to run. Emily started packing the kitchen. He told me he had a backup plan. I thought he was just angry. I did not think he meant something like this. I took a slow breath. Angry people shout, guilty people hide. And Robert was hiding. I grabbed my purse and my keys. We are going to the bank. It was almost closing time, but I did not care. Emily drove because my hands were still shaking. The sky was turning dark and the streetlights were flickering on one by one. I kept staring at the notification. Completed. That word felt like a punch. At the bank, I walked straight to the manager's office. Mr. Brooks was not there, but the branch manager, Mrs. Lopez, recognized me. Mrs. Carter, is everything all right? No, I said plainly. My husband just transferred almost all our savings out of the account. After a court hearing today, I need to know where it went. Her face became serious. She invited us inside and closed the door. Mrs. Carter, because the account is joint, both signatures were allowed before the freeze order was officially processed. If the transfer happened before the freeze was registered, it may have gone through legally, even if it was unethical. Unethical. That word sounded too soft. Where did it go? I asked again. She typed quickly on her computer. It was wired to an international holding account, connected to a private investment group in the Cayman Islands. Emily looked confused. What does that mean? It means, I said slowly, that your father tried to hide the money where it would be harder to trace. Mrs. Lopez nodded. International transfers are not impossible to recover, but they are complicated. It would require legal intervention. Legal intervention meant time. Time meant delay. And delay meant Robert thought he could outsmart the court. I straightened my shoulders. Can we freeze it from this end? She shook her head. Not without a court order specifically targeting that transfer. Which meant we needed Mr. Harris immediately. When we stepped outside, Emily looked terrified. Mom, what if he gets away with it? I looked at her firmly. Then we do not let him. That night I called Mr. Harris and explained everything. He was quiet for a moment. Mrs. Carter, this confirms intent. He moved the money after evidence of fraud was presented. That strengthens our case, but we must act fast. He said he would file an emergency motion in court first thing in the morning. When I hung up, I felt tired in a way I had never felt before. Not weak. Not sad. Just tired of fighting someone I once loved. Emily stayed the night with me. We sat in the living room and talked about when she was little. Do you remember when Dad taught me to ride a bike? She asked softly. I nodded. He ran beside you until you could balance on your own. She looked down. He does not feel like that person anymore. I swallowed. Sometimes people change slowly, and sometimes they show who they really are when money and power are involved. She nodded. I need to tell you something else, she said quietly. My stomach tightened again. What is it? Dad asked me to sign something last month. My heart stopped. Sign what? He said it was just paperwork for tax planning. I did not read it carefully. A cold feeling spread through my chest. Emily, do you remember what it was called? She thought hard. It had something about beneficiary change on it. Beneficiary change. That meant who receives money if someone passes away. I felt dizzy again. Did you sign it? She nodded slowly. I trusted him. I closed my eyes. If Robert had changed beneficiary information using Emily's signature, he could have redirected funds from my mother's inheritance trust. The same trust he already used to buy that condo. Emily saw my face change. Mom, what did I do? I grabbed her hands. You did not do anything wrong on purpose. He asked you because you trusted him. But now we need to find out exactly what you signed. That night I barely slept. At 3 a.m, I walked into my old home office and opened the cabinet where I kept copies of important documents. I found the original trust papers from my mother. Her handwriting was still on the envelope. For Linda and Emily, protect this. Protect this. The next morning we met Mr. Harris at his office. He reviewed everything carefully. If your husband changed beneficiary designations without proper consent from the primary account holder, that is another serious violation, he said. Emily looked ashamed. I should have read it. Mr. Harris shook his head kindly. You trusted your father, that is not a crime. He made a few calls. Then he turned to us. There is something else you need to prepare for. What? I asked. If Mr. Carter moved the funds offshore and altered beneficiary paperwork, he may attempt to argue that the money legally belongs to him or was gifted. Gifted. The word made me laugh bitterly. Gifted to his mistress. Mr. Harris looked serious. He may claim it was repayment for business investments or shared ventures. Shared ventures. Vanessa did not even have a job before she met him. Emily looked confused again. Mom, did Dad have any secret business? I shook my head. Robert worked in corporate sales, that was it. Unless he had been planning something longer than I knew. Mr. Harris leaned forward. Mrs. Carter, when did the transfers begin? About 18 months ago. He nodded slowly. And when did Ms. Hill enter the picture? About 2 years ago. The timeline matched. Vanessa did not just appear randomly. She entered his life. Then the money started moving. Then he told people I was unstable. Then he prepared legal documents. This was not sudden. This was planned. Carefully. Emily's face changed as realization hit her. He was setting you up. Yes. He was creating a story that made me look incapable so he could control everything. Mr. Harris looked firm. And now that the court has seen initial evidence, he panicked and tried to move the remaining funds. Which meant he was scared. And scared people make mistakes. Later that afternoon, Mr. Harris filed the emergency motion. By evening, the court issued a temporary international hold request. It would not guarantee recovery, but it would notify the receiving institution of an ongoing fraud investigation. When Robert found out, he called me. His name flashed on my phone. For a moment, I did not want to answer. But I did. "Linda, what are you doing?" he shouted. "I am protecting what is mine. You are ruining everything." "No, Robert, you ruined it when you lied." He lowered his voice. "If you continue this, it will hurt Emily too." I felt anger rise inside me. "Do not use our daughter as a shield." He was silent. Then he said something that chilled me. "You do not understand how deep this goes." My heart skipped. "What does that mean?" He hesitated. "Nothing, just drop the motion. We can settle privately." Settle privately. That meant he was afraid of public exposure. "No," I said firmly, "we will let the court decide." He hung up. Emily had heard enough to know something was wrong. What did he mean by deep? I did not know. And that scared me more than anything. That night, Mr. Harris called again. "Mrs. Carter, I received preliminary confirmation from the offshore institution." My breath caught. "And the account your husband transferred money into is not solely under MS Hill's name. It is under a shell company." "A shell company?" "Yes, a company that exists mostly on paper." My knees felt weak. "Who owns it?" There was a pause. "According to records, you are listed as one of the directors." My head spun. "What? You are listed as a director of the company. I have never even heard of it." "Exactly." Emily looked terrified. "Dad put Mom's name on a fake company." "Yes." "Which meant something very dangerous. If that money was linked to a shell company under my name, and if something illegal was discovered, I could be blamed. I could be the fool person. Robert was not just stealing. He was building protection for himself. Using my identity. Using my name." My hands started trembling again. Mr. Harris's voice was steady. "Mrs. Carter, this confirms premeditation. He intended to shift liability onto you if anything went wrong." Premeditation. Intent. Fraud. Forgery. Shell company. Offshore transfer. The picture was becoming clear. But it was worse than I thought. Because if Robert was willing to create a fake company under my name, what else had he done? And why did he say, "I did not understand how deep this goes"? That night, as I sat alone in my bedroom, staring at the ceiling, I felt something new. Not sadness, not even anger, but determination. I was not going to let him rewrite my life. I was not going to let him paint me as unstable. And I was not going to let him use my name to cover his crimes. But as I drifted toward sleep, my phone buzzed again. Unknown number. I almost ignored it. But I answered. A calm voice said, "Mrs. Carter." "Yes. This is Special Agent Miller from the Financial Crimes Unit." My heart stopped. "We need to speak with you regarding a company registered under your name." And suddenly I realized something terrifying. This was bigger than just my marriage. Much bigger. When the man on the phone said he was from the Financial Crimes Unit, my heart felt like it stopped beating. "This is Special Agent Miller," he repeated calmly. "We need to speak with you regarding a company registered under your name." I could barely breathe. "There must be a mistake," I said. "I never started any company." There was a short pause. "That is exactly why we need to talk, Mrs. Carter." The call ended with a meeting scheduled for the next morning. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the wall. Emily knocked softly and stepped inside. "Mom, who was that?" I looked at her and decided to tell her the truth. "The police want to talk to me about the shell company." Her face turned pale. "Police?" "Yes, Financial Crimes Unit." She covered her mouth. "Dad did this." I nodded slowly. Yes, and he thought I would not find out. The next morning we met Agent Miller at a government office downtown. He was not loud or scary like police officers on television. He was quiet and serious. He shook my hand politely. "Mrs. Carter, we are investigating a series of international transfers linked to a holding company called Silver Horizon Consulting." I felt sick. "That is the company I was told about yesterday." "Yes, according to state records, you are listed as a founding director." I shook my head firmly. "I have never heard of it. I never signed any papers for it." Agent Miller nodded. "We believe that. That is why you are not under arrest." Emily gasped softly beside me. "Not under arrest." Those words alone told me how serious this was. Agent Miller continued. "The company was formed 18 months ago. It has no employees, no office location, and no declared services, yet it has received several large transfers from your joint marital account." I felt my hands clench together. "My husband created it." Agent Miller looked at his file. "The primary contact email is registered under Mr. Robert Carter's name." That confirmed it. He used my identity to build a fake company. "Why?" I asked quietly. Agent Miller looked at me directly. "Mrs. Carter, shell companies are often used to hide assets or move funds without raising suspicion. If investigators trace money to the company, the listed directors can be held responsible." Responsible? That meant blame. That meant jail. He was setting me up. Emily's voice trembled. "So Dad planned to blame Mom." Agent Miller spoke carefully. "We cannot confirm intent yet, but the structure strongly suggests premeditation." Premeditation again. Planned. Careful. Cold. I felt something inside me harden. For months I had asked myself when Robert stopped loving me. Now I was asking something else. When did he become someone I did not recognize? Agent Miller leaned forward slightly. "Mrs. Carter, did you ever sign documents your husband presented without reading carefully?" I thought about it. Robert handled taxes, insurance, investments. He would bring me papers and say, "Just sign here, Linda." And I trusted him. "Yes," I said softly. "I signed documents he prepared." Agent Miller nodded. "We believe your signature was digitally replicated and used in corporate filings." That meant he scanned my signature from something I signed long ago. He copied it, used it, without telling me. Emily was shaking her head in disbelief. "I cannot believe he would do this." Agent Miller closed his file. "The good news is that your lawyer filed an emergency motion yesterday. That timing may protect you from liability, because it shows you challenged the transfers before any criminal charges were finalized." For the first time that day, I felt a small piece of relief. So I am not in trouble. At this time, you are considered a potential victim, not a suspect. Victim. The word felt strange. I had spent so many months being called unstable, emotional, confused. Now someone was calling me a victim. After the meeting, Emily and I sat in the car in silence. Finally, she spoke. "Mom, he did not just cheat on you." "No," I said quietly. "He tried to destroy me." She wiped her eyes. "I feel sick." I placed my hand on hers. It is better to see the truth, even when it hurts. Later that afternoon, Mr. Harris called with updates. Mrs. Carter, I have reviewed corporate filings for Silver Horizon Consulting. There are multiple forged documents attached to your name, but there is something even more disturbing. My chest tightened. What is it? The company has a pending loan request using your house as collateral. The world felt like it tilted. My house? Yes, a draft application was submitted last month to secure funding against your property. I could not speak for a moment. Robert was not only hiding money, he was trying to borrow against my house using a fake company. If that loan had been approved, and if the company defaulted, my house could have been seized. He was not just leaving me. He was preparing to leave me with nothing. Emily burst into tears. He would have made us homeless. Mr. Harris's voice remained calm but firm. The loan was flagged because of inconsistencies that likely prevented it from moving forward, but the intent is documented. Intent again. Everything pointed to planning. Careful planning. That evening, Robert showed up at my house. He knocked loudly. Emily froze. "Do not open it," she whispered. But I walked to the door and opened it just a little. He looked tired, older. "Linda," he said quietly, "we need to talk." There was no Vanessa with him. Just him. "You should not be here," I said calmly. "You went to the police." "You created a fake company under my name," I replied. His jaw tightened. "It was not like that." "Then what was it like?" He stepped closer. "I was trying to protect assets from taxes, from losses, from your emotional spending." Emotional spending. I laughed softly. "Robert, I bought groceries and birthday gifts. You bought a condo for your girlfriend." He looked frustrated. "You do not understand how business works. I understand that you forged my name." He lowered his voice. "If this goes public, it will ruin everything. My career, Emily's reputation." Emily stepped forward behind me. "Dad, you already ruined it." He looked at her like he had been slapped. "I did this for us." "No," I said clearly, "you did this for yourself." He tried one last time. "Linda, drop the charges. We can settle quietly. I will return what is left." What is left? That meant some was already gone. I looked at him long and hard. "For 42 years I trusted you. You had chances to tell the truth. You chose lies." His face hardened. "If you continue this, you will regret it." There it was. A threat. Soft but real. I did not flinch. "No, Robert, you will." I closed the door. Emily hugged me tightly. He sounded desperate, she whispered. "Yes. And desperate people are dangerous." The next morning, Mr. Harris called with news that made my heart pound again. "Mrs. Carter, the court has approved a temporary restraining order against Mr. Carter regarding all financial activity. Additionally, the Financial Crimes Unit has opened a formal investigation." Formal investigation. That meant subpoenas. That meant documents. That meant exposure. Vanessa would be questioned. Robert would be questioned. Everything would come into light. But Mr. Harris was not finished. "There is one more thing." I held my breath. "The offshore account has responded to the hold request. And they have confirmed that funds were partially withdrawn in cash before the freeze was registered." My stomach dropped. "How much?" "Approximately $300,000. 300,000. Gone. Withdrawn. Before the hold." Which meant Robert knew the freeze was coming. He moved quickly. Too quickly. That night, as I sat in my living room thinking about everything that had happened, I realized something important. This fight was no longer about money. It was about truth. It was about my name. It was about showing my daughter that silence does not protect you from betrayal. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a text from an unknown number. It had only 3 words. Check your mailbox. My heart started racing. Mailbox. I walked outside slowly. The night air was cool. The street was quiet. I opened the mailbox. Inside was a small envelope with no return address. My hands shook as I opened it. Inside were printed photos. Photos of Robert and Vanessa at the beach condo. Photos of him handing a large envelope of cash to someone I did not recognize. And one final photo. A photo of Robert standing next to a man I had never seen before. On the back of that photo, written in black ink, were 4 chilling words. You do not know everything. And in that moment, I realized something terrifying. There was still a piece of this story I did not understand. And whatever that piece was, it was big enough to scare even Robert. I stood under the porch light holding those photos, and for a moment I felt afraid again. Not of losing money. Not of losing the house. But of not knowing the full truth. Emily stepped outside behind me. Mom, what is it? I handed her the pictures. She flipped through them slowly. That is the condo in Florida. Yes. And that is Dad handing cash to someone. We both stared at the last photo. Robert standing beside a tall man in a dark jacket. They looked serious, not happy, not relaxed. And those words written on the back. You do not know everything. Emily swallowed. Who sent this? I shook my head. I do not know, but someone wants us to see this. The next morning I took the envelope straight to Mr. Harris and Agent Miller. They studied the photos carefully. Agent Miller tapped the image of the unknown man. We recognize him. My heart tightened. Who is he? His name is Victor Lang. He has been under investigation for setting up offshore financial structures for clients who want to hide assets. Hide assets. Robert did not just stumble into something. He hired someone. This was organized. Planned. Agent Miller continued. If Mr. Carter withdrew $300,000 in cash before the freeze and met with Mr. Lang, he may have attempted to move untraceable funds. Emily looked confused. What does that mean? It means, I said quietly, that your father tried to hide money where no one could find it. Agent Miller nodded. But that was his mistake. My head lifted. Mistake. Cash withdrawals of that size trigger internal reports. Combined with the photos and the timing of the transfer, it strengthens our case for intentional fraud and asset concealment. For the first time since this began, I felt steady. Not shaken. Not weak. Steady. Within a week, subpoenas were issued, bank records were reviewed, corporate filings were examined. The shell company. The forged signature. The offshore transfer. The attempted loan against my house. The cash withdrawal. Everything was connected. And everything led back to Robert. The final court hearing arrived faster than I expected. This time the courtroom felt different. Quieter. Heavier. Robert did not smirk. Vanessa did not smile. Emily sat beside me. That alone told me how much had changed. The judge reviewed the new evidence slowly. Mr. Carter, the judge said firmly, evidence shows deliberate forgery of your spouse's signature, fraudulent creation of a corporate entity under her name, and attempted concealment of marital assets. Robert looked smaller than I had ever seen him. His lawyer tried one last time. Your Honor, my client was acting under financial stress. He intended to correct any misunderstandings. The judge was not impressed. Financial stress does not justify fraud. Then came the rulings. The divorce was granted. Full financial control of my separate inheritance, and half of all marital assets were awarded to me. The beach condo was ordered to be sold. The shell company was dissolved. The offshore account was flagged and partially recovered. And the case was officially referred to the Financial Crimes Unit for further action. Robert would face criminal investigation. As the judge banged the gavel, I felt something inside me finally settle. Not joy. Not revenge. Peace. Outside the courtroom, Robert approached me. He looked tired, defeated. "Linda," he said softly. I waited. I never thought it would go this far. I looked at him calmly. "It went this far when you forged my name." He lowered his eyes. "I thought I could fix it later." "You do not fix lies by adding more lies." Emily stood beside me quietly. Robert looked at her. "Emily, I did this for us." She shook her head gently. "No, Dad, you did this because you thought you would not get caught." Those words hurt him more than anything. Vanessa was nowhere to be seen. Later, Agent Miller confirmed that charges were likely. The cash withdrawal, the forged documents, the offshore structure, all of it formed a clear pattern of intent. Robert's career ended quietly within months. The investigation followed. I did not celebrate. I focused on rebuilding. The beach condo was sold, and the recovered funds were returned to the court registry before being distributed properly. The house remained mine. My mother's inheritance was restored. The shell company was erased from public records. My name was cleared. Emily moved back home for a while. One evening, as we sat in the kitchen baking cookies like we used to, she looked at me with tears in her eyes. "Mom, I am so sorry I believed him." I reached over and brushed her hair back like I did when she was little. "You were not wrong for trusting your father. Trust is not weakness." She nodded. "But silence is." "Yes," I said softly, "silence can protect lies." That was the lesson I learned. When something feels wrong, speak. When someone tries to shrink you, stand. When your name is used without your permission, fight. I used to think being a good wife meant being quiet and supportive. Now I understand something better. Being strong does not mean shouting. It means refusing to let someone rewrite your story. Months later, I walked into my living room and looked around. The same couch. The same photos on the wall. But I felt different. Lighter. Stronger. Robert once said I was boring. But I learned something important. Quiet people are not weak. We are watching. We are thinking. And when the time comes, we act. That day in the courtroom, when my lawyer said we have one final witness, I was shaking with fear. But when the investigator walked in and Robert turned white, that was the moment I realized something. Truth does not need to shout. It only needs to be revealed. If you have ever been betrayed, remember this. You are not crazy for asking questions. You are not dramatic for protecting what is yours. And you are never too old to stand up for yourself. Thank you for listening to my story. If this touched your heart, take a moment to like, comment, and subscribe so more people can hear stories about strength, truth, and courage. Because sometimes the biggest revenge is not destroying someone. It is surviving them. And walking away with your name, your dignity, and your peace still intact.
"We couldn't afford presents for your kids this year," Mom said softly, her eyes darting to avoid mine. I nodded, trying to keep my face neutral. It was Christmas Eve. My twins were on the carpet, coloring the backs of leftover gift wrap, still smiling, still hopeful. I said it was fine. Said we understood. Said we were just happy to be together. Then, my sister's SUV pulled into the driveway, doors flying open like a movie scene. Her kids came tumbling out with designer boots, perfect curls, and that look that says we're the favorites and we know it. We watched as they tore into boxes marked with their names in gold calligraphy. iPads. Sneakers that cost more than my rent. Tickets to a concert I knew my daughter had quietly wished for. Wow, Santa really outdid himself, Mom beamed. I looked at my kids, still smiling, still pretending. I zipped up their coats. One button, then the next, then the next. Dad chuckled from behind his paper. You know times are hard. And that was it. I packed our things, whispered something soft to my kids, and we left. No raised voices, no tears, just the sound of boots on tile. The next morning, I woke up, poured my coffee, and opened my laptop. Typed a single post. Not angry, just honest. And within 15 minutes, my phone began ringing. Cousins, aunts, even Mom. Because sometimes the truth doesn't need to shout. It just needs to be seen. My name is Sabrina Lowe. I'm 34. And if you think you know how this ends, stay tuned. What happens when the invisible daughter finally says, I was there. I noticed. And I remember everything. My post wasn't dramatic. No names. No accusations. Just a photo of my kids that morning, sitting cross-legged on the floor, smiling over mugs of cocoa and dollar store candy canes. Captioned, no iPads. No designer sneakers. Just love, warmth, and the quiet strength of children who are used to being last. It hit like a match dropped in dry grass. The comments came fast. Then the private messages. Then the missed calls. Even my quietest cousin, the one who never likes anything, messaged me. I always wondered how you handled it. I see you now. By noon, Mom texted. Why would you embarrass us like that? You made it look like we don't love your kids. You could have just talked to me. But I had talked. Every year. Every holiday. Every overlooked birthday and forgotten milestone. I talked when I offered to host. Talked when I asked for fairness. Talked when I sent handmade gifts for their grandkids and got silence in return. She only heard me when other people did. I responded with a single line. You said you couldn't afford them, but somehow, you always find room in the budget for favorites. No reply. Just 3 little dots. Typing. Then disappearing. By evening, my sister had joined the parade. That post was passive-aggressive. You ruined Christmas for Mom. I didn't reply to her either, because Christmas had already been ruined. When 2 kids sat quietly in the corner, unwrapping nothing but silence. I wasn't bitter. I was done. And once a mother decides she's done watching her children be made invisible, she becomes someone you can't guilt back into silence. The next day, I got a knock at the door. Not a call. Not a text. A real knock, soft, hesitant. I opened it to find my Aunt Vanessa, the peacemaker of the family. Always neutral. Always smiling. Always quick to say, let's not make drama. She held a tin of stale cookies and a look that said, I'm not here for them. I'm here to clean up their mess. I just came to check in, she said, stepping inside without asking. You know your mom's heart is broken, right? I said nothing. Let her keep going. She's been crying for days. Your sister's furious. Your post made them look like villains. Then maybe, I said calmly, they should stop writing themselves into that role. She blinked. That fake smile falter. The moment where words start to lose control. They love your kids, Sabrina. You know that. No, I said. They love being seen loving my kids, when it's convenient. When there's a camera. When it costs nothing. She sat on the edge of the couch like she couldn't stay long, but didn't want to leave empty-handed. Why not just let it go? She asked softly. I stood, walked over to the shelf, pulled out a shoebox. Inside, 7 years of cards my kids had made. Thank you notes for gifts that never came. Drawings labeled to Grandma and Grandpa, mailed with sticky fingers and hope. Not once had they been acknowledged. I placed the box in her lap. Tell her, I said. Tell her they kept showing up, even when they were forgotten. Vanessa left without saying goodbye. Some silences echo longer than any scream. 2 days passed. No calls. No texts. Just silence. The kind that doesn't come from reflection, but from offended pride. The kind that says, how dare you expose us? Not, how did we make you feel this way? And then came the Facebook post. Moms, of course. A photo of my sister's kids holding their new iPads, captioned, "So grateful to spend another magical Christmas with our beautiful grandchildren. Hashtag family is everything, hashtag blessed." I stared at it, not because it surprised me, it didn't, but because the caption was so perfectly, painfully curated. My children weren't in a single frame, not even in the background. Aunt Vanessa commented, "Such precious memories. You're the best grandparents anyone could ask for." And beneath that, silence. No one dared ask about my kids. No one dared mention the absence. So, I posted again. Just one sentence. "If love is measured by photos and presents, I'm glad my children are being raised to understand what love is not." It exploded. Again. More shares. More comments. And this time, messages from people I didn't even know. I thought I was the only one. "You put into words what I've carried for years. Thank you for speaking it out loud." I wasn't bitter, but I was awake. Sometimes it takes public silence to finally hear your own voice. And mine had grown tired of whispering. This wasn't a feud. It was a funeral. For the version of me who kept trying to earn what should have been given freely. It wasn't long before the phone calls turned performative. First came my brother-in-law, the family's unofficial PR manager. He spoke in a low, serious voice, like he was handling a scandal. "Look, Sabrina, I'm sure your mom didn't mean anything by it. You know how holidays get." I let him speak. Let him stumble through faux concern and polite gaslighting. Then I asked, "Do you remember what my kids got for Christmas last year?" Silence. A pause. A throat clear. They weren't at the main party, right?" "They were," I said quietly. "They were sitting next to you. They each got a $5 coffee card and a used coloring book." He didn't respond. Didn't need to. I hung up. This wasn't about money. It never had been. It was about effort. About love that didn't need to be flashy, just fair. That evening, my daughter asked, "Did Grandma forget about us again?" I paused, then told her the truth. "No, baby. She just remembered your cousins louder." She nodded like she understood more than I wanted her to, because she did. Kids always do. I opened the top drawer of my desk and pulled out the birthday card Mom had sent me 2 months earlier. No note. No message. Just "Happy birthday." Pre-printed. She hadn't even signed it. That card had sat like a weight in that drawer ever since. I handed it to my daughter. "Do you want to draw something on it?" She did. A heart. 2 stick figures. 1 tiny line underneath. "Maybe next year." I took a photo of it. Saved it. Not for vengeance. For proof. That I wasn't crazy. And they weren't invisible. By the following week, I stopped expecting apologies. Not out of bitterness. Out of clarity. I finally understood. They weren't sorry for what they did. They were sorry I said it out loud. Mom sent one last message. "Families have ups and downs. But making things public? That's cruel. You've embarrassed us enough." I didn't reply. But I did open a new document. Titled, what they called Cruel. And I listed it. Not noticing when my son spent 3 Christmases in the same hand-me-down sweater. Mocking my daughter's handmade gifts while praising store-bought ones for my sister's kids. Laughing when I said we couldn't afford a family cruise. Telling me to relax when I asked for fairness. I wasn't keeping score. I was keeping receipts of reality. That Friday, I published a new post. Not a rant. Not a drag. Just a letter. To the families who claim unity while practicing favoritism. We see you. Our kids see you. And no amount of group photos or holiday captions can cover the quiet sting of being the ones always left out. We're not angry anymore. We're awake. And that's more dangerous than silence will ever be. By Sunday, a new cousin reached out. One I barely knew. "I shared your letter with my therapist. Thank you for being brave enough to say it." I didn't feel brave. I felt free. Because sometimes the most radical thing a woman can do is stop asking people to remember what they refuse to see and start documenting it instead. It took one final call to confirm everything I already knew. It was from my sister. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. Sabrina, she began, voice tight with practiced calm. Mom's been sick over this. She's not eating. She's embarrassed to go to church. You've made her look like a monster. She did that herself, I said. Years ago. I just stopped covering it up. My sister sighed like I was exhausting. You're so dramatic. This could have been fixed with a single conversation. I almost laughed. Instead, I said, I tried. I talked. I gave. I forgave. But none of that ever changed how our kids were treated. They were an afterthought. So now, I've stopped pretending they weren't. There was silence on the other end. Then she muttered, You've always been jealous. That was it. That old card. The favorites defense. Jealousy. As if wanting fairness was envy. As if expecting love meant I was greedy. I didn't yell. Didn't explain. I just hung up. Because some endings don't need goodbyes. They just need boundaries. That night, I sat with my kids and showed them how to write letters to themselves. I told them, write down what you're proud of, what you survived, what you want to remember, even if no one else does. My daughter asked, even the sad stuff? Especially the sad stuff, I said. Because if you don't write your own story, someone else will write a quieter version and leave you out of it. She nodded and kept writing, just like I had. I didn't hear from them again. No apology. No flowers. No dramatic knock on the door with teary eyes and trembling voices. Just silence. But for the first time in years, it didn't feel like punishment. It felt like peace. The kind of peace that arrives when the door finally closes behind someone who never truly saw you. The kind that settles in your bones when you stop hoping for recognition that was never coming. A few months passed. We healed in small ways. Mornings became lighter. Laughter came easier. My kids no longer stared at the mailbox with cautious hope every holiday. Then one afternoon, I received an envelope. Cream-colored, thick, formal. Inside, an invitation. My sister's third baby shower. Gold embossed. Theme. Little royal on the way. Not a note. Not a we miss you or hope you're well. Just a gift registry. Luxury brands only. iPads and Dior baby shoes. I didn't RSVP. I didn't text. I didn't feel guilty. Instead, I picked up my kids early from school. We stopped for ice cream. Sat on the curb. Talked about the kind of people we wanted to be. When we got home, I handed them each a journal. Write anything, I told them. What you're proud of. What you've survived. What made you feel small. What helped you grow again. My daughter looked up. Even the sad parts? Especially those, I said. Because if you don't write them down, the world will rewrite them without you. That night, I posted one final thing. A photo of us. Nothing glamorous. Just my son laughing mid-bite, my daughter wrapped in a blanket, cheeks sticky from marshmallows. The caption read, Sometimes, peace isn't found in forgiveness. Sometimes, it's found in the quiet act of no longer begging to be remembered. I turned off the comments. Not out of anger. Out of completion. They could tell their version. Say I was dramatic. Say I overreacted. Say I distanced myself. They'd be right. I distanced myself from hurt. From favoritism. From invisible roles labeled dutiful daughter. I distanced myself so my kids wouldn't grow up thinking love came with conditions. And that Christmas, our first without them, was simple, messy, real. We danced in pajamas. We built a crooked gingerbread house. And we knew, without question, we were enough. A woman spends years quietly supporting her parents, showering them with financial help, love, and effort, only to watch them constantly favor her sister's children, leaving her own kids overlooked and forgotten. The final blow comes at Christmas, when her children receive nothing while her sister's kids unwrap iPads and designer gifts. For the first time, she doesn't stay silent. She walks out, not just from a party, but from a lifetime of being invisible. The next morning, she posts a quiet truth that shakes her entire family, not with anger, but with clarity. What follows is emotional manipulation, guilt trips, and the age-old accusation, "You've embarrassed us." But this time, she doesn't back down. She sets boundaries. She tells her story, and thousands of strangers echo back. Same. This story teaches us that silence may keep the peace on the surface, but it breaks something inside you. That favoritism within families doesn't just harm adults. It teaches children their worth is conditional. And that healing sometimes begins when you stop trying to be invited and start building a space where you are already enough. If this story made you feel seen, if you've ever been the child who gave too much or the parent who didn't notice, ask yourself, who have I made invisible in the name of family peace? And when was the last time I asked them how they really feel? Because love that forgets to see isn't love at all.
I'd always prided myself on respecting boundaries. When my daughter Claire married Stephen Whitmore 5 years ago, I smiled through the elaborate ceremony despite my reservations. I kept my concerns to myself when she moved into the sprawling Whitmore family estate instead of establishing her own home with her new husband. I even bit my tongue when she gradually withdrew from the journalism career she'd once been so passionate about. After all, Claire was 32 years old, a grown woman capable of making her own choices. Who was I to question her decisions? But as I drove through the blinding snow on Christmas Eve, knuckles white against the steering wheel, I could no longer pretend that what was happening was normal or healthy. The daughter who once called me daily now barely responded to texts. The vibrant, opinionated journalist who'd fearlessly covered political corruption and social injustice had been replaced by a subdued woman who checked with her husband before voicing an opinion. The final straw had come 3 days earlier. A brief text message, not even from Claire's phone, but from Stephen's. Claire is fully committed to Whitmore family Christmas traditions this year. Perhaps you can visit briefly after the holidays, if our schedule permits. Our schedule permits. As if my own daughter needed her husband's family's permission to see her mother on Christmas. The snow intensified as I navigated the winding roads leading to the exclusive Whitmore estate in Boston's wealthiest suburb. The gate stood open, unusual for a family so obsessed with security and privacy, but convenient for my unannounced arrival. As I pulled into the circular driveway, the mansion loomed before me, windows glowing warmly against the snowy darkness, smoke curling from multiple chimneys. I was about to park when a solitary figure on the front walkway caught my attention. Even through the swirling snow, I recognized my daughter immediately. The particular way she held her shoulders, the tilt of her head. But something was terribly wrong. Claire was sitting alone on the edge of the walkway, dressed only in what appeared to be a cocktail dress. No coat, no scarf, nothing to protect her from the brutal cold. I abandoned my car in the driveway, half running, half sliding across the icy pavement toward her. "Claire," I called, my voice nearly lost in the wind. "Claire, what are you doing out here?" She looked up, her face pale with cold, lips tinged an alarming blue. For a moment, she didn't seem to recognize me, her eyes vacant and unfocused. Then awareness dawned. "Mom?" she whispered, her voice cracking. "What are you? How did you—" I dropped to my knees beside her, already shrugging off my heavy wool coat to wrap around her trembling shoulders. "My God, you're freezing. How long have you been out here?" "I don't know," she mumbled, her words slightly slurred from cold. "An hour? Maybe 2? 2 hours? In this weather? Without a coat?" Horror and rage battled within me as I helped her to her feet. "Why are you outside, Claire?" Her eyes darted toward the house, fear flickering across her features. I spoke out of turn at dinner, questioned Douglas's business practices. Stephen said I needed to reflect on my place in this family before I could rejoin the celebration. My blood ran cold, colder than the snow swirling around us. Through the large bay windows, I could see the Whitmore family gathered in their opulent living room, laughing and drinking beside a roaring fire, completely indifferent to the woman freezing just outside their door. "You could have died out here," I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. "Do you understand that? This isn't discipline, Claire. This is cruelty. It's their way," she whispered, tremors racking her body. "Women in the Whitmore family are expected to show absolute respect and deference." I knew the rules. In that moment, I saw with perfect clarity what had been happening these past 5 years. The gradual isolation, the subtle undermining of Claire's confidence, the systematic dismantling of her independence. all orchestrated by a family of men who viewed women as decorative possessions rather than equal partners. "Can you walk?" I asked, supporting her weight as she swayed unsteadily. "I think so," she nodded, though she leaned heavily against me. "But Mom, I can't leave. Stephen will be furious. And Douglas, I'm not asking permission from any Whitmore man," I cut her off, steel entering my voice. "You're coming inside, at minimum, to warm up and change clothes. Then we'll figure out next steps." She didn't protest further, which frightened me more than her words had. The Claire I'd raised would have argued, would have defended her own agency. This new Claire, this diminished version of my daughter, simply acquiesced. As we approached the imposing front door, I could see the family more clearly through the windows, Stephen laughing with his brothers, the patriarch Douglas holding court from his armchair, the women arranged decoratively around the room like well-dressed props. None of them had bothered to check on Claire. I didn't knock. Using the key Claire still clutched in her frozen hand, I unlocked the door and helped her inside. The blast of warmth was almost painful after the bitter cold outside. Our entrance caused an immediate disruption. The Christmas music playing through hidden speakers seemed suddenly too loud in the abrupt silence. 7 pairs of eyes turned toward us, shocked, affronted, and in Stephen's case, quickly transitioning from surprise to carefully manufactured concern. "Claire, darling," he said, rising from his place by the fire and approaching with an expression of solicitude that didn't reach his eyes. "I was just about to check on you. Have you had time to reconsider your behavior?" "She's suffering from hypothermia," I said, before Claire could respond. "She needs warm clothes and possibly medical attention, not a performance review." Douglas Whitmore stood then, a tall, imposing figure with silver hair and cold eyes. The family patriarch's expression was one of mild annoyance, as if I were a delivery person who had used the front entrance instead of the service door. "Pauline," he acknowledged with the barest nod, "this is an unexpected intrusion on our family Christmas. Claire understands that there are consequences for disrespect in this household." "Consequences," I repeated, incredulity sharpening my tone. She could have developed hypothermia or frostbite out there. "Over a dinner conversation?" Stephen stepped forward, placing a proprietary hand on Claire's shoulder. "Mom, you don't understand our family dynamics. Claire and I should discuss this privately." I looked at my daughter, really looked at her. Beyond the physical trembling from cold, I saw a deeper trembling in her spirit. The vibrant light that had always defined her was dimmed to the faintest flicker. Whatever had been happening in this house over the past 5 years had nearly extinguished the essence of who she was. That's when I knew I couldn't leave without her. Not tonight. Not ever again. I straightened to my full height, meeting Douglas Whitmore's cold gaze directly. In that moment, I wasn't just Pauline Bennett, concerned mother. I was Pauline Bennett, senior business consultant who had spent decades navigating corporate power structures and recognizing the weak points in seemingly impenetrable empires, including the Whitmore family empire. I gathered Claire closer to me and looked each family member in the eye, one by one, before delivering 5 words that would change everything. "I know about Project Prometheus." The effect was immediate. Douglas's face drained of color. Stephen froze mid-step. The 2 other Whitmore brothers exchanged alarmed glances. Even the normally placid Whitmore wives looked up in surprise at the sudden tension crackling through the room. Project Prometheus, the Whitmore family's most carefully guarded secret, a series of offshore accounts and shell companies designed to hide millions in questionable transactions. Information I had discovered years ago while vetting my daughter's future in-laws and had kept to myself, hoping I would never need to use it. Until now. "We're leaving," I said into the stunned silence. "Claire needs medical attention and rest. We can discuss everything else tomorrow." No one moved to stop us as I guided my trembling daughter toward the door. No one dared. The drive to the hotel was harrowing, snow accumulating faster than the wipers could clear it, Claire's teeth chattering despite the car's heater blasting at maximum. I kept glancing over at her, bundled in my coat and the emergency blanket from my trunk, her face still frightfully pale. "We should get you to a hospital," I said, peering anxiously through the windshield at the nearly invisible road. "No hospitals," Claire replied, her voice stronger than it had been outside the Whitmore mansion, but still unsteady. "Please, Mom, I just need to warm up. I can't handle questions right now." and I wanted to argue, but recognized the fragility in her expression. Whatever had happened in that house had left wounds deeper than the physical effects of cold. Pushing too hard now might cause her to retreat entirely. "The Rosewood Inn has vacancies," I said instead. I called ahead while packing for the trip just in case. Claire didn't respond, staring out the passenger window at the swirling snow. The silence between us felt both familiar and strange, the comfortable quiet of mother and daughter who know each other deeply, overlaid with the tension of years of growing separation. "How did you know?" she finally asked as we pulled into the hotel's covered entrance. "About Project Prometheus?" I turned off the engine and faced her. "I'm a business consultant, Claire. When you got engaged, I did what any mother with my resources would do. I researched the family you were marrying into." "You investigated the Whitmores?" Her eyes widened slightly. "I looked into their business practices," I clarified. "Stephen seemed controlling even during your engagement. I wanted to understand what I was dealing with." A flicker of the old Claire, sharp, analytical, unafraid of difficult truths, sparked in her expression. "And you found Project Prometheus?" "Among other things," I nodded. "Offshore accounts in the Caymans, shell companies in Luxembourg and Singapore, environmental violations carefully buried under settlements with non-disclosure agreements. The Whitmores built their fortune on corruption and intimidation, all while maintaining their public image as moral, upstanding citizens." "Douglas would say it's just smart business," Claire said, a hint of bitterness creeping into her voice. "Douglas would say anything to justify his actions," I countered, "just like he'd justify leaving his daughter-in-law in freezing temperatures as discipline." Claire flinched, then seemed to collapse in on herself, shrinking into the passenger seat. "You don't understand how it works in their family." "Then help me understand, Claire. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like systematic emotional abuse masked as tradition or family values." The word abuse hung in the air between us. Claire's eyes filled with tears, but she shook her head sharply, wiping them away before they could fall. "Let's get inside," she said, her voice tight. "I can't do this conversation in a car." The Rosewood Inn was one of those New England establishments that balanced luxury with coziness. Crackling fireplaces in the lobby, tasteful Christmas decorations that managed to be festive without garishness, staff who were attentive without hovering. The night manager took one look at Claire's still pale face and disheveled appearance and upgraded us to a suite without my having to ask. "The restaurant is closed, but we can send up room service," he assured us, and the chef left mulled wine warming for guests returning late from Christmas events. In the suite, Claire headed straight for the bathroom, turning the shower to its hottest setting. I heard her soft gasp as she finally began to warm up properly and busied myself ordering food, hearty soup, fresh bread, hot tea, anything to raise her core temperature and provide comfort. When she emerged 20 minutes later, wrapped in one of the hotel's plush robes, some color had returned to her cheeks. She looked younger somehow, more like the daughter I remembered, her carefully styled Whitmore wife hair now hanging in damp waves around her face. "Better?" I asked, pouring her a cup of the mulled wine that had been delivered. "Much," she admitted, accepting the cup and inhaling the spicy aroma before taking a cautious sip. "Thank you for coming tonight, for knowing somehow that I needed help. A mother knows," I said simply. She settled into the armchair across from mine, drawing her knees up like she used to as a teenager when we'd have our deepest conversations. For a moment, I could almost pretend the last 5 years hadn't happened, that we were just having one of our heart-to-hearts about life and its challenges. But the haunted look in her eyes told a different story. "When did it start?" I asked gently. "The isolation, the control." Claire stared into her cup, as if the floating cinnamon sticks and orange slices might provide an easier answer than the truth. "Gradually," she finally said. "So gradually, I hardly noticed at first. Stephen was so different during our courtship, attentive, supportive of my career, interested in my opinions. And after the wedding, it was subtle at first, little comments about my friends being too progressive or bad influences, suggestions that maybe my journalism was too stressful, that I seemed tired all the time. Then it was Douglas making remarks about Whitmore women and their priorities, with Stephen nodding along. She took another sip of wine, her hands steadier now. By our first anniversary, I was having dinner with the family every night. By our second, I'd cut my work hours to part-time and lost touch with most of my friends. By our third, I'd quit journalism entirely and moved fully into the family compound. Why didn't you say something? Call me? I would have helped Claire. She looked up then, pain evident in her expression. They made it so clear that you weren't appropriate. Your independence, your career, your divorce, everything about you represented what Whitmore women should not be. Stephen said your influence had made it harder for me to adapt to real family life. The casual cruelty of it stung, but I pushed past my own hurt to focus on what mattered. And tonight, what happened that led to you sitting in the snow? Claire's shoulders tensed. Douglas was talking about a new development project, luxury condos where a low-income housing complex currently stands. I'd seen articles about it in my old newspaper. The residents are being forced out with minimal compensation, and there are allegations of bribes to city officials to expedite permits. And you said something? I suggested that perhaps the family should consider the ethical implications, not just the profit margins. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. The old Claire coming out, I suppose. Douglas wasn't pleased. He said women shouldn't concern themselves with business matters they couldn't possibly understand. So you were sent outside as punishment, I concluded, struggling to keep the fury from my voice. To reflect on my place in the family, she corrected, the robotic phrasing clearly not her own, until I was ready to apologize appropriately. And if you'd gotten frostbite? Hypothermia? Would that have been acceptable collateral damage for ensuring your proper place? Claire didn't answer, which was answer enough. A knock at the door announced the arrival of our food. As I arranged the soup and bread on the small dining table, I noticed Claire checking her phone, her expression growing increasingly anxious. 27 texts from Stephen, she said, her voice tight, and 5 from Douglas. They're not happy. I imagine not, I replied, setting a steaming bowl in front of her. Eat first. We'll deal with the Whitmores tomorrow. She hesitated, thumb hovering over the phone screen. What if they come here? Stephen can be very persuasive when he wants to be. Let him try, I said, a steel entering my voice that surprised even me. I've spent 30 years helping companies navigate crises and negotiations. I can handle one family of corrupt businessmen who think they're above the law. As Claire began to eat, some color returning to her face with each spoonful of soup, I watched her carefully. The daughter I'd raised, brilliant, compassionate, fiercely independent, was still in there somewhere, buried beneath years of systematic undermining and control. And I was determined to help her find herself again, no matter what the Whitmores might try to do to stop us. Morning arrived with clear skies and brilliant sunshine that belied the storm of the previous night, both the literal snowstorm and the emotional tempest at the Whitmore mansion. I woke early, years of habit preventing me from sleeping past 6, even on Christmas Day. Claire was still asleep in the adjoining room of our suite, her breathing deep and regular, face peaceful in a way I hadn't seen in years. I ordered breakfast from room service and settled at the small desk with my laptop. If the Whitmores were going to retaliate, and I had no doubt they would, I needed to be prepared. Project Prometheus was my leverage, but leveraging information effectively required precision and timing. The documentation was exactly where I'd stored it 5 years ago, in an encrypted cloud folder with a password that combined Claire's birth date and the coordinates of the small Maine cottage where I'd taken her every summer as a child. Page after page of damning evidence, falsified environmental impact studies, wire transfers to offshore accounts coinciding perfectly with favorable zoning decisions, shell companies that traced back to Douglas Whitmore through a labyrinth of nominees and proxies. I was so absorbed in reviewing the files that I didn't notice Claire had awakened until she spoke from behind me. You really do have it all, she said, her voice still rough with sleep, evidence that could destroy them. I closed the laptop and turned to face her. In the morning light, I could see more clearly what last night's darkness and emotional turmoil had partially hidden. The physical toll the Whitmore household had taken on my daughter. She'd always been slender, but now she appeared almost fragile, cheekbones too prominent in her pale face. Dark circles underscored her eyes, and a general air of watchfulness had replaced her once relaxed demeanor. I do, I confirmed, gesturing for her to join me at the table where breakfast awaited. I compiled it when you first got engaged, then updated it periodically through my industry contacts. Why didn't you use it? She asked, taking a seat and reaching for the coffee pot. Stop the wedding? Warn me? I measured my words carefully. Would you have believed me? You were in love, Claire. Stephen showed you exactly what you wanted to see. If I'd come to you with accusations and evidence against his family, you would have seen it as me trying to control you or sabotage your happiness. She considered this as she stirred cream into her coffee, then nodded slowly. You're right. I would have chosen him over you. That's exactly what they wanted. What do you mean? It's how they operate, isolating the women who marry into the family, cutting them off from outside influences, especially strong mothers or sisters who might notice what's happening. She took a sip of coffee, her gaze distant. Eleanor told me once, when she'd had too much wine, that Douglas spent the first 2 years of their marriage systematically turning her against her own mother. Eleanor, Stephen's mother, Douglas's wife of nearly 40 years. The perfect Whitmore matriarch, always immaculately dressed, unfailingly polite, and completely deferential to her husband in all things. And the other wives? Michael and Richard's wives feel the same way? Claire nodded. Diane and Jennifer went through the same process. It's like breaking in a horse. First, they isolate you from outside support. Then they undermine your confidence and independence. Then they establish the rules and the consequences for breaking them. Anger flared hot in my chest, but I kept my expression neutral. Getting emotional now wouldn't help Claire. And no one ever leaves? Fights back? There was one, Richard's first wife, Meredith. She tried to leave about a decade ago. The Whitmores destroyed her, used their connections to get her fired from her job, contested custody of their son so aggressively that she ran out of money for legal fees, spread rumors that ruined her reputation locally. Claire's hands tightened around her coffee cup. She eventually gave up, left town with nothing. Richard got full custody. Their son barely remembers her now. The systematic cruelty of it was breathtaking. A family that presented itself as the pinnacle of moral virtue and traditional values, while practicing calculated psychological warfare against the women who married into it. Your phone's been buzzing all morning, I observed, nodding toward where it lay on the nightstand. Stephen? And Douglas? And Eleanor? Even Richard and Michael have texted. She made no move to check the messages. They'll be crafting a unified response. The Whitmores always close ranks when threatened. Are you afraid of them? I asked directly. Claire considered the question, something shifting in her expression, a hardness appearing beneath the fragility. Yes, she admitted, but I'm more afraid of going back, of who I've become in that house. Her words hung between us, raw with honesty. For the first time since I'd found her trembling on that snowy walkway, I felt a flicker of hope. My daughter, my real daughter, was still in there, fighting to emerge. What do you want to do, Claire? I asked quietly. This has to be your decision. She looked out the window at the sunlight sparkling off fresh snow, her profile etched against the brightness. In that moment, I could see both the little girl she had been and the strong woman she could become again, if she chose to reclaim herself. I want out, she said finally, turning back to me with newfound resolve. Completely out. Not just away for Christmas, not just a temporary separation. I want a divorce, and I want nothing to do with any Whitmore ever again. They won't make it easy, I cautioned. You've seen what they did to Meredith. I know. That's why I need your help. She leaned forward, a spark of her old intensity returning. And your evidence. Before I could respond, a sharp knock at the door interrupted us. Not the gentle tap of housekeeping or room service, but the authoritative rap of someone who expected immediate attention. Claire froze, her face draining of color. It's them, she whispered. They've found us. I rose calmly, smoothing my sweater. Let them come, I said, finding a strength in my voice that matched the resolve hardening within me. We knew they would. Through the peephole, I saw exactly what I expected. Stephen Whitmore, impeccably dressed despite the early hour, his handsome face set in an expression of concerned determination. Beside him stood his father Douglas, silver-haired and imposing in a camel hair coat that probably cost more than most people's monthly salary. Behind them, a third man I didn't immediately recognize, likely one of the Whitmore family lawyers, brought along to add legal weight to whatever pressure they planned to apply. I opened the door, but remained firmly in the threshold, blocking their entry to the suite. Pauline, Douglas acknowledged with a curt nod. We've come for Claire. This has been an unfortunate misunderstanding that we'd prefer to resolve privately as a family. Claire isn't receiving visitors at the moment, I replied pleasantly, as if declining a routine social call. Stephen stepped forward, his practiced smile not reaching his eyes. I understand you're concerned, Pauline, but Claire is my wife. She belongs at home, especially on Christmas morning. Our family has traditions, like leaving women to freeze in snowstorms when they express opinions, I interrupted, my tone still conversational despite the barb. Douglas's jaw tightened. What happens in our family is not your concern. My daughter's welfare is very much my concern, I countered. And Claire has made it clear she's not returning with you today. I'd like to hear that from Claire herself, Stephen insisted, trying to look past me into the suite. I felt a presence at my shoulder and turned to find Claire standing beside me. She'd thrown on jeans and a sweater, her hair pulled back in a simple ponytail, a far cry from the carefully coiffed Whitmore wife she'd been molded into. Even in casual clothes, even still pale and tired, she stood straighter than I'd seen her stand in years. "I'm not coming home, Stephen," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "Not today. Not ever." The facade of concerned husband slipped, revealing a flash of the controlling man beneath. "Don't be ridiculous, Claire. Whatever issues you're having, we can discuss them at home. Your place is with me, with our family. The family that left me outside in freezing temperatures as punishment for expressing an opinion." She raised her chin slightly. "I think I finally understood what my place in the Whitmore family truly is, and I want no part of it anymore." Douglas stepped forward, his considerable height allowing him to loom over both Claire and me. "This is your mother's influence," he said coldly. "One night with her, and you're suddenly abandoning 5 years of marriage and the values we've worked so hard to instill in you." Claire didn't flinch from his intimidating presence. "The only thing last night did was show me there are still people in this world who won't stand by while I'm being mistreated, who won't accept cruelty as tradition or control as love." The third man cleared his throat, stepping forward with the smooth confidence of an expensive attorney. "Mrs. Whitmore, I'm Edward Harrington, the family's legal counsel. I should advise you that leaving the marital home without cause could be construed as abandonment in divorce proceedings. It could significantly impact any financial settlement or division of assets." "Without cause?" I echoed incredulously. "She was left outside in below freezing temperatures as discipline. I'd say that constitutes cause. A family disagreement that has been grossly mischaracterized," the lawyer replied smoothly. "There are no witnesses to support such an extreme claim." Claire's hand found mine, squeezing tightly. I squeezed back, a silent promise of support. "This conversation is over," I said firmly. "Claire has made her decision. I suggest you respect it." "This isn't over," Stephen said, dropping all pretense of concern. "Claire, think about what you're throwing away. Think about the consequences." "Is that a threat?" I asked, arching an eyebrow. Douglas placed a restraining hand on his son's arm. "Merely a reminder of reality," he said smoothly. "Decisions have consequences. Claire has been part of our family long enough to understand how we protect our interests, and I've been protecting my daughter's interests her entire life," I replied, steel entering my voice. "Perhaps it's time for you to understand what that means." With that, I closed the door firmly in their faces, turning the deadbolt with a decisive click. Claire let out a shaky breath, leaning against the wall. "They'll be back, with more lawyers, maybe even police with some manufactured concern about my mental state." "Let them come," I said, returning to my laptop. "We'll be ready." Because what the Whitmores didn't realize was that they had just declared war on a woman who had spent her entire career strategizing, planning, and prevailing against much more formidable opponents than one corrupt family with delusions of untouchability. And I never started a battle I didn't intend to win. "We need to move," I said, already gathering our belongings. "They'll likely try to establish a legal foothold, perhaps an emergency custody hearing claiming you're mentally unstable, or a wellness check from local police officers who golf with Douglas." Claire nodded, throwing items into her overnight bag with practiced efficiency. "Where will we go? They know your address in Cambridge." "Not Cambridge," I said, mentally reviewing options. "I have a colleague who keeps a pied-à-terre in Back Bay for business trips. She's in London for the holidays. We can use it until we formulate a longer-term plan." As Claire packed, I made 3 phone calls in rapid succession. First to my colleague securing her apartment, then to Marcus Delgado, a former client who had become the best digital security specialist in Boston, and finally to Diane Abernathy, the most ruthless divorce attorney I knew. "It's Christmas Day," Claire pointed out as I ended the last call. "How do you still have this kind of pull with people?" I smiled grimly. 25 years of building a reputation for never asking for favors unless it's important, and always repaying them generously when I do. Diane's meeting us at the apartment in 2 hours. We left through the hotel's service entrance, avoiding the lobby where Douglas might have stationed someone to watch for us. My nondescript silver Volvo was thankfully unremarkable among the dozens of cars in the parking lot. As we pulled away, I noticed a black SUV with tinted windows idling near the entrance. Unmistakably, Whitmore surveillance. "They're watching the front," Claire observed, slouching down in her seat slightly. "But not expecting us to leave so quickly," I replied, taking a circuitous route that would make it difficult for anyone to follow. "That's the first advantage of dealing with entitled men like the Whitmores. They consistently underestimate women's competence." "I forgot how strategic you are," Claire said, something like admiration creeping into her voice. "Douglas always dismissed you as just a consultant who got lucky with a few clients." "Another advantage," I noted. "Being underestimated provides excellent cover for outmaneuvering people." My colleague's apartment was a sleek, minimalist space on the 15th floor of a luxury building with excellent security, key card access for the elevator, 24-hour doorman, and a discreet side entrance for residents who preferred privacy. We settled in just as Marcus arrived, carrying a nondescript duffel bag filled with technology. "Damn, Pauline, when you said emergency, you weren't kidding," he said, setting up his equipment on the dining table. "Christmas Day extraction from hostile situation? This is some Jason Bourne-level stuff?" "This is my daughter, Claire," I introduced, appreciating his attempt to lighten the mood. "Claire, Marcus is going to sweep for any tracking software on your phone and establish secure communications for us." Claire handed over her phone warily. "They can track me through my phone?" "If they've installed spyware, absolutely," Marcus confirmed, already connecting her device to his laptop. "Given what your mom briefly explained about these guys, I'd be surprised if they haven't." While Marcus worked, I briefed Claire on what to expect from Diane. "She's not warm and fuzzy, but she's devastatingly effective. She specializes in high-conflict divorces involving powerful men who think they're untouchable." "Will she take my case?" "I don't have money of my own anymore," Claire said, the reminder of her financial dependence making her voice tight. "Stephen controls all our accounts. Diane owes me several favors, and she despises men who use financial control as a weapon. Trust me, she'll take your case." Marcus let out a low whistle from the dining table. "Found it. 2 different tracking apps on your phone, plus they've been monitoring all your texts, calls, and emails." He glanced up, his expression serious. "They've had complete surveillance of your digital life. They even have access to your microphone and camera." Claire's face paled. "They've been listening to my conversations? Watching me?" "Potentially, yes," Marcus confirmed. "And there's more. Your Apple ID has been set up to share your location continuously with 3 different accounts, all Whitmore emails." The violation was so complete, so invasive, that for a moment, even I was speechless. Claire sank onto the sofa, hands trembling slightly. "Can you remove it all?" I asked Marcus. "Already on it, but I'd recommend a complete digital reset. New phone, new accounts, new everything." He worked as he spoke, fingers flying across his keyboard. "I'll set up encrypted communication channels for both of you. Email, messaging, the works, and I'll create some digital false trails to keep them busy while you figure out next steps." When Diane arrived 40 minutes later, she brought with her an energy that immediately transformed the apartment's atmosphere. Tall, impeccably dressed even on Christmas Day, with a silver streak in her dark hair and piercing eyes that missed nothing, she commanded attention without effort. "Pauline," she greeted me with a brief hug, before turning to Claire. "And you must be the woman escaping from Boston's most self-righteous family of hypocrites." Claire blinked, startled by the direct assessment. "You know the Whitmores?" "I've had the distinct displeasure," Diane confirmed, setting her briefcase on the coffee table and extracting a tablet. "Crossed paths with them in 3 different divorce cases over the years. Each time, they deployed the same playbook: character assassination, financial strangulation, and strategic intimidation." She looked Claire over with a professional assessment that was neither judgmental nor pitying. "Your mother says you want out completely. No reconciliation, no mediation, clean break. Is that accurate?" "Yes," Claire said firmly. "I won't go back to that house or that life." "Good. Clarity helps." Diane tapped her tablet to life. "Now, before we discuss strategy, I need to understand exactly what we're dealing with. Tell me everything. The control tactics, the isolation methods, the punishment systems, and especially any witnesses or evidence we might be able to leverage. For the next hour, Claire detailed her 5-year descent into the Whitmore family's web of control. As she spoke, her voice grew steadier, her perspective clearer, as if the simple act of articulating the manipulation helped her see it more objectively. Diane took notes, occasionally asking pointed questions that revealed her extensive experience with similar cases. Classic high-control family system, she concluded when Claire finished. They operate like a cult, with Douglas as the unquestioned leader and the daughters-in-law as the most recent recruits to be indoctrinated. Can we win against them? Claire asked, the question that clearly weighed heaviest on her mind. They have so much money, so many connections. Diane's smile was sharp as a scalpel. Money and connections matter, but they're not everything. What we need is leverage, something they value more than the satisfaction of punishing you for leaving. That was my cue. I have substantial evidence of the Whitmore family's business improprieties, I explained, opening my laptop to show Diane the Project Prometheus files, offshore accounts, bribes to officials, environmental violations, tax evasion, enough to trigger multiple federal investigations. Diane reviewed the documentation, her expression growing increasingly satisfied. This is exceptional leverage, she agreed. But we need to be strategic about using it. The moment they know we have this, they'll pull out all the stops to discredit both of you. They're already planning to, Claire said. I know their playbook. They'll claim I'm having a mental breakdown, that Mom has always been jealous of their family and poisoned me against them, that I'm unstable and need to be brought home for my own good. Then we need to establish your mental competence immediately, Diane decided. I'll arrange for an independent psychological evaluation tomorrow. We'll also file for an emergency restraining order based on last night's incident. The hypothermia risk alone should be sufficient grounds. They'll deny it happened, Claire pointed out. It will be my word against the entire family's. Not necessarily, I interjected, remembering something. The Whitmore mansion has security cameras covering the entire property, including the front walkway where they left you. If we can get that footage, they'll have deleted it by now, Claire said. Marcus looked up from his computer. Maybe not. Most high-end security systems back up to cloud storage automatically. If I can get into their network, he paused, considering. It's legally gray area, but given the circumstances, focus on legal approaches first, Diane cautioned. We need to file the emergency restraining order tonight before they can get ahead of us with their own legal maneuvers. I'll draft my statement about finding Claire last night, I offered. And I'll document the physical symptoms of exposure I observed, Marcus added. As a witness who saw her condition when you arrived at the hotel, Claire watched this rapid mobilization of support with a strange expression, somewhere between disbelief and dawning hope. They always said I had no one but them, she said quietly, that without the Whitmore name and connections, I would be nothing. I moved to sit beside her on the sofa, taking her cold hands in mine. They lied, Claire. You have always had people who value you for yourself, not your status, not your compliance, not your willingness to diminish yourself to fit their mold. Diane checked her watch. The judge who's on call for emergency filings today is Alexandra Winters. She's fair, thorough, and notably unsympathetic to claims of family tradition when they mask abuse. If we submit within the next 2 hours, she'll likely review it today, even though it's Christmas. As everyone moved into action, Diane drafting legal documents, Marcus securing our digital footprint, Claire writing her statement, I felt a fierce pride rise in my chest. Less than 24 hours after finding my daughter trembling in the snow, we had assembled a team, secured a safe location, and were already mounting a legal counteroffensive against one of Boston's most powerful families. The Whitmores had spent 5 years systematically convincing Claire she was powerless without them. They were about to discover just how wrong they'd been, and Douglas Whitmore was about to learn that the just a consultant he had so casually dismissed was, in fact, the most formidable opponent he had ever faced. Judge Alexandra Winters granted the emergency restraining order at 7:42 p.m. on Christmas Day. Diane's efficient network ensured that copies were delivered to the Whitmore mansion and personally served to Stephen before 9 p.m., a small but significant victory that established the first legal boundary between Claire and the family that had systematically isolated her. It's temporary, Diane cautioned as she reported back to us. 10 days of protection while the court schedules a full hearing. But it prevents Stephen or any Whitmore from coming within 500 feet of Claire or attempting to contact her directly. They'll fight it, Claire said, huddled in an oversized sweater I'd purchased during our brief shopping excursion that afternoon. After 5 years of Whitmore-approved designer clothing, she'd gravitated toward comfort, soft fabrics, practical cuts, nothing that resembled the carefully curated wardrobe Stephen had insisted upon. Of course they will, Diane agreed. But fighting it requires them to present their side in court, under oath, explaining why they think it's acceptable to lock a family member outside in freezing temperatures as discipline. Marcus glanced up from his laptop. Speaking of evidence, I've got something. The Whitmore security system backs up to a secure cloud server, as I suspected, and while I couldn't access it directly, I did find that the system automatically sends daily activity reports to the family's head of security. Miles Fisher, Claire supplied, former military, completely loyal to Douglas. The very same, Marcus confirmed, but Mr. Fisher has rather predictable password habits. I was able to access his email account and he swiveled his laptop to show us. Here's yesterday's security report, complete with timestamps and screenshots of all exterior camera activations. The screen showed a series of images from the previous night, including a crystal-clear shot of Claire sitting on the walkway, arms wrapped around herself, visibly shivering in the falling snow. The timestamp showed 7:24 p.m., meaning she had indeed been outside for well over an hour before I arrived. Send that to me immediately, Diane instructed, her expression grim but satisfied. This undercuts any attempt they might make to deny the incident occurred. Claire stared at the image of herself, a complex mix of emotions crossing her face. It's strange, she said quietly. Seeing it from the outside like this, when you're in it, you start to think maybe it's normal, maybe you deserve it. But looking at that picture, it's clear psychological abuse, I finished for her, anger rising again at what had been done to my daughter. And it wasn't the first time, was it? She shook her head. Different methods, but the same principle. Isolation as punishment for any perceived defiance or disrespect. Usually, it was being confined to my room without dinner or being excluded from family events. This was the first time they'd put me physically outside in dangerous weather. Escalation, Diane noted, making another entry on her tablet. Classic pattern in controlling relationships. The boundaries of what constitutes acceptable punishment gradually expand. My phone chimed with an incoming call from an unknown number. Normally, I would ignore such calls, but given the circumstances, I answered cautiously. Pauline Bennett. Miss Bennett, this is Detective James Morales with Boston PD. The voice was professional, slightly tired. I'm calling regarding a welfare check request for your daughter, Claire Whitmore. Her husband has reported concerns about her mental state and possible coercion. And so it begins, I thought, meeting Diane's eyes across the room. She immediately understood, moving closer to listen in. My daughter is perfectly fine, Detective, I replied calmly. In fact, she's right here with me and is under the protection of an emergency restraining order issued by Judge Winters earlier this evening due to domestic abuse concerns. There was a pause. Then the detective's tone shifted subtly. I see. Would it be possible for me to speak with Mrs. Whitmore directly to confirm her well-being? I covered the phone. Police welfare check, I whispered to Claire. Stephen's first counter-move. Claire nodded, reaching for the phone. This is Claire Whitmore, she said, her voice remarkably steady. I'm safe and here of my own free will, Detective Morales. I left my husband's home last night after being forced to sit outside in freezing temperatures for over an hour as punishment for expressing an opinion at dinner. She listened for a moment, then continued. Yes, I've secured legal representation. Yes, the restraining order is legitimate. You can confirm with Judge Winters' office. No, I am not in any danger except from the Whitmore family. After a few more exchanges, she ended the call and handed the phone back to me. He's sending a patrol car to confirm in person. Standard procedure, he says. Diane nodded approvingly. Good. Let them document your condition and state of mind. Every official record of you being rational and clear about your decision to leave strengthens our position. 2 officers arrived 30 minutes later. A woman in her 40s with the steady demeanor of a veteran cop and a younger male officer who seemed slightly starstruck to be inside one of Boston's most exclusive residential buildings. They spoke with Claire privately for several minutes, then briefly with me, before departing with assurances they would document Claire's safety and sound mental state. One attempt neutralized, I noted, as the door closed behind them. They'll try again, Claire warned. Different angles, different officials. The Whitmores have contacts throughout Boston's power structure. As if on cue, Marcus's monitoring program pinged with an alert. Incoming, he announced, scanning his screen. Whitmore family lawyer filed an emergency petition alleging temporary insanity and undue influence. They're requesting an immediate psychological evaluation and temporary guardianship for Stephen. On what grounds? Diane demanded, already reaching for her phone. Marcus read from the filing. Claims that Claire has a history of emotional instability, exacerbated by her estrangement from her mother, and that Pauline's sudden appearance triggered a psychotic break with reality. They're alleging that Pauline has a vendetta against the Whitmore family and has manipulated Claire's vulnerable mental state. Predictable, Diane scoffed, dialing rapidly, and easily countered with the independent psychological evaluation we've already scheduled for tomorrow morning. Judge Winters won't grant temporary guardianship without clear evidence of incapacity. While Diane worked her legal magic, I sat beside Claire on the sofa. She was handling everything with remarkable composure, but I could sense the toll this rapid-fire legal battle was taking. You should rest, I suggested gently. Tomorrow will be challenging. She shook her head. I can't. Not yet. There's something important I need to tell you about Project Prometheus. That caught my attention. What about it? Claire glanced toward Marcus and Diane, then lowered her voice. The documents you have are just the beginning. There's more. Much more. Douglas keeps a complete record of every transaction, every bribe, every shell company in a secure database that only he and his sons can access. How do you know this? A hint of the old Claire, the investigative journalist with a nose for hidden truths, flickered across her face. Because I may have been playing the perfect Whitmore wife on the outside, but I never completely lost myself. I watched. I listened. I remembered. She leaned closer. 3 months ago, I overheard Stephen and Richard discussing a problem with one of the offshore accounts. Richard mentioned that Douglas was updating the master file. Later that night, I saw Stephen accessing a password-protected database on his home computer. He was careless, didn't realize I could see the reflection of his screen in the window. Did you see what was in it? I asked, impressed by her covert observation skills despite everything she'd been through. Not details, but I saw enough to know it's comprehensive. Account numbers, contact information for officials they've bribed, dates of transactions, everything needed to establish a pattern of corruption. I considered the implications. If we could access that database, we'd have the ultimate leverage, Claire finished, but it's stored on a secure server in Douglas's home office. Physically accessing it would be nearly impossible, especially now. Marcus approached, having caught the tail end of our conversation. Not necessarily impossible, he said thoughtfully. Every secure system has vulnerabilities. The question is whether we can find them before the Whitmores escalate further. Diane ended her call, looking grimly satisfied. Crisis temporarily averted. Judge Winters has agreed to review our evidence before making any determination on their guardianship petition. But make no mistake, this is just the opening salvo. The Whitmores are mobilizing their considerable resources. Then we need to mobilize ours, I said, a plan already forming, and perhaps add some resources they don't know we have. I pulled out my phone and dialed a number I rarely used, a direct line to Jonathan Pierce, investigative journalist at the Boston Globe and former colleague of Claire's. If the Whitmores wanted to play hardball, they were about to discover they weren't the only ones who knew how to leverage connections and influence. The game was changing from defense to offense, and I had no intention of losing. Jonathan Pierce. Jonathan, it's Pauline Bennett, Claire's mother. A moment of silence then. Pauline? It's been, 3 years since Claire's Journalism Award dinner? Is everything okay? It's Christmas. Claire needs your help, I said simply, knowing that direct honesty would be more effective with a veteran journalist than any elaborate explanation. She's left Stephen Whitmore under difficult circumstances. The family is retaliating with everything they have. Jesus, Jonathan muttered. I always wondered about that relationship. Claire was one of our brightest reporters. Then suddenly she's quitting to become a corporate wife. Never sat right with me. Can you meet us? Tonight? To his credit, Jonathan didn't hesitate. "Text me the address. I'll be there in 30. After ending the call, I turned to find Claire watching me with a mixture of hope and anxiety. "You called Jonathan?" she asked. "We haven't spoken since the Whitmores systematically cut you off from everyone in your former life," I finished gently. "But Jonathan never bought the official story about you happily transitioning to corporate wifehood. He tried to reach out several times in your first year of marriage. I didn't know," she said quietly. "Stephen screened all my calls, messages. I thought everyone from my old life had just moved on." The simple admission revealed yet another layer of the isolation tactics employed by the Whitmores, not just preventing Claire from reaching out, but actively intercepting attempts by her former friends and colleagues to maintain connections. Jonathan arrived 45 minutes later, bearing the rumpled appearance of a man who lived for the story rather than appearances. His eyes widened slightly when he saw Claire, though he quickly masked his reaction. "Good to see you, Bennett," he greeted her with the old nickname from her reporting days, his casual tone belying the concern evident in his expression. "You too, Pierce," she replied, a ghost of her former professional persona surfacing briefly. After quick introductions to Diane and Marcus, we gathered around the dining table to brief Jonathan on the situation. To his immense credit, he listened without interruption as Claire detailed her gradual isolation within the Whitmore family, the controlling behaviors, and finally the incident that had catalyzed her escape. "Classic high-control dynamics," he noted when she finished, echoing Diane's earlier assessment. "I've covered cults with less effective isolation techniques. We need your help in 2 ways," I explained, laying out our strategy. "First, as insurance. The Whitmores will try to control the narrative, likely by painting Claire as unstable and me as manipulative. Having an independent journalist documenting our side creates counterpressure." Jonathan nodded. "And the second way?" I glanced at Claire, who picked up the thread. "You've been investigating the Whitmore family's business practices for years," she said. "I remember you working on a story about their South Harbor development project right before I left the paper, which mysteriously got killed by editorial after Douglas Whitmore had lunch with our publisher," Jonathan confirmed, his expression darkening. "Not the first time a Whitmore story got buried at the Globe." "We have evidence," I said, choosing my words carefully. "Substantial evidence about a Whitmore operation called Project Prometheus. Offshore accounts, environmental violations, bribes to officials." Jonathan's eyes narrowed with journalistic interest. "How substantial?" "Enough to trigger federal investigations," Diane interjected. "But we're sitting on it temporarily as leverage for Claire's divorce and protection. We believe there's more evidence in a secure database in Douglas's home office," I continued. "If we could access it, we'd have the complete picture of their operations." Jonathan leaned back, studying us thoughtfully. "So you need me as both an insurance policy against character assassination and potentially to help break a major corruption story, assuming we can access this database." "Precisely," I confirmed. He didn't hesitate. "I'm in. The Whitmores have been buying their way out of accountability for decades. It's time someone held them responsible." Marcus, who had been monitoring his laptop throughout our conversation, suddenly straightened. "Movement on the Whitmore front. They've called a family meeting at the mansion. All 3 brothers plus Douglas and their attorneys." "How do you know that?" Claire asked, impressed. "I'm monitoring their email communications," he admitted. "Technically borderline legal, but given the circumstances, they're planning their next move," Claire surmised, wrapping her arms around herself. "Douglas won't accept defeat on any front. He'll be furious that the restraining order was granted." "Good," Diane said firmly. "Angry opponents make mistakes. We need them reactive rather than strategic." Jonathan pulled out a small notebook, jotting quick notes. "What's our immediate plan? The psychological evaluation tomorrow establishes Claire's competence and counters their guardianship petition. What else? We need to secure Claire's personal belongings from the Whitmore house," I said. "Important documents, meaningful items, anything that would be difficult to replace." Claire shook her head. "They won't let anyone in to collect my things, and I can't go myself with the restraining order in place." "Actually," Diane corrected, "the restraining order prevents them from approaching you, not vice versa. With a police escort, you have the legal right to retrieve your personal effects from the marital home." "They'll find a way to block it," Claire insisted. "Douglas has half the police department in his pocket." "Not all of them," Jonathan said thoughtfully. I have a contact, Lieutenant Sandra Rivera. She heads the domestic violence unit and has a particular dislike for powerful men who think they're above the law. If I explain the situation, she might be willing to personally escort Claire. That could work, Diane agreed. But we need to move quickly, before the Whitmores have time to hide or destroy anything important. Marcus raised a hand. Before we go charging into the lion's den, I have an idea about the database. Claire, you mentioned it's on a secure server in Douglas's office. Is it a physical server or cloud-based? Physical, Claire confirmed. Douglas doesn't trust cloud storage for his most sensitive information. He has a dedicated server in a locked closet off his home office. The sons have remote access through a VPN. Marcus's eyes lit with the particular enthusiasm of a tech specialist presented with an interesting challenge. If it's networked for remote access, there might be vulnerabilities we can exploit without physical presence. The Whitmores have top-tier cybersecurity, Claire warned. Everyone has blind spots, Marcus countered, especially families who believe their money makes them untouchable. While they discussed technical possibilities, I stepped aside with Jonathan to strategize media angles. The Whitmores will try to bury this story, I warned him. They have considerable influence over the Globe's management. He nodded grimly. Which is why we need to be prepared to go beyond the Globe if necessary. I have contacts at ProPublica and the Washington Post who would jump at a well-documented corruption story involving Boston's first family of values. The hypocrisy angle, I observed. Exactly. Douglas has spent decades positioning himself as the moral backbone of Boston's business community. He serves on ethics committees, gives speeches about family values, donates to conservative causes promoting traditional family structures. The contrast between that public persona and the private reality would be journalistic gold. As we rejoined the main group, Claire was outlining items she needed to retrieve from the Whitmore mansion. My personal laptop, if they haven't already accessed or destroyed it, my grandmother's jewelry, which Stephen keeps in their safe, my passport and birth certificate, and a leather journal I kept hidden in a compartment under the window seat in our bedroom. You kept a journal? I asked, surprised that she'd managed such an act of independence within the controlling environment. She nodded. Not consistently, and I was careful what I wrote, knowing they might find it. But there are entries documenting incidents over the years, punishments, controlling behaviors, things Douglas and Stevens said when they thought no one outside the family would ever hear. That could be extremely valuable as supporting evidence, Diane noted. If we can retrieve it, we'll find a way, I assured her. In the meantime, we should all try to rest. Tomorrow will require clear heads and steady nerves. As the others prepared for sleep, Marcus setting up his monitoring programs to alert us to any digital movements from the Whitmores, Diane reviewing legal documents for the morning's court appearance, Jonathan making notes for potential future articles. I found Claire standing by the window, looking out at Boston's nighttime skyline. Are you okay? I asked softly, joining her. I keep expecting to wake up, she admitted. To find myself back in that house, back in that life, with all of this just a dream. It's not a dream, I assured her. You're free, Claire, and we're going to make sure you stay that way. She turned to me, eyes bright with unshed tears. Why didn't I leave sooner? How did I let them erase so much of who I was? Because they were experts at what they did, I said gently. They didn't start with locking you outside in the snow. They started with love and approval, then gradually introduced conditions for that love. By the time the control became obvious, you were already isolated from anyone who might have helped you recognize it. She nodded slowly. The frog in boiling water. Exactly. But you're out now, and despite everything they did to diminish you, the real Claire Bennett, the strong, brilliant woman I raised, is still in there. She's the one who survived, who recognized the final line being crossed, who was ready to leave when the opportunity came. For the first time since I'd found her trembling in the snow, Claire's smile reached her eyes, a small flicker of her authentic self emerging from beneath years of calculated suppression. The Whitmores have no idea what they've unleashed, do they? She said, a hint of her old determination surfacing. No, I agreed, a fierce pride swelling in my chest. But they're about to find out. Dawn broke over Boston with crystal clarity, the kind of brilliant winter morning that follows a heavy snowfall, pristine, sharp-edged, revealing. It felt fitting somehow, This new day that would begin the process of reclaiming Claire's life from the shadows the Whitmores had cast over it. The psychological evaluation was scheduled for 9 a.m. with Dr. Eleanor Kapoor, a forensic psychiatrist with impeccable credentials and a reputation for impartiality that made her assessments particularly valuable in court. Diane had secured the appointment through her network, emphasizing the urgent nature of our situation. "Remember," Diane advised as Claire prepared, "Dr. Kapoor isn't on our side or their side. Her job is to provide an unbiased professional assessment of your mental state. Be honest, be direct, and don't try to manage her impressions of you." Claire nodded, pulling her hair back into a simple ponytail. She'd declined the offer of new clothes for the appointment, choosing instead the comfortable sweater and jeans from the day before. "No more performing," she'd explained. "No more dressing for others' approval." Dr. Kapoor's office was located in a converted brownstone in Cambridge, its interior a careful balance of professional efficiency and calming warmth. The doctor herself projected a similar balance, compassionate but not effusive, attentive but not intrusive. "I'll be conducting a standard evaluation to assess your current mental and emotional state," she explained to Claire, her tone matter-of-fact. "This will include questions about recent events, your general history, and your decision-making process regarding your marriage. I understand time is of the essence, so we'll complete this in one extended session." Claire disappeared into the inner office while Diane, Jonathan, and I waited in the reception area. I tried to focus on reviewing documents for our next steps, but my mind kept returning to the years of isolation and control my daughter had endured while I had respected what I thought were her choices. "Stop," Diane said quietly, observing my expression. "I can see you blaming yourself from here." "I should have done more," I admitted. "Pushed harder to maintain contact, questioned what was happening. And they would have used that to further convince Claire you were trying to control her," Diane countered. "I've seen this pattern dozens of times, Pauline. These family systems are incredibly effective at turning a mother's concern into evidence of interference or instability." "She's right," Jonathan added. "I tried reaching out to Claire repeatedly that first year. Each time, I got polite but firm responses, clearly written by someone else, explaining that she was focusing on her new family priorities and would be in touch when time permitted. Eventually, I stopped trying." "The Whitmore isolation technique," Diane nodded. "They didn't just cut Claire off from reaching out. They actively intercepted and managed incoming contact attempts." 3 hours later, Claire emerged from Dr. Kapoor's office, looking drained but composed. The doctor followed, her professional demeanor intact, though there was a new warmth in her eyes when she looked at Claire. "I'll have my full assessment completed by this afternoon," she informed us. "Given the urgency of the situation, I'll send it directly to Judge Winters with copies to Miss Abernathy. Without breaking confidentiality, I can say that I found no evidence whatsoever of the mental instability alleged in the Whitmore petition." Relief flooded through me. With Dr. Kapoor's professional assessment countering the Whitmore's claims, their attempt to secure guardianship over Claire would almost certainly fail. "Thank you, Doctor," Claire said quietly. Dr. Kapoor regarded her with genuine compassion. "Miss Bennett, and I note you requested I use your birth name rather than your married name. I would recommend ongoing therapeutic support as you navigate this transition. Not because there's anything wrong with your mental state, but because recovering from prolonged psychological control is a process that benefits from professional guidance." "I'll consider that," Claire promised, "once things stabilize a bit." Our next stop was Lieutenant Sandra Rivera's office at the Boston Police Department's Special Victims Unit. Jonathan had made the introduction, explaining enough of the situation to secure her interest without overwhelming her with details. Lieutenant Rivera was not what I had expected. Rather than the tough, hardened officer I'd imagined, she was a petite woman with a gentle manner that belied the steely determination evident in her eyes. Her office walls displayed not commendations, but photographs of survivors, women, children, occasionally men, who had escaped abusive situations. "Mr. Pierce explained the basics," she said, after introductions were complete. "You need a police escort to retrieve personal belongings from your marital home where a powerful family may attempt to obstruct you." "Yes," Claire confirmed. "There's a restraining order in place, but it only prevents them from approaching me, not vice versa." Lieutenant Rivera nodded. "I've reviewed the order. Technically, any officer could accompany you, but given the Whitmore family's Connections. I'll handle this personally. Thank you, I said, grateful for her understanding of the power dynamics at play. Don't thank me yet, she cautioned. This won't be pleasant. Controlling individuals often become most dangerous when they feel their control slipping. The fact that your husband comes from a wealthy, influential family only increases the risk. I understand the risk, Claire said firmly. But there are things I need from that house. Documentation, personal items, evidence. Lieutenant Rivera studied her for a moment, then nodded. We'll go today. The sooner the better, before they have time to remove or destroy anything important. While Claire and the lieutenant worked out logistics for the retrieval operation, Marcus called with an update on his attempts to access the Whitmore database. I've identified a potential entry point, he reported. Stephen's remote access credentials. Based on the email monitoring, he's not particularly careful with his cybersecurity, uses similar passwords across multiple platforms, leaves himself logged in on devices. Can you access the database with those credentials? I asked, hope rising. Not directly, not yet, he admitted. There's multi-factor authentication involved, but if Claire can retrieve her laptop and it still has Stephen's fingerprints in the browser history, I might be able to piggyback on his previous access. One more reason to ensure the retrieval mission succeeded. By early afternoon, our small convoy approached the imposing gates of the Whitmore estate, Lieutenant Rivera's unmarked police vehicle, followed by my Volvo carrying Claire, Diane, and me. Jonathan had stayed behind to coordinate with Marcus, both monitoring the situation remotely. The gates stood open, as they had on Christmas Eve, though this time our arrival was expected. Lieutenant Rivera had called ahead, officially notifying the Whitmores of our court-authorized visit to retrieve Claire's personal effects. Remember, Diane cautioned, as we drove up the long driveway, engage as little as possible. No arguments, no justifications, no defenses. We're here for Claire's belongings, nothing more. The mansion loomed ahead, its manicured perfection now reading as sterile and oppressive to my eyes. Douglas's silver Bentley was parked prominently in the circular driveway, a calculated statement of his presence and authority. He didn't have to be here, Claire noted, tension evident in her voice. He's making a point by being present. Let him posture, Lieutenant Rivera said calmly. It changes nothing about our legal right to be here. As we parked, the massive front door opened to reveal Douglas Whitmore himself, flanked by a man I recognized as Edward Harrington, the family's legal counsel. Of Stephen, there was no sign, likely a strategic decision to avoid any potential violations of the restraining order. Lieutenant Rivera, Douglas acknowledged with cold civility as we approached. This is highly irregular and unnecessarily adversarial. If Mrs. Whitmore required personal items, a simple request would have sufficed. Mr. Whitmore, the lieutenant replied with professional detachment. We are here to execute a court-approved retrieval of Miss Bennett's personal property. This is standard procedure when a restraining order is in place. The deliberate use of Claire's maiden name was not lost on Douglas, whose jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Very well. Mr. Harrington will accompany you to ensure nothing beyond personal effects is removed. Actually, Lieutenant Rivera corrected, the court order specifies that Miss Bennett may retrieve her personal property without interference. You are welcome to observe from a reasonable distance, but you may not dictate or restrict which personal items she chooses to take. Douglas's mask of civility slipped for just a moment, revealing the cold anger beneath. This house and everything in it belongs to the Whitmore family. Claire may take her clothing and personal trinkets, nothing more. That's not what the law provides, Mr. Whitmore, Diane interjected smoothly. In a separation pending divorce, each party retains rights to their personal property, including gifts, inherited items, and professional materials. I watched Claire during this exchange, noting how she stood straighter with each passing moment, drawing strength from the solid legal ground beneath our feet. The Whitmores had spent years convincing her she had no rights, no recourse, no support system outside their carefully controlled environment. Now she was witnessing firsthand the limits of their power when confronted with legal authority. As we prepared to enter the mansion, Claire caught my eye, a silent message passing between us. Whatever happened inside, whatever we managed to retrieve, or were forced to leave behind, she had already reclaimed the most important thing, her freedom from the golden cage they had constructed around her. And not even Douglas Whitmore, with all his wealth and influence, could force her back inside it. The Whitmore mansion's interior hit me differently now, its opulence reading as oppressive rather than impressive. The perfect symmetry of the furnishings, the museum-like quality of the decor, the absence of any visible clutter or signs of actual living. It all spoke of control rather than comfort. Claire moved through the space with the careful navigation of someone in enemy territory, her posture alert, eyes constantly scanning. Lieutenant Rivera stayed close beside her, while Diane and I followed a few steps behind. Douglas and his attorney maintained a watchful distance, Douglas's expression a carefully constructed mask of dignified concern. "We'll start with my personal items in the bedroom," Claire said, her voice steady despite the tension evident in her shoulders. As we climbed the sweeping staircase to the second floor, I noticed small details I'd missed during my brief confrontation on Christmas Eve. The way family photographs displayed only perfect, posed moments. How even the fresh flower arrangements appeared identical throughout the house, as if stamped from a template. The absence of any books, magazines, or reading materials that might suggest independent thought. The master bedroom suite occupied the east wing of the second floor. A series of connected rooms including a sitting area, massive bedroom, walk-in closets, and a bathroom larger than some apartments. Here, for the first time, there were visible signs of disruption. Drawers partially open, items moved, the subtle evidence of someone having searched through belongings. "They've been through my things," Claire observed, her tone more resigned than surprised. "Looking for the journal, probably." Lieutenant Rivera made a note. "Do you see anything missing or damaged?" Claire scanned the room carefully. "Not immediately obvious, but I'll need to check specific hiding places." She moved with purpose to the window seat, an elegant built-in bench beneath bay windows overlooking the estate's manicured grounds. With practiced movements, she pressed a nearly invisible seam in the wood paneling, revealing a small hidden compartment. "Empty," she reported, disappointment flashing across her face. "They found the journal." "Was there anything else hidden there?" Diane asked. "No, just—" Claire paused, a calculating expression replacing the disappointment. "Wait, they'd expect me to hide things there. It was too obvious." She crossed to the bookcase that occupied one wall of the sitting area, running her fingers along the spines of leather-bound classics that appeared more decorative than read. Selecting one, a volume of Austen that showed subtle signs of actual use, she opened it to reveal hollowed-out pages containing a small leather notebook. "The decoy worked," she said, relief evident in her voice as she tucked the notebook into her bag. "This is the real journal. I kept a fake one in the window seat in case they ever searched my things." "Smart," Lieutenant Rivera commented, genuine admiration in her tone. We continued the methodical collection of Claire's belongings, clothing she actually liked rather than the designer pieces Stephen preferred, personal mementos, professional materials from her journalism days that had survived the Whitmore's attempts to erase her previous identity. Each item went into suitcases and boxes under the watchful eyes of Douglas and his attorney, who remained silent but clearly seething at their inability to interfere. In Stephen's office, Claire retrieved her laptop from where it had been stored in a cabinet. "They've almost certainly accessed it," she warned. "But Marcus said that might actually help him trace connection pathways to the main database." The most challenging retrieval came when Claire requested access to the safe in Douglas's office to collect her grandmother's jewelry. "Absolutely not," Douglas interjected, stepping forward for the first time. "My office and its contents are private. That area is not covered by your court order." Lieutenant Rivera turned to him with professional calm. "Mr. Whitmore, if the safe contains Miss Bennett's personal property, she has the legal right to retrieve it. Those jewels were reappraised and insured as Whitmore family assets after the marriage," Douglas countered. "They're no longer her personal property." "That's blatantly false," Diane replied. "Inherited jewelry remains the separate property of the spouse who inherited it, regardless of insurance arrangements. Unless there was a specific written agreement transferring ownership. Was there, Claire?" "No," Claire confirmed. "I was told the jewelry needed to be stored in the family safe for security reasons, but there was never any discussion of transferring ownership." Douglas's jaw tightened, but he recognized the legal quicksand he was approaching. With visible reluctance, he led us to his office, a masculine space of dark woods, leather furniture, and carefully curated symbols of power and success. The wall safe was concealed behind a painting of the original Whitmore patriarch, a configuration so stereotypically patriarchal it would have been comical in any other context. Douglas entered the combination with his body positioned to block our view, then stepped aside with ill-concealed hostility. "Take only what is verifiably yours," he warned as Claire approached the safe. Inside was a precisely organized collection of documents, cash, and jewelry boxes. Claire selected 3 velvet cases without hesitation. "My grandmother's pearl necklace, her emerald earrings, and her wedding band," she identified, opening each briefly to confirm its contents before placing them in her bag. As she turned to leave, her gaze fell on a locked metal box on Douglas's desk. For a moment she froze, recognition flashing in her eyes. "What is it?" I asked quietly. "The external hard drive," she whispered. "It contains backup copies of the database." Douglas, sensing the shift in energy, moved toward his desk possessively. "We're finished here. You've retrieved your personal items as authorized." Lieutenant Rivera caught the exchange and positioned herself strategically. "Is there something else that belongs to you, Miss Bennett?" Claire hesitated, clearly calculating the risks of making a claim. The hard drive wasn't technically her property, but it potentially contained crucial evidence of the Whitmore family's corruption. "No," she finally said, her eyes communicating something different to me. "I have what I came for." As we prepared to leave, boxes and suitcases loaded into our vehicles, Douglas made one final attempt to assert control. "This theatrical production changes nothing, Claire," he said, his voice pitched low enough that only our immediate group could hear. "The Whitmore family has weathered far more serious challenges than a rebellious daughter-in-law. You would do well to remember that before this escalates further." It was a threat, thinly veiled but unmistakable. 5 days ago, such a statement might have intimidated Claire into compliance. Today, she met his gaze directly. "I remember everything, Douglas," she replied, her voice steady. "Every conversation I wasn't supposed to hear, every document I wasn't supposed to see, every lesson on the proper place of Whitmore women. I remember it all." Something flickered in Douglas's expression, a momentary calculation, a reassessment of the threat she might actually pose. Before he could respond, Lieutenant Rivera smoothly guided Claire toward the waiting cars. "Time to go, Miss Bennett. We've completed the court-authorized retrieval." As we drove away from the mansion, Claire released a shaky breath, tension visibly draining from her shoulders. "I wasn't sure I could do that," she admitted. "Face him, be in that house again without falling back into the old patterns." "You did brilliantly," I assured her, fierce pride filling my chest. "Did you get everything you needed?" "Most of it," she confirmed. "The journal is the most important. It documents instances of control, manipulation, discipline over the past 3 years. But I couldn't claim the hard drive, not with any legal justification." "But you saw it," I noted. "You confirmed its existence and location." A spark of her old journalistic sharpness flashed in her eyes. "Exactly. And I saw something else too, the unlock pattern Douglas used to access his computer. He always uses the same one. A specific sequence I've seen him trace hundreds of times when he thought no one was watching." "That could be valuable information for Marcus," I observed. "More than valuable," Claire corrected. "It might be the key to the entire database." As we returned to our secure apartment, the retrieval mission officially complete, I recognized something new in my daughter's demeanor. A growing confidence, a reclamation of agency that each small victory reinforced. The Whitmores had spent years methodically dismantling her sense of self, her belief in her own perception and judgment. Each time their attempts at control were rebuffed, each time legal authorities acknowledged her rights, another piece of that conditioning fractured. The recovery of Claire's belongings was about more than physical items. It was about establishing that she existed independently of the Whitmore family's definition and control, that she had rights they couldn't override, boundaries they couldn't violate, and allies they couldn't intimidate. Douglas had issued his warning, believing himself still in the position of power. What he failed to understand was that the dynamic had already shifted fundamentally. Claire was no longer the isolated, undermined woman who could be controlled through calculated doses of approval and punishment. She was becoming, step by step, her true self again. And that was the one thing the Whitmores had always feared most. "I think I'm in," Marcus announced, his voice tight with suppressed excitement. It was just past midnight, nearly 18 hours since our return from the Whitmore mansion. Marcus had been working continuously since then, using Claire's retrieved laptop to trace pathways into the Whitmore family's secure network. The combination of Stephen's cached credentials, Douglas's unlock pattern that Claire had memorized, and Marcus's technical expertise had finally yielded results. We gathered around his workstation, Claire, Jonathan, Diane, and I, watching as file directories populated his screen. "Is that it?" Claire asked, leaning forward. "The Prometheus database?" "Part of it," Marcus confirmed, navigating through encrypted folders with practiced precision. "Douglas is methodical, I'll give him that. Everything's organized by year, then by project, then by transaction type. It's an auditor's dream, or nightmare, depending on whose side you're on." "Can you download it?" Jonathan asked, the journalist in him clearly itching to dig into the material. "Not all at once. It would trigger security alerts. But I can extract key files if you tell me what to look for." Claire studied the directory structure, her face illuminated by the screen's blue glow. "Start with South Harbor," she suggested. "That was the development project I questioned at Christmas dinner, the one that got me sent outside. If they reacted that strongly, there must be something particularly damning there." Marcus navigated to the indicated folder, revealing dozens of subfolders with clinical labels: permits, zoning, displaced residents, compensation, official payments. "Official payments?" Diane raised an eyebrow. "That sounds suspiciously like a euphemism for bribes." "Because it is," Marcus confirmed, opening the folder to reveal spreadsheets listing names, dates, amounts, and payment methods. City councilors, zoning officials, even the head of the Community Development Board, all receiving consulting fees through shell companies. Jonathan was already taking notes, his expression grim. "This is textbook corruption. They're systematically bribing officials to approve a development that's displacing an entire low-income community." As Marcus continued exploring the database, the true scope of the Whitmore family's operations became clear. Project Prometheus wasn't just one scheme, but an entire shadow business infrastructure designed to facilitate corruption while maintaining plausible deniability. "They've been doing this for decades," Claire said, her voice hollow as she recognized names and projects from conversations she'd overheard during her years in the Whitmore home. "The same pattern over and over: identify vulnerable communities, bribe officials to change zoning or override environmental protections, displace residents with minimal compensation, develop luxury properties, and reap enormous profits. All while positioning themselves as ethical business leaders and philanthropists," I added, thinking of the numerous charity galas and civic awards the Whitmores hosted and received. "The hypocrisy is breathtaking," Jonathan agreed, "but not surprising. In my experience, the louder someone proclaims their moral superiority, the more likely they're compensating for something." Marcus had moved to a different section of the database, one labeled simply Insurance. Inside were detailed dossiers on various officials, business competitors, and journalists who had crossed paths with the Whitmores over the years. "My God," Claire breathed, recognizing the implications immediately. "It's blackmail material. They keep dirt on anyone who might threaten their interests." Sure enough, each file contained meticulously documented vulnerabilities, evidence of affairs, financial improprieties, family secrets, substance abuse issues, all carefully cataloged for potential leverage. "Is there a file on me?" Jonathan asked, only half joking. Marcus typed quickly, running a search. "Actually, yes. Under media threats, several journalists are listed." Jonathan's file was relatively thin compared to others. Notes about his divorce 5 years earlier, his son's struggles with ADHD, financial pressures from medical bills. They were looking for pressure points, Jonathan realized, ways to influence or discredit me if my reporting got too close to their operations. "There's one on you too, Pauline," Marcus said quietly, opening another file. I leaned forward, curious what the Whitmores might have compiled about me. The file contained basic biographical information, notes about my consulting business, and particular emphasis on my separation from Claire. "They've been monitoring you since before Claire married Stephen," Marcus observed, scrolling through time-stamped entries, "especially your client relationships and business contacts. They saw you as a threat from the beginning," Claire said, the realization dawning in her voice, "because you represent everything they oppose, a successful, independent woman who raised a daughter with the same values." "Not successfully enough, apparently," I replied, the old guilt surfacing briefly. Claire squeezed my hand. "Mom, no. The fact that they needed this much effort to separate us, to control me, That proves how strong the foundation was that you built. While this emotional exchange unfolded, Marcus had continued exploring the database. There's something else here, he said, opening a folder labeled Contingencies. It looks like response plans? Protocols for different scenarios that might threaten their operations. The folder contained detailed strategies for handling various crises, investigations by journalists or regulatory agencies, challenges from community organizations, even internal threats like family members becoming problematic. Look, Claire pointed to one file labeled Wife Management. With growing horror, we read through what amounted to a family playbook for controlling the women who married into the Whitmore family. Isolation techniques, financial restriction methods, psychological manipulation strategies, all clinically detailed as if discussing business operations rather than human relationships. Diane seemed momentarily at a loss for words, despite her extensive experience with high-control divorce cases. This is beyond controlling. This is systematic emotional abuse, documented and institutionalized across generations. There are similar files for each brother's wife, Marcus noted, navigating through the folder, including a specific one for Claire. Claire's file was the most extensive, containing notes on her problematic independence, her excessive attachment to her mother, and her dangerous professional background in investigative journalism. It outlined a 5-year plan for gradually reshaping her into a proper Whitmore wife, with specific milestones for reducing her independence. Year 3, complete professional disengagement. Year 4, full financial dependence established. Year 5, pregnancy to cement family commitment, Claire read aloud, her voice growing steadier rather than more distressed with each revealed detail. They had my entire life mapped out without my knowledge or consent. This isn't just controlling behavior, Jonathan said, his journalistic detachment giving way to genuine anger. This is methodical psychological manipulation, documented in their own words, in their own files. It's also exactly what we need, Diane interjected, professional focus cutting through the emotional impact of the revelations. This database provides irrefutable evidence for Claire's divorce case and potential civil claims against the entire family. And criminal charges, Lieutenant Rivera added from the doorway, where she had joined us unnoticed during our absorption with the database. We had invited her to review our findings, given her professional expertise with domestic abuse cases. The bribery and corruption are clear criminal violations, she continued, studying the screen over Marcus's shoulder. But this wife management program potentially constitutes conspiracy to commit psychological abuse and coercive control, which is recognized as domestic violence in Massachusetts as of last year's legislative update. Can we use this legally? I asked, turning to Diane. Given how we obtained it? Diane's expression was thoughtful. The database access is legally problematic for criminal prosecution, fruit of the poisonous tree and all that. But for Claire's divorce and civil protection, there's precedent for admitting improperly obtained evidence when it directly relates to physical safety and well-being. We have another option, Jonathan added, journalistic reporting. The laws protecting journalists' sources would allow me to report on the contents without specifying how they were obtained. And once it's public through legitimate journalism, Lieutenant Rivera noted, law enforcement could initiate investigations based on the published information rather than the original access method. As the discussion continued about legal strategies and journalistic approaches, I watched Claire. Rather than appearing traumatized by the revelations about how comprehensively she had been manipulated, she seemed to be growing more centered, more resolute with each new detail. "Are you okay?" I asked quietly, while the others debated tactical options. She met my eyes, and I saw something I hadn't fully seen since before her marriage: clarity, determination, and the sharp intelligence that had once made her such a formidable journalist. "I'm better than okay," she said. "For 5 years I've been gaslighted into doubting my own perceptions, my own memories. I kept thinking maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I was the problem. Maybe their way was normal, and I just couldn't adapt properly." She gestured toward the screen displaying the cold, clinical details of her own planned psychological subjugation. "This proves I wasn't crazy. Everything I felt, everything I sensed but couldn't quite articulate, it was all real. They really were systematically dismantling who I was, deliberately and with full awareness. Understanding dawned. For Claire, these horrifying documents weren't just evidence for legal proceedings. They were validation of her own reality, confirmation that her perceptions had been accurate despite years of being told otherwise. "We have everything we need now," she said, her voice stronger than I'd heard it in years. "Let's end this." The Whitmore family had spent generations building their empire on corruption, control, and the systematic suppression of anyone who threatened their power, particularly the women who married into their fold. They had documented their methods meticulously, never imagining their carefully guarded secrets would be exposed. That confidence would prove to be their downfall. And Claire, the problematic wife they had tried so methodically to break, would be the catalyst for their unraveling. "They've filed a cybersecurity complaint," Diane announced, striding into the apartment the next morning with her usual purposeful energy. "Douglas Whitmore is claiming his private servers were illegally accessed and his confidential business information compromised. We had been expecting this, the Whitmore family's first countermove, once they discovered the database breach. Marcus had deliberately left subtle traces of the access, a calculated risk we'd agreed upon to strengthen our position for what would come next. Has he specified what was accessed?" Jonathan asked, looking up from his laptop where he'd been drafting the framework of his exposé. "Interestingly, no," Diane replied, setting her briefcase on the dining table. "The complaint is deliberately vague about the contents, refers only to proprietary business information and confidential family documents. Because he can't admit what's actually in those files," Claire observed. "He can't tell the police. Someone accessed our documented evidence of systematic corruption and psychological manipulation." I smiled at the clarity in Claire's analysis. With each passing day, she was reclaiming more of herself, emerging from the fog of manipulation that had enveloped her for 5 years. The confident journalist's instincts, the sharp, critical thinking, all returning as the Whitmore conditioning lost its hold. "Exactly," Diane confirmed. "They're in a bind. To pursue serious charges for the breach, they would need to specify what was accessed and why it matters. But doing so would expose the very content they're desperate to keep hidden." "What's our next move?" I asked, surveying our impromptu war room, the dining area now covered with laptops, legal documents, and strategically organized evidence. "We move first," Jonathan declared, turning his laptop to show us the draft article he'd been refining throughout the night. "The exposé is ready. I've coordinated with my editor at the Globe and secured a commitment that Douglas can't kill this one. Too many people involved now. Too much documentation." The headline was stark in its simplicity. "The Whitmore family's shadow empire, corruption, control, and coercion behind Boston's first family." "When does it run?" Claire asked, scanning the comprehensive article that detailed the Whitmore family's decades of systematic corruption, their manipulation of city officials, their exploitation of vulnerable communities, and, most damningly, their documented strategies for controlling and isolating the women who married into their family. "Tomorrow's front page," Jonathan confirmed. "Digital version goes live at midnight tonight. We're coordinating with the Washington Post for national coverage and follow-up investigations." "Douglas will try to block publication," I cautioned. "Let him try," Jonathan replied, with the confidence of a journalist on solid ethical ground. "The evidence is overwhelming, the public interest is clear, and we've structured it to withstand legal challenges. Multiple editors have reviewed and approved it. The publisher is on board, and we've consulted the paper's legal team extensively." While Jonathan finalized his bombshell article, Diane outlined our parallel legal strategy. "We've filed an amended petition with Judge Winters documenting the newly discovered evidence of systematic emotional abuse and coercive control. The journal entries, combined with the Whitmore family's own documented wife management protocols, present a compelling case for expedited divorce proceedings and comprehensive protective orders." "What about criminal charges?" Lieutenant Rivera asked, having joined us again this morning in her unofficial capacity. "That's where we need your official involvement," Diane explained. "Once Jonathan's article breaks, it creates a public record that law enforcement can use as the basis for launching investigations into the corruption, the bribery, potentially even conspiracy charges related to the coercive control patterns." Lieutenant Rivera nodded thoughtfully. "I've already briefed my captain. We'll be ready to move once the article provides public cause for investigation." As these various strategic threads came together, I marveled at the coalition we had assembled in just a few days. Legal, journalistic, technical, and law enforcement expertise, all aligned to expose and dismantle the corrupt system the Whitmores had built over generations. They'll retaliate, Claire warned, her intimate knowledge of the family's tactics informing her concern. Not just legally, but personally. Character assassination, pressure on employers, threats to connections. We've anticipated that, I assured her, sharing the contingency plans we'd developed. Marcus has secured our digital lives against intrusion. Diane has documented all potential threats for restraining order purposes. Jonathan's article includes preemptive responses to likely Whitmore attacks on our credibility. And I've arranged police protection for the apartment building, Lieutenant Rivera added, just as a precaution. Claire absorbed this comprehensive preparation, something like wonder crossing her face. I forgot what it's like, she said softly. What's like? I asked. Having people in your corner. Having support that isn't contingent on compliance. Her voice strengthened. For 5 years, every relationship in my life came with conditions. Behave appropriately, don't question, accept your place. I forgot what unconditional support feels like. The simple observation highlighted perhaps the most insidious aspect of the Whitmore's control system. The way it had isolated Claire, not just physically from outside relationships, but psychologically from the very concept of non-transactional human connection. As evening approached, the final preparations for our coordinated offensive fell into place. Jonathan submitted his article for publication. Diane filed our amended legal petitions, and Lieutenant Rivera arranged for additional patrol coverage of our building overnight, a precaution against potential Whitmore retaliation once the article went live. Get some rest, I advised Claire as the others departed. Tomorrow will be intense. I'm not sure I can sleep, she admitted, the nervous energy of anticipation evident in her restless movements. Try, I encouraged. You'll need your strength and clarity tomorrow. While Claire attempted to rest, I sat by the window overlooking Boston's nighttime skyline, reflecting on the extraordinary series of events that had brought us to this moment. Just 1 week ago, I had been driving through a snowstorm, following an inexplicable maternal instinct that something was wrong with my daughter. Now we stood on the precipice of exposing one of Boston's most powerful families and liberating Claire from their control permanently. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Cautiously, I opened it. Mrs. Bennett, this is Eleanor Whitmore. I need to speak with you urgently, away from Douglas and the family. Please, it's about Claire. Eleanor, Stephen's mother, Douglas's wife of nearly 40 years, the quintessential Whitmore matriarch. What could she possibly want that couldn't be communicated through the family's army of lawyers and representatives? Before I could contemplate a response, a second text arrived. I know what they did to Claire. I know because they did it to me too. Decades ago. Please, I have information that could help protect her. I stared at the message, assessing its authenticity and the potential risks of engagement. Eleanor had always presented as the perfect Whitmore wife, unfailingly poised, deferential to Douglas, a model of traditional femininity within their patriarchal structure. Could this outreach be genuine, or was it another Whitmore manipulation tactic? As I deliberated, a third message appeared. The article goes live at midnight. By tomorrow morning, everything changes for all of us. Before that happens, there are things Claire should know. About the family, about the other wives, about how far Douglas might go to protect the Whitmore name. Please, 1 hour. The Common Ground Cafe on Cambridge Street. I'll be alone. The specificity of the request, the acknowledgement of the impending article, and the apparent desire to meet in a public place all suggested sincerity. Yet caution was essential. The Whitmores had proven themselves masters of manipulation and deception. I made a decision, texting back, if you're serious, I'll meet you, but not alone, and I choose the location. Her response was immediate. Anywhere public, anyone you trust, just please before midnight. I glanced at the clock, 10:18 p.m. Less than 2 hours until Jonathan's expose would irrevocably change the landscape for everyone connected to the Whitmore family. If Eleanor truly had information that could help protect Claire, this might be our only opportunity to obtain it. I'll bring Lieutenant Sandra Rivera from Boston PD, I responded, adding an additional layer of security to the meeting. Fine, came Eleanor's reply. Thank you. I called Lieutenant Rivera, who agreed to accompany me without hesitation. We selected a 24-hour diner near the police station. Neutral territory with plenty of witnesses and security cameras. As I prepared to leave, I paused by Claire's bedroom door, listening to her steady breathing. She had finally fallen asleep, the weight of years of psychological control temporarily lifted in unconsciousness. I decided not to wake her. If Eleanor's information proved valuable, I would share it when Claire awoke. If it was a trap, there was no reason to expose her to additional stress. Whatever Eleanor Whitmore wanted to share in these final hours before her family's carefully constructed facade collapsed, I would hear it, cautiously, strategically, and with Claire's protection as my absolute priority. The game had changed. We were no longer merely reacting to Whitmore maneuvers. We were dictating the terms of engagement. And now, unexpectedly, it seemed at least one member of the Whitmore inner circle might be breaking ranks.
I was unwrapping my turkey sandwich when I saw them through the break room window. Two people in navy blazers with clipboards, standing outside my cubicle. My heart didn't race. It just knew. Tessa Carmichael had finally done it. The compliance officers were rifling through my workspace like they owned it. One was photographing my computer monitor. The other was opening my desk drawers, wearing latex gloves like I was contaminated. I watched them for maybe 30 seconds before walking over. "Find anything interesting?" I asked, keeping my voice steady. The taller officer looked up from my filing cabinet. "Ms. Rodriguez, we're conducting a routine inspection based on reports of workplace violations." Routine. Right. I knew exactly what reports they meant, and I knew exactly who had filed them. Tessa was hovering 3 cubicles away, pretending to organize papers while watching everything unfold. She'd been building this moment for months. "What kind of violations?" I asked. "Unprofessional conduct, systematic errors in client communications, potential safety hazards in workspace organization." The shorter officer read from his notes without looking at me. "We need to complete this inspection before you can return to your workstation." Before I dive deeper into what happened next, could you please take a few seconds to tell me in the comments where you're listening from, because I want to know where my story is reaching. And please like, subscribe, and hit the bell, because what I'm about to share with you changed everything about how I see workplace dynamics. My name is Ana Morales, and I've been working at this major insurance company for 4 years. I handle high-value client accounts, which means when I mess up, it costs serious money. Tessa started here 6 months after me, and from day one, she made it clear she thought my position should belong to her. See, Tessa had this thing where she needed to be the smartest person in every room. She'd interrupt my client calls to clarify points I'd already explained perfectly. She'd CC our supervisor on emails correcting grammar mistakes that didn't exist. She'd volunteer for my projects and then suggest improvements that made no sense. But here's what really got under her skin. I was quiet about my successes. When I landed a major account, I didn't announce it in team meetings. When clients sent thank you notes, I didn't forward them to the whole department. I just did my work and went home. And that drove Tessa absolutely crazy because she couldn't compete with something she couldn't see. So she started watching me, really watching me. She'd note what time I arrived, when I took breaks, how long my lunch lasted. She'd walk past my desk randomly to see what I was working on. She'd ask seemingly innocent questions about my methods, then suggest I might be doing things wrong. I realized what was happening pretty early on. Tessa wasn't just competitive, she was building a case against me. She needed me to fail so she could succeed. And that's when I decided to give her exactly what she wanted. I started making tiny mistakes. Nothing major, just small inconsistencies that someone obsessively monitoring my work would notice. I'd send an email with Thursday when I meant Friday, then catch it an hour later and send a correction. I'd file something in the wrong folder, then move it the next day. I'd use effect instead of effect in internal memos, then fix it during proofreading. These weren't real errors, they were breadcrumbs. And Tessa devoured every single one. She started keeping a folder. I know because she left it open on her computer screen when she went to the bathroom, and I happened to walk by. Ana Morales, performance documentation. It was labeled. Inside were printed emails, screenshots of my computer screen, and handwritten notes about my patterns of incompetence. While Tessa was building her little prosecution file, I was working on something else entirely, something that would matter when the moment came. I started keeping a gratitude journal, not for any official purpose, just a personal practice I'd heard about in a productivity podcast. Every evening before leaving work, I'd write down 3 good moments from my day. A client who thanked me for solving their problem, a coworker who helped me with a difficult calculation, a supervisor who complimented my presentation. Just simple, genuine appreciation for the positive interactions that made my job worthwhile. I kept this journal in my desk drawer, right next to my regular work supplies. Nothing hidden or secret about it. Just a small leather notebook where I recorded moments of professional gratitude. The entries were honest and specific. Daniel Cho from accounting stayed late to help me understand the new billing software. His patience made a frustrating day so much better. Client Mrs. Patterson called just to say how much she appreciated my follow-up on her claim. It's moments like these that remind me why I love this work. Alicia brought coffee for the whole team during our budget meeting. Small gestures like this make our workplace feel like a community. Month after month, I filled pages with these observations. Every person who showed kindness, professionalism, or excellence earned a mention. Every positive interaction, no matter how small, got documented with the date and a brief description of what made it meaningful. What I didn't realize at the time was that I was creating an accidental audit of workplace relationships. As I wrote these entries, a pattern emerged that I hadn't noticed before. Some people appeared constantly. Daniel Cho from accounting showed up dozens of times for his helpful explanations and collaborative spirit. Alicia from Human Resources earned frequent mentions for her thoughtful gestures and professional guidance. Even our strict supervisor, Mr. Walsh, appeared regularly for his clear feedback and fair treatment of the team. But one name never appeared. Not once. In 18 months of gratitude journaling, through hundreds of entries documenting positive workplace interactions, Tessa Carmichael had never done a single thing worth acknowledging. Not one helpful gesture. Not one professional courtesy. Not one moment of genuine collaboration or kindness. I hadn't planned this. I wasn't trying to exclude her. But as I reviewed my journal entries, the truth was undeniable. Tessa had never contributed anything positive to anyone's work experience. She existed in our office like a black hole, consuming energy and attention without generating any warmth or light in return. 6 months after I started the journal, Tessa made her move. It was a Tuesday morning when she requested a meeting with our supervisor and the compliance department. She presented her carefully organized folder of my performance issues and requested a formal investigation into my work quality and professional conduct. Ana Morales has demonstrated a pattern of errors and unprofessional behavior that puts our client relationships at risk, she told them. I've been documenting these issues because I care about our team's reputation and our company's standards. Mr. Walsh listened to her presentation, reviewed her evidence, and agreed to authorize a compliance inspection. Standard protocol required that I be notified, but Tessa specifically requested that the inspection happen while I was at lunch so I wouldn't have the opportunity to prepare my workspace or hide evidence of violations. And that's how I ended up watching 2 compliance officers search through my belongings while I stood there with half a turkey sandwich, knowing that everything was about to change. The officers were thorough. They photographed my computer screen, which showed a perfectly organized client management system. They examined my filing cabinet, which contained meticulously labeled folders in alphabetical order. They reviewed my email correspondence, which demonstrated clear, professional communication with both internal teams and external clients. And then the shorter officer opened my desk drawer. "What's this?" he asked, pulling out my gratitude journal. "Personal notes," I said. "Just some thoughts about work." He flipped through a few pages, reading quietly. Then he looked at his partner and nodded toward something I couldn't see. They were having a silent conversation with their eyes. "Miss Rodriguez," the taller officer said, "would you mind if we reviewed this notebook more thoroughly? It appears to contain workplace observations that might be relevant to our investigation." "Of course," I said. "Take all the time you need." What happened next was something I'll never forget as long as I live. The officers sat down at my desk and began reading my journal from the beginning. They weren't scanning quickly, They were studying each entry carefully, sometimes pointing at specific passages and whispering to each other. 5 minutes passed, then 10, then 15. Other people in the office started noticing. Work conversations quieted as colleagues realized something significant was happening at my cubicle. Tessa moved closer, trying to see what the officers were reading that held their attention so completely. After 20 minutes, the shorter officer looked up at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "Ms. Rodriguez," he said slowly, "how long have you been keeping this journal?" "About 18 months, I replied. "And these entries are all authentic? You're not exaggerating or fabricating positive interactions for any particular purpose?" The question surprised me. "No, of course not. Those are just genuine moments of appreciation. I write them down because focusing on positive experiences helps me enjoy my work more." The officers exchanged that look again. Then the taller one stood up and walked over to where Tessa was pretending to organize files. "Miss Carmichael," he said, "could we speak with you privately for a moment?" I watched Tessa's face change as she realized this wasn't going according to her plan. The officers weren't arresting me or confiscating my computer. They were asking to speak with her. The three of them walked into the small conference room at the end of our floor. Through the glass walls, I could see them talking, but I couldn't hear what was being said. Tessa's expression shifted from confident to confused to something that looked like panic. They were in there for almost 30 minutes. When they finally emerged, Tessa looked like she'd been crying. The officers returned to my desk, where I'd been sitting quietly, answering emails and trying to process what was happening. "Ms. Rodriguez," the shorter officer said, "after reviewing the evidence presented to us and conducting our own examination of your workspace and documentation, we're closing this investigation with no findings of misconduct or policy violations." Relief flooded through me, but I could tell there was more to say. "However," the taller officer continued, "we do want to discuss some concerns that came to light during our review." He opened my gratitude journal to a page near the middle and showed it to me. "In 18 months of documenting positive workplace interactions, you've mentioned 63 different people by name. Colleagues, supervisors, clients, vendors, security guards, cleaning staff, 63 people who made your work experience better in some way." I nodded, not sure where this was going. "Ms. Carmichael's name appears 0 times in your journal." The words hung there between us. I looked at my journal, then at the officers, then toward the conference room where Tessa was still sitting alone. "That wasn't intentional," I said quietly. "I just write down moments of genuine appreciation. If someone doesn't appear in my journal, it's not because I was trying to exclude them, it's because—" I couldn't finish the sentence. Because saying it out loud would make it real, and I wasn't sure I wanted that responsibility. "Because they never did anything worth appreciating," the shorter officer completed. "We understand, and we think Miss Carmichael understands now too." They closed my journal and handed it back to me. "The irony," the taller officer said, "is that she was so focused on documenting your mistakes that she never considered what her own behavior looked like from the outside. Your journal inadvertently created a record of workplace relationships that reveals more about office dynamics than any performance review ever could." They packed up their materials and prepared to leave. As they walked away, I heard one of them say to the other, 18 months, and not a single positive mention. Can you imagine being that consistently? They were too far away for me to hear the rest. I sat at my desk, holding my gratitude journal and trying to understand what had just happened. Around me, normal office sounds were returning. Keyboards clicking, phones ringing, quiet conversations about project deadlines and weekend plans. But everything felt different now. The compliance investigation that was supposed to destroy my career had instead revealed something much more devastating about the person who'd orchestrated it. Tessa Carmichael had spent months documenting my tiny, inconsequential mistakes, while being completely blind to her own toxic impact on everyone around her. She'd been so busy trying to prove I didn't belong here that she'd never considered whether she belonged here herself. And now everyone knew. I didn't see Tessa for the rest of that day. She disappeared from the conference room sometime while I was answering client calls, and her cubicle stayed empty until closing time. I figured she'd gone home early, maybe to process what had happened, or maybe just to avoid the sideways glances from coworkers who'd witnessed the whole thing. But the next morning, she was back, and she was different. Tessa arrived exactly at 9 o'clock, said quiet hellos to people who greeted her, and sat down at her computer without her usual performance of bustling importance. No dramatic sighs about her workload. No loud phone conversations meant to demonstrate her expertise. No walking around the office offering unsolicited advice about other people's projects. She just worked, quietly, like the rest of us. I thought maybe the compliance investigation had given her some perspective. Maybe she'd realized how her behavior looked to others and decided to change. Maybe this whole nightmare was actually going to have a positive ending where we all learned something about workplace communication and moved forward professionally. I was so naive. The real story started unfolding 3 days later, when Daniel Cho from accounting stopped by my desk during his afternoon coffee run. "Hey, Anna," he said, keeping his voice low. "Can I ask you something kind of weird?" "Sure," I said, saving the client report I was working on. "Did you know that Tessa has been asking people about your journal?" My heart started beating faster. "What do you mean?" "She cornered me yesterday in the break room. Started asking if I knew you were writing about people at work, whether I thought that was professional, whether I was comfortable with my personal interactions being documented without my consent." I felt something cold settle in my chest. "What did you tell her?" I told her the truth, that I think it's nice someone notices when people are helpful or kind. But Anna, she's not just asking me. She's talking to everyone. Alicia, Mr. Walsh, even people from other departments. Daniel Cho glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then leaned closer. "She's trying to make your journal sound creepy, like you're spying on people or building some kind of surveillance file. She's telling people that documenting workplace interactions without consent could be a privacy violation or harassment." The realization hit me like a truck. Tessa wasn't learning from what happened. She was doubling down. She couldn't accept that the compliance investigation had revealed her own toxicity, so she was trying to turn my gratitude practice into something sinister. Has anyone seemed convinced by what she's saying?" I asked. Daniel Cho shook his head. "Not really. Most people think she's reaching. But Anna, she's persistent, and she's good at planting seeds of doubt. You know how she operates." I did know. This was exactly Tessa's pattern. When direct confrontation failed, she'd switch to subtle manipulation. She'd turn my moment of vindication into a new weapon against me. That afternoon, I decided to test Daniel Cho's warning. I paid attention to how people interacted with me. Were conversations shorter than usual? Did anyone seem uncomfortable or guarded? At first, everything seemed normal, but by the end of the week, I started noticing small changes. Alicia from Human Resources, who usually stopped by my desk for friendly chats, suddenly seemed busy whenever I approached her workspace. Mr. Walsh's responses to my emails became more formal, less warm. Even the security guard who normally exchanged pleasantries during my morning arrivals just nodded politely without his usual smile. Tessa was poisoning my relationships one conversation at a time. I realized I had two choices. I could confront this directly, march into Mr. Walsh's office and explain what Tessa was doing, but that would make me look defensive and paranoid. It would confirm her narrative that I was overly focused on workplace dynamics and personal relationships. Or I could do something else entirely. I decided to give Tessa exactly what she wanted, but not in the way she expected. The next Monday morning, I sent an email to my entire department with the subject line, "Personal Journal, Transparency and Consent." The message was simple. "Hi everyone. Some of you may have heard that I keep a personal gratitude journal where I occasionally note positive workplace interactions. I want to be completely transparent about this practice and ensure everyone is comfortable with it. The journal is purely personal, a way for me to focus on positive moments in my workday. It's never been shared with supervisors or used for any professional purpose. However, I understand that some people might feel uncomfortable having their kindness or professionalism noted in someone else's private writings. If you would prefer that I not include any interactions with you in my personal journal, please let me know. I will absolutely respect that preference, and it won't affect our working relationship in any way. I value all of you as colleagues and want everyone to feel comfortable with how we interact professionally. Best regards, Anna. I sent the email and waited. Within an hour, my inbox started filling with responses, but they weren't what I expected. Alicia was the first to reply. Anna, I had no idea you were writing about positive moments at work, but I think that's wonderful. Please don't stop including me. It makes me happy to know that small gestures matter to people. Then Daniel Cho. Keep writing. If more people focused on appreciation instead of complaints, this would be a much better place to work. Mr. Walsh sent a longer response. Anna, your gratitude practice sounds like an excellent way to maintain a positive perspective in a demanding work environment. I appreciate your transparency and professionalism in addressing this matter directly. One by one, my colleagues responded with support, curiosity, and encouragement. Several people asked if I had any tips for starting their own gratitude practices. Others shared stories about how small acts of workplace kindness had impacted their own careers. By the end of the day, I had 37 responses. 36 of them were positive, supportive, and grateful to be included in my journal. One person didn't respond at all. Tessa's silence was deafening. While everyone else was celebrating the idea of workplace gratitude and mutual appreciation, she couldn't bring herself to engage with the conversation. Because engaging would require her to acknowledge that she'd been wrong about my journal, wrong about my motivations, and wrong about how our colleagues would react. But the most devastating part was yet to come. Over the next week, something beautiful started happening in our office. People began practicing gratitude more openly. Alicia started leaving thank you notes on people's desks when they helped her with projects. Daniel Cho brought cookies to share with the team and included a note about how much he appreciated working with all of us. Mr. Walsh began opening team meetings by acknowledging someone who'd gone above and beyond that week. The gratitude practice was spreading, and it was creating exactly the kind of positive workplace culture that everyone wanted to be part of. Everyone except Tessa. Because in an environment where people were actively looking for reasons to appreciate each other, Tessa's behavior became impossible to ignore. When everyone else was expressing genuine thanks for collaboration and support, her constant criticism and competitive undermining stood out like a siren. I watched her try to adapt. She started saying thank you more often, but it sounded forced and hollow. She attempted to give compliments, but they came out as backhanded observations that left people feeling worse than before. She even tried to start her own gratitude practice, but her entries focused more on her own contributions than on appreciating others. The contrast was stark and uncomfortable. While the rest of us were building each other up, Tessa remained focused on tearing people down. And now that everyone was paying attention to workplace dynamics through a lens of appreciation, her toxicity became impossible to miss. 3 weeks after my transparency email, Mr. Walsh called me into his office. Anna, he said, I wanted to thank you for introducing this gratitude practice to our team. The change in morale has been remarkable. I'm glad it's had a positive impact, I replied. However, he continued, this new focus on workplace relationships has also highlighted some concerning patterns with one of our team members. He didn't need to say who. I've been observing interactions more carefully since your email, and I've noticed that while most people are embracing this culture of mutual appreciation, one person seems unable or unwilling to participate in positive team dynamics. Mr. Walsh opened a folder on his desk. I've also been reviewing the complaints and concerns that have been brought to my attention over the past 6 months. Individually, they seemed like minor personality conflicts or communication issues. But when I look at them together, with this new perspective on workplace relationships, a troubling pattern emerges. He showed me a list of incidents. All of them involved Tessa creating conflict, undermining colleagues, or disrupting collaborative efforts. The compliance investigation was the final straw. Mr. Walsh said, using company resources to pursue a personal vendetta against a colleague is unacceptable, but what really concerns me is the systematic nature of these behaviors. He closed the folder and looked at me directly. Anna, I want you to know that your gratitude practice didn't just improve our team culture. It also gave us a framework for understanding what positive workplace relationships look like. And once we could see what positive looks like, the negative became impossible to ignore. I sat there absorbing what he was telling me. Tessa has been moved to a different department, he continued. One where her individual contributions can be valued without the need for extensive team collaboration. It's not a demotion, but it is a recognition that she's not suited for our collaborative environment. I felt a strange mix of relief and sadness. Relief that the toxic dynamic was finally being addressed. Sadness that it had come to this. The irony, Mr. Walsh said, is that Tessa's own investigation into your work quality led us to discover that you're one of our most valued team members. The gratitude journal she tried to use against you actually demonstrated how much respect and appreciation you've earned from everyone in this organization. He was right. My simple practice of writing down positive moments had become a mirror that reflected everyone's true workplace character. And in that mirror, Tessa had been forced to see exactly what she'd become. 2 months later, I heard through office gossip that Tessa had requested a transfer to our company's branch office in another state. A fresh start, they said. New colleagues who didn't know her history. I wished her well, genuinely, because I understood now that her behavior wasn't really about me. It was about her own insecurity and inability to find joy in other people's success. My gratitude practice had simply made that truth impossible to hide. The revenge I'd gotten wasn't the kind you see in movies. I didn't destroy her career or humiliate her publicly. Instead, I'd created a mirror so clear and honest that she couldn't stand to look at her own reflection anymore. And in trying to tear me down, she'd accidentally revealed exactly who she really was. My gratitude journal is still on my desk. I still write in it every evening before going home. But now it serves a different purpose than when I started. It's not just about my own positivity anymore. It's become a reminder that the way we treat people matters, that kindness leaves traces, and that authenticity always wins in the end. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about making someone pay for what they did to you. Sometimes it's about creating a world where their behavior simply can't survive. If this story resonated with you, if you've ever dealt with a toxic colleague or found yourself questioning your own worth because of someone else's insecurity, please let me know in the comments. Share your own experiences with workplace dynamics, gratitude practices, or moments when truth revealed itself in unexpected ways. And if you want to hear more stories about navigating difficult people and finding authentic ways to protect your peace, please like this video and subscribe. Your support means everything to me, and knowing that these stories help people feel less alone in their struggles makes every difficult moment worth sharing.